The meeting has started. We will call this meeting to order there that week. Wow. It's too early for this. All right. Do I have a motion from someone on the board?
I have a motion to adopt a flexible agenda.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion by Ms. Knighting, a second by Ms. Miller. We'll open it up for public comment about the flexible agenda. No public comment. We will close it. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we will stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, I would like to notify the public that we will have two public comments, one at the beginning and one at the end. And as long as it is kind and respectful, I will allow you to speak at either or both public comment. So at this time, we will open it up for public comment. No public comment? Okay, no public comment. We are good with that. So at this time, then, we will invite Dr. Alsbury to come up and we will begin our wonderful handbook development and review. Thank you for coming.
No, there was lots of rain. It's too warm.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, nice to see everyone. And yeah. And we have, as you know, we have this scheduled for until 4 o'clock today. There are breaks and lunch breaks through the day, but we put the 4 o'clock time just in case. That's really completely dependent upon you and the amount of revision and input that you need to share today. And we'll just work through systematically as efficiently as we can. And we'll be done when we're done. Okay, so that could be quite a bit earlier than 4 o'clock. So, but we just wanted to make sure, and just in case. The other thing is, I don't know if I need to do this, but I feel compelled to do this. I apologize to the public, who might listen to this, that I submitted or sent the wrong file to Renee. And of course it was incorrect, and it was not the file we were working on. That created, I'm sure, some consternation and confusion amongst the public, and I felt terrible for that. Yeah, so but suffice to say, no changes have been made on anything that we did previously. That was just an error on my part of sending the wrong file. If you wonder where that came from, Frankie and I figured it out. I was still trying to figure it out this morning, and because I thought, I don't even know where this thing came from that was sent. And it was the sample that I showed you guys back at the beginning of the year. And so before I had done any work to make it comply or fit with your bylaws and policies, that was the sample that I just pulled out. So that's why it was so different, because there hadn't been any work done on it. So let's get right into it then. And I don't have a clicker. Am I just telling you? Oh, you got it? Oh, okay.
We'll use a mouse, but yeah, just
All right.
if you need a keyboard.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I'll just do this. That will work. Okay. So our topic for today is the handbook. Is to review the handbook and get input. I'll do this very, very quickly, just a very quick review of part of balanced governance, what it is. And we want to, I think, do that for the record, even though you guys have heard this before. We want to focus on what I call the 5 R's. You see them on the screen here. And as we discuss and share and give our recommendations for revisions. Basically, what I'm going to be doing today is facilitating I'm going to take you through each section of the handbook. I've, of course, looked through it. I will tell you that if you look at my copy, I've already got some modifications and changes that I'm expecting you to share. So I say that to mean don't be shy about that. I'm already seeing a few things, and there are several sections, and I've intentionally put them on the slides on purpose because there are several sections where I'm not sure this really fits with your current procedures. And it has no negative impact on the concept of balanced governance. So a lot of these procedures, you can do them one way or the other way, and it doesn't really have any kind of an effect or an impact on your governance model that you're wanting to use with balanced governance. So it's just completely your preference, and I just didn't happen to know, what your procedures are. So we'll want to get those straight and clear, and we'll get those put in. There's also some additional sections that I anticipate you'll want to just remove because they're not relevant to your district, and so we'll be able to take care of that. But I'll be furiously taking notes up here for most of today. Yeah. So one of the things, though, that whenever we do this, there is a foundational purpose behind the handbook procedures and practices, and so I always want to remind folks that this does not come from my personal preferences or my experience. That as I've shared with you before, that I've spent 20 years started as a high school science teacher, and I was a principal, K-12, and then a big high school principal, and then a superintendent, and then went into the professor, for which I've studied boards for the last 25 years as a professor. And I'm currently changed jobs. I just wanted to update you guys on the Tom saga here. So last time I saw you, I was teaching in a classroom, if you remember, for fun, in my sort of pseudo-retirement here. And in the springtime, our superintendent of our school retired, and the board twisted my arm. So I am now actually a superintendent of a district. Well, I think I liked it in the classroom better, frankly. So I told him, this could be a short-lived gig here, but it's a private school system there in the state, one of the largest in the Seattle area where I'm at. So, but I share it because I certainly have had experiences in the seat, in the role with schools, but balanced governance doesn't come from that, and it's unique. So for the sake of the public, as a reminder, the balanced governance model is unique in that it is not emanating from somebody's personal viewpoint, and every other training program, process, et cetera, has emanated from individuals not unlike myself who have served in several districts and have been fairly successful, say as a superintendent, and then in their retirement have started companies and said, I think I know how to run boards or how boards should run. I'm going to come up with a model and start a consulting firm. And that's basically where those other governing training models came from. Right now, I didn't know how I was pretty certain that I was correct about that, but I recently, just last week, a couple of weeks ago, was contacted by a group of researchers from Arizona State University who know my work, and they are replicating my work, and they're engaged in a national study now, and they've been watching, not today, but they've been sort of zooming into my training sessions and collecting data, and they're hoping to put out a major research finding on balanced governance as they're saying the one and only system that is predicated from research exclusively. So that's, again, what makes it unique. So we studied boards. We studied boards that were really effective and boards that were not so effective. And then we simply asked the question, what are they doing? That is, the boards that are effective. What are they doing that's different from boards that are less effective? And wrote it down. I had no idea, honestly, at the time. I was, at North Carolina State University, and I thought I would just that data would go into a shelf somewhere and never be seen again. But one thing led to another, and here I am. And so I don't really have a business per se. I have 5 clients usually and it's usually just through a connection, like through your superintendent, where I've been asked to share the data that we found about boards at a conference, and board districts will come and see me, and then they'll say, hey, would you be willing to work with our board? So I'm happy to work with you and excited. Currently, Nevada, I feel like I need to maybe buy a home here, because right now I am working with the governance models. I've worked with the Washoe District for many years. I'm now working with Clark County to change theirs. They've just was with them last week, and they voted to just eliminate all their policies and just use mine. So that's a big decision on their part. And then I'm working with Elko County as well. So it's been fun for me to be working so much in Nevada. And another update that I thought I'd share with you is that continuing to work really closely with the Nevada Association. And so in terms of sustainability moving forward, I think that's important for me to share with you. Budgets are down everywhere in the state and nationally, but in Nevada for sure. And so every district's suffering that. And so the natural question, I'm not shy about bringing this up, is, how come you got a guy like me and you're paying money, for doing this kind of stuff when you've got budget issues? That's a good question. And so to make it sustainable, that is, what I'm telling my boards, especially those that are hurting more, is that I'm working really closely with Rick Harris in the Nevada Association to help the Nevada Association adopt balanced governance processes as part of what they do. I'm happy to give that at no charge, to the association. And what that means, though, for you as a board moving forward, if you're using balanced governance, is that more than likely that'll be the training that you're getting at the association conferences every year. So you don't have to have, pay extra for that training moving forward. Okay, so if that makes sense, yeah. So I think that's a good thing, yeah. So we do this for all of those reasons. We do it because boards were at risk. I shared this with you earlier. We do it because our research initially, this was the big splash in the academic community, is that our research was the first that indicated that what boards do and how they do it actually has an impact on student performance and on the performance of the district, and to support from the community as well. And so that's the reason. So we also have a couple of principles that when we look at these procedures, because again, the question can come, why? Why should we change this process or procedure in the handbook from what we currently do? And so this is another reason for it, and that is that this idea of what you do in practice in your board meetings and at sessions like this matter. The public see it, and it has an impact. Not only you're modeling for the students and the teachers and the administrators in your district based on how you lead as a board, but it also is something that the community does watch. And the thing to keep in mind is sometimes we go to the place of, and I've noticed that, by the way, in your bylaws and policies, I think they're fine. They're general in terms of the content. They don't get really detailed. I think that's perfectly fine as well. But in the absence of detailed procedures and steps, when some of these things come up, we're kind of left with having to presume intent. And so you as a board will often, and you're not unique in this, you'll do what you think is the best, but then sometimes the public, employees, or even each other board members will misinterpret your intent of why you're doing things a certain way. And in the absence of really specific guidelines and procedures, that happens. And it's not unusual for it to happen. And so this is partly detailed for that reason, these procedures, so that everybody knows up front, including the public, this is how we do our business. And then we're not second guessing ourselves based on intent. Already mentioned that this is backed by a lot of research. The most recent, of course, this new Arizona study, I'm very excited to see what their findings are going to be. But the most recent study came out in 2024, a statewide study out of Oregon State that once again supported the research that we found in our national work. So we continue to have research reinforcing the findings. So we can, a lot of times you wonder, you say, well, it's been 10 years since the national study that you did, Tom. So is it like out of date? We've had COVID since then, you know, culture has changed. Maybe your stuff doesn't really, you know, work anymore or doesn't reflect reality. But, and so the recent studies that we've seen, like this 2024 one, shows the exact same findings. So this is a listing of some of the studies and some of the findings, and you can see the 2024 one up there. The most recent one, and I've mentioned about the impact of the board using these procedures and processes that I'm recommending to your school, to community support levels, to student performance even. The most recent study focused also in on superintendent performance, and that is that use of by the Board of Balanced Governance was linked to improved superintendent performance as well. The other thing about balanced governance, and I'm kind of unabashedly always try to share this slide because these days it's been a recent phenomena that a lot of boards have moved into really political posturing on the boards, and there's a lot of fighting going on amongst boards. There's a lot of folks that are running for the board purely based upon a particular political viewpoint or notion that they're trying to move forward. And so just a reminder in full transparency that balanced governance, what we found were that the most effective boards actually don't, that they put aside, so to speak, when they put their board hat on, they put aside their political viewpoint. To a certain extent, of course, we're all influenced by our political and our very ideological religious viewpoints. We can't remove that, and we shouldn't. But you get what I mean. They're boards that are there for the purpose of political reasons rather than creating an educational system for all kids and all parents who have a wide variety of political, ideological, and religious viewpoints. We found that the boards that look at it holistically are the most effective. And I know that because I've talked with lots of boards as we're doing evaluations, I know that board members who are really passionate about a particular ideological areas, that can be difficult. But my recommendations to them is that because you represent so many different viewpoints, you need to set that aside when you serve on the board and really focus in on creating a system that's going to be the best for all kids. And I show this slide to show you that that's not Tom's idea. That was the idea of the founding fathers when they invented school boards. Yeah. 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 So might seem like a radical idea these days that we don't bring our politics into the board, but that was in fact the whole point of not having education control at the federal or state level, but at the local level, so that that wouldn't happen as readily. So just a reminder that. And the last one, before we get into our work today, is just a reminder that while there's lots of details behind this, and I'm happy to delineate those as we go through the book if it's necessary, what we found in balanced governance was, and the reason that I eventually named it balanced governance was because in the research, we were seeing these really effective boards were always striking a balance. They didn't operate in the margins, in the extremes on anything. And I've already mentioned political. So again, that was a balance. You know, the boards that work great understand that they have different, really diverse viewpoints in their community. And so they came together on those issues rather than, you know, fighting on those issues. Micromanagement and rubber stamping is another thing. Boards have long been trained not to micromanage, but also rubber stamp boards are ineffective. So we found both of them to be ineffective. So boards that are most effective engage in what I called informed oversight. So you are responsible for overseeing that the district is being run well. You do that through the monitoring of data and how the results are coming through. So that's the information part. You need to be informed, and then you need to be serious about your oversight without going into micromanaging, but also without becoming a rubber stamp board. So there's that balance. We also saw that the most effective boards focused in a laser-like way on their strategic goals and monitoring those strategic goals rather than spending a lot of time or a lot of consternation over the minutia of the operations and management within the district. We didn't find those boards to be effective that did that. However, on the other extreme, we also found that boards that were what I call ends-only boards, they were also not as effective. So there are some board members that come on and say, come on, Tom, let's just say our math scores are going to go up by 20% this year, and then at the end of the year, we'll see if they did, and if they did, then we'll throw a party, and if they didn't, we'll fire the superintendent and get a new one. Why don't we just do that? We found that didn't work either. Those were very ineffective boards. As it seems simple, seems like it would work, but it doesn't. And the last one is that boards that were the most effective focused in within their strategic goal package. They were more focused on the issues that impacted learning most directly. So in any district with your strategic goals, you're going to have goals on facilities probably. You're going to have goals on personnel in addition to having goals in the area of student learning. And so you can say, hey, Tom, we focus in on our strategic goals. We focus in on strategic goal number 5, which is finances. That's what we talk about every board meeting the entire time. That's also an ineffective board. So again, not boards that focus in on those things, on the operations, but on the things that impact student performance are the most effective. So all of the things that we're doing in this handbook today, that's to preface it, thank you for your patience allowing me to do that, because a lot of the cases, if you're saying why, I just gave you the answer, okay? So these are intentional. They're not just a preference. So we're going to be going through handbook review, just a couple of kind of ground rules as we go into this. And clarifications. The handbook does not replace your policy. The policy is the policy. Now, once you land the handbook, I have your bylaws and policies right here that are the governance ones, and I've gone through them, and there are some, for the most part, I think these existing bylaws and policies are workable because they're not very detailed. They fit in. You know, they don't really delineate specifics in a lot of ways, which is fine. There are some cases where I'll come back later when it's appropriate and talk to you if you want me to, and share this with you and talk to you about potential minor revisions that I might recommend to some policies so that it fits with the handbook in here. The second thing to note is that another reason for it, because I'll often have boards will say, well, why don't we just take our current bylaws and policies and just put more detail into them? Why don't we do that? Well, the reason is really just ease of use and accessibility. So the difference between there should be no, and I don't believe there are any substantive difference between your policies and bylaws and this handbook, but what's different about the handbook is that it's designed or it's organized topically. So if a board member wants to find out what do we do in our board meetings, or what do we do in terms of our committees on this board, it's just easier to find in a topically designed handbook, and then the details are there. So that's one of the reasons. The next one is we want to ensure, of course, that all of the statutes, Nevada statutes, and your policies are referenced. And just for the sake of the public who may not have had a chance to look through this, within the handbook sample, I have referenced all of your bylaws and policies that are relevant. And then where in cases where there's some procedures that aren't explicitly mentioned in your bylaws or policies, I wrote no policy. So when you see in parentheses no policy, it means I couldn't really find anything explicitly linked to that. I don't think that's problematic, and I'm not going to suggest I don't believe I found any example of that where I would recommend you have to write a policy for that particular process. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's covered generally in your current policies. The other part in there that you'll notice, I'm sure you noticed already, is that I reference and took, where I have Nevada NRS, the Nevada statute, I've referenced all of the Nevada statutes, and just FYI, in the cases where you see those statutes referenced, I have gone to the statutes, copied them, and pasted them into the handbook. So in some cases, if you go, where did that come from? Why do we don't want to do that? One that's going to pop up is when we talk about the clerk role. That is from the statute. So if you want to, that's crazy. Where did you come up with that being the clerk's responsibilities? Well, that's what the state says the clerk's responsibilities are. And so I've asked your legal counsel, Keith, that if he hasn't already done so, that at some point in this process that he would definitely want to look through. I was just with the Clark County Board last week doing this very same thing, and they noted, and Keith confirmed, that there's some revising that the legislative session just ended, and there could be some slight revisions in the numbers of the statutes or some of the content of the statutes, and so we want to make sure those are up to date and accurate. So I would recommend that Keith look through these NRS numbers and make sure that they're correct.
So I just have a question about that. As laws change and NRS updated over, because the end of all this, and we adopt this handbook as laws change, will we have the ability to go in and revise those?
Yeah. You'll want to do that for sure. Yeah. Just like you do with your policies, you have to do the same thing, because if you cross-reference NRSs, at the end of each of your policies, I'm sure that's the kind of work Keith has to do, right, on a regular basis. So it'd be the same for the handbook. Yeah. All right. So what do we want to do today? So the first thing is I'm going to ask you, I've already mentioned this, but we're looking at revisions that would be, are there sections that should be added or sections that should be deleted? The second one is the language clear? Does it need to be modified, clarified, removed? And what direction do we need to take in order to make it more clear? What we don't want to do, if you'll allow this, I hope you will, we don't want to wordsmith today. We will be here for days, with every comma, every word. Oh, I think you should word it this way, that way. That's not what I intended us to do today. I'm looking for big ideas. It's like, well, you're saying that when we elect officers, these are the steps that you have in there. And we don't do it that way, Tom. So we have every nominee speak for 5 minutes, and you said 3 minutes. So it's really big picture ideas that I'm looking for. I'll take down those notes, and in cases where there's a need for clarification, I'm looking for you to just say that. So say, this isn't clear. Could we have more information about what this thing is? And I'll say yes. And then but we don't have to actually write it today together. Okay. I'll take it back. I'll add the language, and make sure that it's right. In some cases, I'll work with the superintendent. So there's one question that's going to pop up, one section where it has, or I'll even work with Renee. There's a listing of all the services that board members can get help with. Well, I didn't know if this is legitimate, if this is pulled from another district, to be honest. So you could look at that, Renee could look at that and say, I don't help board members do that. That's not part of what we do. That's perfectly fine. We don't need to sit here today, and that's like 3 pages long in here. We don't need to say, well, we do that, but we don't do that. We do that, but we don't do that. We don't need to do that. You simply would say, those don't match the kind of services that we offer. And so I'll say, would you give me permission to work with Renee and superintendent to make sure it's accurate to what you guys do? And that's all we need to decide today. Okay. All right. I think we're about ready. And then the last thing I would say, because there's always the question of, do we work till it's perfect? I don't think any handbook or any policy is probably perfect, and it can change over time. There's things that could pop up, so we can get a lot of what ifs. Well, what if this happens? Then shouldn't we have that in there? In some cases, as you see on the slide, I would say don't let the perfect be the enemy of good. And so I would recommend, if it looks like a good starting point, if it doesn't run counter to what you're currently doing, or that's effective by my recommendations, I would recommend that the board move forward with it and make your decision on adoption as appropriate through your process, first, second readings, et cetera, that you would take. And then realize that when you do that, you can always, just like your question, President Wagstaff, you can always, as things come up or you see changes that you need to tweak, you can always do that. Yeah. And so that would be my recommendation. Okay. All right. Thanks so much for letting me set the table. So let's get to work. Okay. Here we go. So I'd like you to take your handbook, and we'll just work through it. And I'm going to start writing. So we're going to start on page 4. And you can see from the slides, this kind of just gives you some directions. You can look at each thing at a time and just basically want to say, so when you look at page 4, the goal revisions procedures that you see there, any comments, changes that you see on that section? And there's multiple things on page 4. So let's just take goal revision procedures first. So anything on that?
Oh, okay. Just the first thing is, it says that the superintendent reviews and proposes any revisions to the vision statement. This is the board's vision statement. So I would almost propose that it should be the board, in conjunction with the superintendent, can propose revisions, just not that the superintendent says, I'm going to change the board's goal or vision.
And for the record, that's how we have done it. So that,
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
that is a great.
Yeah, I
point.
just, I
Keep it
just,
in line
I
with
just
what
don't
we've
want,
done.
okay,
Yeah.
your vision's, I have a new vision for you now. You know,
Well, I had a
I
question.
totally agree, Melinda. Yeah,
About-
thank you.
The October 1st of each year, because wouldn't that be something that we would want done before the school year started?
Isn't that tricky with when we get data? So we've found in the last few meetings, we're missing a lot of data to do our goal-oriented decisions. So I think that might actually be too early as we have found it.
Yeah.
We might want to, right? We might want to judge the time a little differently there, or the date.
Yeah, so I can share the Nevada Department of Education releases their report card on September 15th. It was delayed this year because of the cybersecurity breach. But I would say by the regular board meeting in October is probably sufficient, rather than October 1.
Great. Fantastic. Yeah, that's good. I had those, by the way, I had those underlined. I had the date underlined because I thought, okay, that's going to be a question. Yeah, good. I think it's good to do it in the October date for the reasons you stated, but also because note that that drives everything else you do. Because remember, with this governance model, the strategic goals determine what reports are going to come to you as a board, because you're going to report on those goals and your progress on those goals. And it also plays into the superintendent's evaluation, what their goals are.
To do in December instead of in July.
Hmm.
So we did it in July because we were starting the new
Yes.
model and have decided we're not redoing it, we're doing it again next month.
That's great. Yeah. And that's when I'm doing superintendent evaluation, that's the timeline that we use as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So next is a school improvement plan on page 4.
So
Yeah.
I know we get stuff from facilities about updating the sites. Would that fall into here with the improvement plan then?
This is an academic achievement-based plan, so it's
Oh,
called the school
okay.
performance plan here in Nevada.
And this is a statute. This comes out of Nevada statute. And this is something that they've been doing some revising on the last year or so, I've noticed. So, superintendent, so are they calling it school?
It's called SPP. School
Now,
Performance Plan.
okay, school performance plan now. Okay,
And the
great.
district is also obligated to draft a district performance plan referred to as a DPP.
Yeah. Dan.
I have on, the only one I have on this page is 4B. And it says continuous learner improvement, promoting continuous improvement of student achievement of the state learning goals and essential academic learning requirements. I would like to add, at the least and or meeting district set goals.
Great.
I don't think the state should be our standard,
Okay.
the district.
Great. I think that's great. Of course, I pulled this right out of the state language. And so, but to add to it, I think is fine. Yeah. Making it district.
Oh, okay, just in this, I know the schools come and they have their goals and stuff. Is that something that we have been approving or voting on in the past?
My understanding is we've never brought school plans to the board. We do have I believe it's an administrative regulation that we should bring it as an informational item to the board. We're in the process of revising our school plans to incorporate the climate and culture surveys as required by new legislation from the last biennium. And so we do plan on bringing school plans to the board January or February after we incorporate a goal for school climate and culture.
And will each of those each school be brought separately, or will it be a collective?
We would like to bring all plans at one time and put those under the informational items, not necessarily have a presentation
Okay,
on them. What the policy, I believe the AR states is that the board just has to receive it as information, not.
okay. So I wasn't crazy in thinking, all I've seen is we've had schools come and they've said their goals and stuff, but I don't recall ever getting anything like this other than the school's goals.
Correct. You will receive the actual SPP, the plan that's submitted to the state
Okay,
for approval. That will be an attachment on a future agenda for information only.
okay. And that is new. Oh,
Yes. Yes.
With respect to the dates again on board oversight requirements, would it be appropriate to change the August 1st date to the first board meeting in August and also the October 1st date to the board meeting in October? And maybe moving forward, any significant date in this handbook be changed to first board meeting of said month?
Yep.
Cool.
Every single time it comes up, yeah.
I also noticed that on, board oversight number 4, appendix A is our swearing in statement. So it should be B.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next would be the page 5 under strategic goals. This I took directly from your website. Any changes in that? That was my only question. That are you updating them, or are these accurate?
We prioritized our strategic plan, and if you looked at the document that's on the website, that's the refresh strategic plan.
Okay.
And it expires after next school year.
Right. Yeah, I had that going through 2027.
Correct.
Is that right? Yeah. Great. So just want to make sure those are correct. Next, measurable indicators on page. Oh, go ahead.
Do we have 4 goals or 5? I thought we had 4, correct?
Yes, 4 goals.
Okay, so goal number 5 is supposed to be goal number 4. Just
1, 2, 3. Oh, I just have the number is wrong. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm making sure I didn't miss a goal.
Right. No, I could see where you'd think that. What? Goal 5, we have 4. Okay, thank you. Measurable indicators on page 6. Anything on that other than the date? Again, there's another first board meeting. Yes, Dave. Oh, yeah.
It's just a typo. Yeah. It's a typo.
well, that's what she said. Yeah, because we only have 4. It's just a typo.
Oh, all right, so on objective 5, is, what I'm gonna say here is, just my idea. It doesn't mean the wording to be exact or anything, or all inclusive. I would like to see added somewhere somehow, focus first on basics, English, math, science, reading, writing, history, nutrition, physical ed, arts. I think we should distinguish what we focus on first. That gives the proper direction for all staff and board.
Well, this is more, Dave, this is more, this is already in our
Yeah.
strategic plan. And that's where he pulled it from. So this is already written, done, submitted to the state
Approved by
and
the
approved
board.
by the board.
Yeah, so this isn't my language, this is your language, so, but changes like that would need to come in a future,
Yeah.
in a future revision of your strategic goals.
Does that make sense?
I guess.
Okay.
Well, it was the board meeting we had of the strategic plan that we all voted on and approved. That's all that is in here. It's not it's not changing. So we've already approved his and our strategic plan, and that's all that he has duplicated over here. So changing it would require us to go back and change our strategic plan.
But there's no reference. That's what I'm trying to say. We don't even have a reference here of strategic plan.
The reference was Dr. Ellsbury's telling us that that's what he referenced.
Pulled it right off of our website.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is there's no reference in here to the exacts of what our guidelines are.
Okay, so would you like it then to say that the board identifies the following strategic goals and objectives as per our own strategic plan approved on said date? And then there you have the,
You gotta connect it some way.
okay,
Otherwise you don't have it.
At the beginning, it says the board identifies the following strategic and goals and objectives for 2022 through 2027.
maybe we could just add as per
Mm-hmm.
strategic plan approved on August 15th
Okay.
or whatever the date was.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, great. Next would be the measurable outcomes section on page 6. Okay, next would be the outcome strategy. Oh, huh?
The engagements.
No, that's the goal.
If you have something, please say.
Well, objective 3, coordinate with community stakeholders, support student growth and development. Do we have how, example?
Well, no,
A
that's
reference?
part of our strategic plan that we already approved.
Again, there's nothing in here on this that references that. That's what I'm trying.
But we just,
But we
we just changed it to reference it on the beginning. And then each of these goals, it's insinuated and then referenced that they're part of our strategic plan. So again, all of that was already decided by us. And maybe that was one of the meetings you missed. I have no idea, but we as a board already have approved all of these goals as our strategic plan. So manipulating them now would take
We have to
another
make a
meeting and a whole lot of changes.
Correct. And so the strategic plan is a separate document that was approved. It's a plan approved by the board last June. What we did with that is prioritize it. And then there's a new strategic plan posted that shows the action steps that we're going to take to meet those goals. So that's a whole separate document. That's not in this. This is just what we've decided as a governance team we're going to focus on for this year and next year.
If you go to the strategic plan, it's
I'm trying to-
definitely more detailed,
It does not reference to the strategic plan.
but we just took care of that.
On the points that you have here, if you're gonna make objectives, then, and if they're in the strategic plan, you have to reference them. That's
It
what
is
I'm
at the
trying to say.
beginning under strategic goals.
So they asked for language to be changed at the very top. So if you go to strategic goals, the sentence right below strategic goals, it says the board identifies the following strategic goals and objectives for the 2022 through 2027 as approved on June, whatever our June regular board meeting is, what it will be changed to. Right now, it's not changed, but Dr. Ellsbury will go back and make an amendment to that statement to reflect when it was approved by the board
Oh.
as reference. Yeah.
And Superintendent, when are you guys going to do your revision again? You said it just now, but I missed it.
So the board approved the prioritized strategic plan in June. We have this year and next year still a work.
So we're-
plan. Next year, as we're, finalizing
Mhm.
our current plan, we will start the planning process for the next 5-year strategic plan.
Great.
So, you have, one leg in the past plan and then one leg planning the future plan.
Right, great. So we're still good here for what we have in front of us.
Yes.
Yes, great,
And there's
fantastic.
New legislation regarding the focus of the strategic plan. So that is something I'll work through.
Yeah.
And advise the working group that I.
Sure. And that's a great example of how the handbook will naturally change if there's NRS number changes, but also when you revise your strategic plan, you just drop the new one into this book. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Next, then outcome strategies. Okay. Let's go on then. So we're on to page 7, election preparation.
So this would be when somebody in the March of an election year decides to run, this is what they would be given then.
Yes, that's the idea here. Uh-huh. And this is typically what I recommend. I will say that there are some districts who are who want to do more, and so they've asked me to train. I can tell you, this happens in both Washoe and Clark. Those boards have asked me to come in and train those who win their primaries. So when they get down to the finalists, prior to the election, they actually have a free training on balanced governance because they want to ensure that they don't know who's going to win yet, but anybody who might win understands that this is the way that the board functions. But I'm not recommending necessarily that to you, but I just want to say that that's an additional step that is sometimes used.
Look at that, that's not the strategic goal in here. That's only referencing the strategic goal.
So
That's what I'm talking about, is you have to have your point in order for people to understand what you're talking about on the strategic goal.
Dr. Ellsbury, is there a way to put an appendice?
Yeah.
in
Ye-
Where we can actually put the strategic?
There sure is. There sure is. And thank you, Trustee Burns. Finally understood what you're trying to say. We don't have all the detail of every part of the strategic goal in here. We just have the objectives. And so we absolutely can put the entire strategic goal into an appendix here so that there's no detail missing. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. And that does make sense to have the detail in. So
I like the idea of waiting until we have the primaries to at least then it's somewhat narrowed down and we're not printing, in some years we have 4 seats, and in other years we have 3. And if you have 2 per seat running, you're or 3, it would be 3 per seat running. That would be a lot of copies that we would be making. Whereas if we wait until after the primaries, we're only printing those that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, an ideal
Makes sense in my
situation
brain.
for me, what would be is after obviously the primary, and we know.
Right, it's in June.
Yeah, who is going to the election. I would just schedule a meeting with all of them collectively as a group. to
Okay.
Go through this, so everybody receives the same information at the same time.
Okay,
And it can ask questions at the same time.
okay.
And the only suggestion I would make to that is in getting this information beforehand or when you decide to run, it may be enough to convince some not to do so if they're not a good fit.
Say, I've changed. my
And
mind."
so I think
Right.
in the past, there have been, like, I certainly didn't know to what extent I was getting involved in. I wouldn't have changed my decision making, but there are plenty that would. So I still think it's, 40 pages is not that much. One meeting might be the best way, but maybe we just, once you have the deadline in March for who is going to be in the primaries, we could have Superintendent Alvarado schedule the
Yeah.
meeting and do it then.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, also if someone gets 50% or more, if there's 3 in the primary, it's over.
Correct.
Right.
So then
So
it
it
would,
would make sense
be
to do
smarter
it
to be-
beforehand
yeah,
for all
agreed.
that are running.
All right, so I don't know if that needs to be referenced or however. We'll leave that to your discretion.
I think we need to be sensitive, there's no sense in spending money where we don't need to, and on paper. There's no reason why if we should be giving them online the information
mhm.
unless
Right.
they request hard copy.
Yeah. And I can add that the meeting that you talked about, Superintendent, in here if you'd like. would you like me to reference that as well, or?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
appropriate.
yeah.
Should we say within 30 days of the closing period? Okay.
All right, great, fantastic. So, anything on either Appendix L or M? This is Appendix L and Appendix M. So page 105 and page 107.
And I'm safe in assuming that you pulled this out of our policy, correct?
The code of conduct is, no, I did not. I mean, I did look at your policies to make sure that it didn't go against any of your policies. Yes, but the language itself was one that I've created and used with other districts.
Dr. Ellsbury,
Mhm.
would this be an appropriate place to put the board's purpose statement in the code of
Sure.
conduct? And I can share the purpose statement with you.
Great.
I thought it all looked great.
Okay. All right. The assurances document, by the way, does come out of state statute language. That's on page 107. The decision here is, do you have it as a signed item, a document that the trustees each sign? That's the real question. Right. That in
But I don't know that that's a bad idea, having us make sure as individuals that we have read and we agree to adhere to the code of conduct.
That, the hardest part for me on that, I agree. How do we hold anyone accountable? This
Yeah.
doesn't. It should
Guaranteed.
do something, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Unless have some sort of policy of censuring board members, which is certainly doable, but I guess maybe to hold someone's feet to the fire to say, hey, you signed this and you're not behaving accordingly, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, and that's
Something-
usually how it's used. Again, that's not official, but it makes it more serious.
I
People
see
take it
what
more
you mean.
seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. So next is page 11. I want to, before we go there, I'd like you to turn, I don't have a slide on this, but I'd like you to turn to page 10 of the draft.
We didn't go through, we were on the bottom of 7. We didn't go through the resignation, vacancies, replacing a vacancy.
I'm sorry. You're right. We did. Thanks, sorry. I moved too fast.
I just assumed because they were bylaws, we were.
They are already bylaws that I took directly from your bylaws. So unless you're changing your bylaws, I didn't think we need.
One that wasn't a bylaw was the election preparation.
Okay.
That's right. I will note, and so this again would require a bylaw change, and I don't think that we're prepared. I'm looking to the attorney to discuss anything like that today, so I don't think we can get into that. But as far as your handbook goes, you'll notice that I have language. It's worth looking at the bottom of 8. I have language in here having to do with appointing a clerk. Now, by state law, by state statute, it gives you the option of electing a clerk or appointing someone to serve as clerk.
Well, my thing is the
So we have-
responsibilities of the clerk aren't being done by the clerk.
Correct. And that's the problem. If you look now, I'm jumping ahead and I do have a slide ahead, but when we talk about the clerk, and you can turn to page 12 and we'll come back, okay? We won't skip anything, but if you go to page 12 at the bottom, this this comes from the bylaws and the statutes. But the clerk is responsible for taking minutes, for keeping minutes, for drawing up orders for all payments through the district. I mean, the state law has required responsibilities for the clerk that your clerk doesn't do, and no board's clerk does that. Generally, those things are done by an executive secretary. And therefore, by state statute, that's why it gives you the option of having the clerk be an appointed member of the staff, which is typically the executive secretary. So it doesn't make, to me, a lot of sense to appoint or elect a board clerk when their duties are all being done by the executive secretary. So my suggestion, if you want a third officer, so president, vice president, my suggestion in the handbook is that you would maybe elect a board secretary instead of calling them the clerk. There's no state requirement to, and nothing prohibiting you from having a third officer called the secretary, and then you would decide what their duties would be.
But we would need to appoint, say, Renee as the clerk to
Correct.
fulfill that state law.
Yeah.
And also on,
That's good to know.
on the elections, on number 6, if this came out of our bylaws, this isn't how we are doing it. We don't have secret ballots when we do this, and we don't say they can't say anything. So if this is the case, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're allowed to have secret ballots.
Yeah, that was one of the questions that I was going to ask. So again, Trustee Knighting, tell us the page and number that you're looking at.
9,
Yeah.
6, number 6 on page 9
Right.
for the election process.
Yeah, that was on my list of asks for you guys, and that is
It references by law 50 on
yep.
page 8.
But is that really what bylaw 50 says, is that we have secret ballots?
No, the bylaw isn't specific. It doesn't have some of these specifics in it. But it's addressed in your bylaw that, for example, that you will elect a clerk. And so that's why I have it referenced as bylaw 050.
But
But
it
the-
doesn't say
but
anything about.
No, it doesn't say anything about that item 6 on page 9.
Oh,
And so we want to talk about that, the process that you currently use. Yeah. So let's get back to that, because I had that as one of my a couple of key questions on this. And one was the secret ballot idea. What do you currently do?
Currently, you have the nominee.
So we currently we nominate, we get a second, and then if there's, more than 2, we hold the election for the first one that was nominated. And if that person is elected, then I don't know, I don't remember what we did last year.
We,
We did,
well, and you just,
not this year, last year.
yeah, this year, even if it was multiple, you would say you want someone to be president,
Right.
take a vote, so on and so forth, right? And it's all done in the public forum, open as we're doing now.
Later on in this document, he mentioned that if there were 3, it was narrowed down to 2, and then a vote would be held on both of those, and whoever got the most. But everything is out in the open, no secret ballot, and no one was prohibited from speaking if they were nominated. They're able to speak for why they should be or not, so
Sure.
they can talk, and that it's not a secret ballot.
Yeah, that was just a question that I had. There's reasons why boards do it the other way, but it doesn't go against the balanced governance approach. It's fine to use your current process. I, and it's a rabbit hole we can go down. I can tell you that for your board, if your process currently is working fine, I would recommend you stay with it. There are some boards that have moved away and have revised their process because, frankly, it's gotten into a very negative situation where you nominate two people who are warring with each other on who's going to be president. They get up and speak, and they in their speech, they're saying negative things about the other candidate and why they should be elected and the other one shouldn't be elected. And those boards, in working with me, have said this is becoming very negative and divisive. And so we don't want people to stand up and speak. We already know who they are. We already know what their qualifications are. We don't need them to stand up and sell themselves on why they should be the president or not be the president, because it just becomes a negative issue. Let's just nominate, and if people accept the nomination, let's just vote and not do the speeches.
So in our policy, it says the board may choose to ask the candidates to speak to why they desire to serve in that office. So I would say, let's just reference in this part of the handbook, let's reference that almost verbatim.
Great.
And I think we need to have those discussions about the clerk and appointing, like, because we just have office of president and vice president in here. Oh, and clerk. It does say elections for vice president and clerk.
Yeah. So that would have to be a
That's
bylaw
something that
change.
I think we need as a board. We need to reevaluate our bylaw on the clerk and appointing the clerk. Or appointing, I should say. And possibly adding a third officer so that we continue to have 3 officers. Because Renee is doing all of the duties of clerk. Yep. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And that would be, if that was at the point that was, and we can do this prior to any action because the handbook hasn't been approved yet. I'm more than happy if I'm directed to add a section to the handbook on secretary, for example, and the duties of the secretary from what typical boards use, just to give you something to look at. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we are on page 11. And so obviously everything's open. Numbers 12, 15, 16, and I would say also number 17 are usually the areas that boards have input on. On 12, yeah. Oh.
I think one thing, we do have a legislative representative qualification here. Isn't that generally the president? So could we just change that and state it as such?
Yeah, I had a question mark on that too. So
That it shows that there should be a legislative representative, and our board has currently just appointed the president to that position instead of electing another person to be such.
mhm.
So Trustee Burns, it was on page 8 under officer elections, number 5. elect a legislative representative in even number years in June's, we always just make the president that. So we could strike that out and add it under a duty of the president.
But also on the beginning of 13 is the responsibility.
Correct.
to Just go
Yeah.
under the president.
Correct.
Yep, I'll make that change as well.
So in other words, on that legislative representative,
Make sure you turn on your microphone. Your microphone. I don't know why that got to look. I'm just helping you out on a public meeting.
the board elects a legislative representative during the annual organization meeting and assumes office July 1st in an even year from its members for a 2-year term. So you cannot have legislative representative if they only got a year left, they don't.
Yeah, we're changing that to be the president, is my understanding what you just shared, that the president is the person that serves as the legislative rep. So I'll remove that language.
Well, it'll just be then for 1 year, right?
It-
It'll just
it-
change the
yeah.
legislative duty for 1 year.
I'll remove that language, Trustee Burns, because it doesn't make sense if it's the president. We'll just take that out. Yeah. Okay, anything else on page 11? Uh-huh.
Fine. Is this, has the president ever done an annual board report schedule?
It's not something that we do.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, it's mhm.
It's on
Yeah.
Appendix B.
Right.
So
I remember looking at it. But looked at
this
so
looks
many
very
things.
involved. So I was wondering, is this something that the board president fills out each year or?
Yeah, thank you. And first, the example that I'm giving you here is probably much more detailed than most boards. This is just a sample from a board that was very detailed on it. What it's referring to, and it's I can change the language to clarify this. This is a very important tenet of the balanced governance approach, and that is that once you've identified your strategic goals and objectives, that you would then calendarize each of those goals on when the superintendent is going to bring information to share with you as a board to inform you of the progress that's been made. So that's a calendar that's created by the board in advance of your upcoming year, so that you know in advance what months different reports are going to drop in your board meetings. Those recommendations actually typically come from the superintendent, because they know and their staff know when the data is going to land, and then they have to have a little time to get the report written, and then they know what board meeting those reports would come to you. And so that's what it's referring to. So you typically and by the way, this is the procedures I'm describing are all in a later part of this handbook. It's described in detail, all these steps that I'm verbally telling you now, but the superintendent and their team working with the president or officers says, here's when that data will be ready. Here's when we can bring the reports for each of our strategic goals, showing what progress we're making on those, so that you know as a board in advance, but when they're coming. But once that's sort of the draft is created, that would come to the board. To your question, Trustee Knighting, that comes to the board for their approval. The date isn't critical, except that I recommend that you do that before the year gets going. Obviously, like in July, usually by July you want to have it. So all this is saying is that it's the president's responsibility to make sure that that happens. They don't write it themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're just responsible for ensuring that it's created, but I can change that language.
Do myself and Ms. Knighting and Mr. Alvarado and currently Ms. Dickerson, do we need to get together and make a board reporting calendar?
Yes,
Okay. so
that's my recommendation.
That we need to,
We've started that work when we did the
Right.
annual governance calendar, which we
Right.
had a professional development meeting with
Mhm.
the trustees.
Mhm.
And I've embedded the reports within that annual governance calendar. So there is a way
Right.
for me to pull them out and have them in a separate calendar, but
Okay.
I always would like to see them embedded as well.
Okay.
So we don't miss them.
All right.
And then Renee would put those on the schedule for the agenda meetings that they should come in at.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And and let me say, if it's already embedded in your regular calendar, you don't have to necessarily, I don't recommend that you have to have a completely separate one if it's already there. But it's the idea is just that you know ahead of time that those things are coming, and as do the public then.
Say, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have it in here because you're not going to be our superintendent forever, right? At some point you will retire, the board will change and it will move on to the next person. And so setting that up for success for the next superintendent is a good thing.
It's more for the organization than it is for the position.
Right. Yes. Just to keep organized and make sure that those things continue. So. Right. And it doesn't get lost. All right. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on that section?
When you transfer the legislative representative to board president responsibilities, can you include those duties and responsibilities?
Yeah, I was gonna keep the 1, 2, 3 duties and responsibilities that are there. Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just put them with board president responsibilities.
Oh, I see. Put them right in with them.
So
Sure.
the whole thing just gets transferred.
Got it.
under.
And then just for clarity, is the 2-year term a requirement or a suggestion?
It was just a suggestion, but it sounds like that might not work, but
It-
based on trustee Burns. Yeah.
Term of the president,
Yeah.
but if
Right.
it was a requirement, then we would have to figure out.
Yeah, it's not.
And I think it's more because our legislation only meets every other year.
Yeah,
So
makes
Yeah.
sense.
on that off year, they really don't have a responsibility to the legislature.
Yeah, that one's a real question mark. In some districts I work with, they don't even do this. So we just delete it entirely because it's not even a thing they do. So good. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Burns, could you turn on your microphone,
yeah.
please?
Thank you. But we've, unless we've taken it out, policy used to be a policy that we follow the Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes.
It's still there.
Yeah, still there. Still there. Yeah.
So then I hear that this, that's a suggestion of order.
No, I recommend that boards use Robert's Rules of Order.
When you adapt, it doesn't become a suggestion anymore. It is a guideline.
I agree.
that you follow.
I agree that my recommendation is that boards, and it's in this handbook that the board will use Robert's Rules of Orders. It's not a suggestion. It will be used. And you'll note that as well, and we'll get there. There's a section that talks about that again. And you'll notice also that I've included an appendix in this handbook with multiple pages, including a kind of a quick reference. I'll allude to that since you're asking about it. It's Appendix O. It's page 114. And so you'll note that that is a kind of quick sheet, one pager that, again, this is the beauty of having a handbook because you can put extra stuff, that you wouldn't normally put in a policy like this. So you have a one sheeter. So if you as a board member, it's like, I don't remember all the stuff you do with Robert's orders or how it goes, there it is. And there's then further description of how to do it through a narrative on the next pages, page 115 through 118. It actually tells you how to make it, what to say, and all that. And so that's something, just to note, that I have trained a number of boards recently, including the Clark County Board. We've done a whole training session for several hours on Robert's Rules and how that can be used. So, mhm,
Does not apply to school.
that's true.
And it's pretty easy to pick it out.
Yeah.
When you go through it and stuff. But the application to it is so important because what it creates is, one, who gets to choose which one that you're going to, and who gets to choose which ones you're not going to.
Yeah.
That's a problem. The other thing is everybody has to be on the same page, and that's the way things flow the best, for respect, for order, proper order.
Yeah.
And, it just, it can be a touchy subject, but people say, well, that's just a suggestion. I've heard it right out of attorney's mouth. And I said, no, once you put it into your policies and your bylaws, it is adopted and
Yeah.
followed.
So what our policy currently says is Robert's Rules of Order newly revised shall serve as a guideline for the board in its deliberations in all cases in which it is not inconsistent with state law and regulations or these bylaws.
Yeah.
So,
Who picks and chooses which ones you apply and which ones you don't?
well, we have to follow state law.
Yeah, but state law doesn't cover everything by far.
Well, I know. I guess I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you understand.
Again, just getting back to, I think the point, my recommendation is that that the board uses Robert's Rules. I think,
For the most part, we do.
yeah, there's some, as you're looking through that Appendix O, you'll see that there's some points, there's some strategies in Robert's Rule that probably would rarely or never come up amongst the board. And I think that's what Trustee Burns is talking about. I just give it all to you, and then it'll just naturally come out that some things will be used more or less often. A couple of key points, though, that I think in taking what the Trustee Burns is saying, that I think is for good consideration for you, is I'm including in this handbook the suggestion that one of the duties of the vice president of the board, we want to give them something to do, right? Because unless the president gets sick or something, it's like, what do I do in here? And one of the things that is frequently done is that the vice president is put in charge of writing herd on that the board is doing Robert's Rules, and sort of is the local expert in Robert's Rules as far as the board goes. The other thing that I've talked a lot about with boards, is just a reminder that with Robert's Rules, you don't have to, so often when you say the vice president is going to kind of be the person to remind us, it doesn't mean that only the president or the vice president can do the things that Robert's Rules says, like, for example, call the question. So a lot of times if board members are running around the bush the fifth time with the same information and it's just extending the discussion time too long, board members will be frustrated sometimes, and they'll often look at the president like, why didn't you do something? Why didn't you call the question? Or why didn't you, cut off the discussion or that kind of thing? The reminder here is that any trustee can do that. Any trustee can stop that if they think that the discussion is going on too long or not producing new information. They can call the question and stop the discussion on a vote. And so that's a good thing to remind board members, that you have some tools at your disposal that often boards that aren't used to using Robert's Rules in its completeness, they don't use that. They don't know they can use that. And that it's a reminder that you do have some tools that you can use, to Trustee Burns' point, in Robert's Rules to control if there's some challenges happening on your board in terms of extended discussion that's in unnecessary.
So did does this handbook take it further than our bylaw does right now? Is that what?
It doesn't, it just gives you the specific details on what Robert's Rules is actually on those, in those appendices.
But by adopting this, because, yeah,
It says you will use Robert's Rules of Order.
our
States that it will be a guideline.
Right, yeah.
So is that different? Is you will use and a guideline different?
They are.
I think it's arguably different, yes. And that would be another area that you might want to think about giving consideration. And here's the reason why. Because I've seen in several of recent policies that I've worked with Nevada districts, they will either have that language or they have gone to the language of that the board would use Robert's Rules of Order for small boards. There is an addendum, if you didn't know, called Robert's Rules of Order for small boards. And they've added that language. I don't know who suggested it, but somehow it got added. The problem with that, and I think a potential challenge with saying that it's a guideline, is that Robert's Rules for small boards says the following. If you read it, you don't have to have a motion, a formal motion. You don't have to have a second. You don't have to have any controls on your discussion. You can discuss anytime and anytime. I mean, it literally throws every single rule out. That is the whole point of Robert's Rules. It's the Wild West. And it's left completely subjective up to the board or whoever's controlling that discussion. Often it's the president, to do whatever and anything they want. So my suggestion, because of that, is that number one, that you don't use Robert's Rules for small boards. You actually use the official Robert's Rules, number one, and number two, that you say that it's required to use it. But that's just my recommendation.
Can this document supersede board policy, or do we need to
No.
match it?
No.
Right, so
The board will have.
we
to
would
make a
have to
decision
make an
on that in the future.
amendment, yeah.
We do have legal counsel here, so Mr. Catola can
Yeah,
shed
just
light.
briefly on this. So yeah, like you mentioned, the handbook can't go beyond what's in the bylaws. If the board wants to require Robert's Rules, I think you need to change that bylaw 60 that says it's a guideline. For now, the best thing to do could be to just include some language in the handbook that says, as provided in the board bylaws, Robert's Rules shall serve, as a guideline.
Right.
But of course, bylaws can always be changed, but that would require additional action.
Right. So I think for now, let's make the handbook match the bylaw.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. So if you pick and choose, that's basically what we're doing. You pick and choose what you want to use in order and what you don't. If you know the history of Robert's Rules and how it even formulated, you would know there was a reason, because it was a chaotic mess. And it was actually at a church meeting. And Mr. Roberts was there and said, "Are you kidding me?" And it was an absolute disaster. And he decided to write Robert's Rules. Now, in that, to my understanding, Robert's Rules was written as a guideline, but the purpose of it was meant to say, all these things will not apply to a board meeting or any meeting. All of these things won't apply. All of these things will apply in some place, form, shape, or another.
Right.
But not not on everyone.
Right.
But
Yeah.
when you have your basics, as you've read, because I have read those. If you don't follow something, you're gonna follow nothing.
Mm.
And also, you're just gonna have, well, I don't wanna follow that. And it can be just a trustee or whatever.
Yeah.
And start doing whatever they want. And you can't pull them in because you've already established the Robert's Rules is a choice, and you can't have one person making that choice of which one is gonna choose, which ones are not, or even two. You still have to have a majority on the board to decide. And that's, it can cause a chaotic mess if you don't follow.
Yeah.
And you're taking away rights of proper guidelines, and it's confusion.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it, whether I like them all, I don't, but they're there, follow them.
Yeah.
That's way, we should be operating.
Okay, so at this time, it is 9:31. We are going to take a
Yes, time for a break.
15-minute break and we'll come back and pick up where we left off.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
great.
Okay, we are back from our break. And so we are on, we left off on page 12, if I am correct. And one thing right, am I in the right place?
Yes, we were under the vice president on page 12.
Okay.
And that's how we
yeah,
got into the
right.
Roberts rules, I believe.
Right. I'm just making sure my brain's kind of all over the place. Okay, yes.
We were just on legislative.
We were just on legislative representative.
Yeah.
And discussing
Right, we-
the timeframe. So I think we're
Yes.
below that now.
Yeah, that's what I had. So we're,
There we go.
I think we've covered the other items. There were several slides that I had that we went ahead and took care of already. And so we're now to this slide, which is page 13, duties and responsibilities of individual trustees. Yeah, so just looking for any revisions on that. There's a bigger, more global question that I have. It's just a preference. It doesn't matter either way, but these are kind of almost become a catch-all. When you talk about the individual duties of a board member, it spans decision-making, your relationship with the superintendent, your communications, your board meeting focus. And what you can do alternatively with this pages 13 through 16 is I can take those individual pieces and put them in the topical category that they belong in. So, for example, there is a whole section on board communication. And so I could easily move the communications piece, professional communications, to that section. There's a whole separate section in here about board meetings and how you run them. So I could move these two sections on board meetings to that place. So it's kind of a weird section
We
in.
do it in both places.
And we could do both. Yeah. Some board members like it here because it sort of lays everything out.
Yeah.
But then others say, why? Well, you mentioned communication here, and then you have a section on communication. Why don't you have it over there? Yeah.
I would say let's have it in both places.
Great.
If you're good with copying and pasting and putting
Sure.
it both.
I agree with that because then it's in a topical place, but then it's also in like our board duties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I keep turning that on and off. Oh, my computer. Sorry. I don't think our plug is on underneath the table because my computer's almost dead. I know that on the duties and responsibilities of individual trustees, right? I know that somewhere in I don't know if it's in our bylaws or in our policy. I thought that we had some of that.
You do. It's actually bylaw 020. And it's a little bit different. It's not called duties and responsibilities. Yours is
Authority, powers, rights, and
rights and responsibilities is how it's named in section 3. Yep. And
did you take from our bylaw and put it here?
no, I did
Right.
not. And I intentionally did not do that. I can tell you that, again, with an eye on your counsel here, we can't talk about policy here in this meeting because it wasn't agendized as such. But this is an area that is not included in the handbook, and it's intentionally not included. And and I think it's something that the board would need to take a look at. I believe, if I'm guessing here a little bit, but I believe that this Section 3 on rights and responsibilities likely came from the Nevada statutes, where it describes boards' rights. And like in any state in the country, you're going to have a very similar statute. And because by law, boards can do anything and everything. They have total legal control. If this is historical, I won't go down the rabbit hole with this unless you want me to. But even today, superintendents don't have any power at all. The board, you could by rights, and as could the boards in any state in the United States, could fire their superintendent, have no superintendent, and each of you could say, we're going to run the district. You could go sit in offices and literally run the district. That by law.
No, thank you.
Right. Now, right. No board does that for obvious reasons. They hire a superintendent to do these things. But it doesn't change the fact that from a legal standpoint, technically you still have the right to make every single minuscule decision that happens in the district. And your
I think this is true here in Nevada because our only employee is the superintendent.
now that's true, but your state law says you have the option of hiring a superintendent and delegating duties to them. You don't have to.
We as a board don't have the authority to fire.
In the off
Anyone.
chance we didn't have a superintendent, we would then have that authority.
Correct. You've restricted yourself by your own policy by saying we have a superintendent and we're delegating these things to them. So, and you do that in your policy. The challenge I have with this language is that you're basically just taking the state law and saying, you're saying what you just said, President, that you don't want to do. So it says here that you have the right to determine, I won't read all of it, but everything, including who teaches in what room, where. I mean, you in this policy claims that you are going to yourself as a board decide those things, rather than the language suggesting that you're going to approve policy that
may be
can,
something that we
yeah.
need to revisit.
And that's why I didn't put this language in the handbook, because to do so would suggest that you were going to control every single part of the district, which is what this kind of is suggesting.
Okay, so we need to reevaluate bylaw 020.
Yeah, and it's not a huge change, it really, in the long run. It's just a word or two. Instead of it saying, you will determine which teacher teaches in what room, you're going to say the board will approve policies or will approve the recommendation of the superintendent. Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to reference to the president can speak for the board. Give that. That's a very dangerous. And the reason why is, I mean, what if they use it? President, as far as I'm concerned, when I was president, I didn't use it. I wouldn't. I'd speak for myself on something, but not for the board. And the reason why is, well, to my understanding, once the president decides to speak for the board is no longer responsible. Strictly, the president is responsible for what is said. So if you wind up for some reason, defamation or whatever, you get sued, it's not the board, it is the president.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Trustee. Do you have a section that you're looking at? Because I think there may be a misunderstanding in that section. I believe the section says that the president would speak on behalf of the board if directed to do so by the board. So that would be a situation where the board has been, maybe somebody in the newspaper or something like that has made a comment about a board action, and you as a board would then direct the president, you would vote to direct the president to respond on behalf of the board. That's what that language is supposed to mean. So if it's unclear, then we need to tweak that language to make sure that's clear. Okay, great.
I had a question on, it's on page 16, under board meeting protocol on E.
Okay.
I just have an issue that we couldn't bring something that had been on the agenda into consideration that had passed within the last year. But what if it is something that possibly, new trustees or whatever who have been elected don't like something that's been done in the last year? And according to this, unless we have the approval of of somebody in the majority, we can't change it.
Yep, it's a great
Yeah.
point.
I think that I don't want that there.
Great. I don't have any, again, this is not something that I would, it has an effect on the governance model. It's just a preference. So if you wanted to delete that, change it, that's perfectly fine.
Key, especially because it's only been able to, in this verbiage, by the prevailing side. So the desire to do so is probably not there.
Yep. Great.
Well, and, it says a quorum of the trustees must vote to add the item. Like, we don't vote to add things but you want to add something, you just, notify the superintendent or myself and.
Yeah, I think our current policy is if two trustees recommend something, is that correct? It then becomes a future agenda item?
Correct. If two or more trustees want it on the agenda, then it needs to be considered by the officers to be placed on the agenda.
I'm referring to a specific section here, President, or,
So basically, I think we should just.
oh, yeah, I just have E deleted. Yeah.
Just a quick question on the items that we are acknowledging that the board policy may be different than what we're anticipating or has been passed. Are we making notes of which those are so we could bring them up in a future agenda item in order to make these correspond a little better? Thank
Yeah,
you.
well,
Taking
Just
notes.
double checking.
And
But then also coupled with that, for the sake of redundancy, would it be at the best interest to state, excuse me, that all board policies supersede this? I know it's implied, but for the sake
yeah.
of.
Yeah.
safety.
And one other thing that's kind of connected to that is that what I would recommend, and again, I'm being careful that we're not going into something that's not agendized for today. I always recommend that either before or after you land your handbook, that you look back, consider revisions that could be of policy, that changes that might be impacted if you like these procedures. And secondarily, that you add a policy, a general policy that says that the board is committing that the board will follow the handbook that was approved by the board, and that any changes made to the handbook have to be made by a majority vote of the quorum of the board. Just putting that as a policy so you don't, otherwise the president or anybody else the superintendent could just come in and change any of these procedures with no notice of the board, and you probably don't want that.
So that probably needs to be added to the beginning of the handbook.
Yeah. Yeah.
A policy stating, a future policy stating.
Right. In addition to the great notes that the superintendent's taking, as I mentioned before, I have similarly made any changes to policy that might be impacted by this handbook language that I'm happy to share.
Well, and doing this, so I'm assuming that if need be, go back and listen again.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else on this?
Duties and responsibilities? Anything else anybody wanted to add or review? Okay. All right.
Okay, now the committees, big section, and I know there, from the last time when I was here with you in July, I knew we already had some questions that were around this topic, so I sort of anticipated this having some questions. So we'll start page 17 and 18 and just take a look. The first one that I'll point out, if I can, is in your policy, which is number 903, policy 903, is entitled Citizen Advisory Committee. So this might resolve a lot of confusion by me just making the statement that in the handbook where it talks about the trustee advisory committee, in another place it talks about a board community advisory committee, it calls it. That is, just so you know, referring to a citizens advisory committee. That was what you are calling it. Other boards don't call it that. They call it a trustee advisory committee or a board advisory committee. And so throughout this handbook, wherever you see the term trustee advisory committee or board community advisory committee, it's referring to a citizen advisory committee that you have already in your policy. And that's policy 903, which is entitled Citizen Advisory Committee. Yep. And that's what this is alluding to when it's talking about the advisory committee.
The problem is do we have a citizens advisory committee?
You
We
might not.
currently do not. We do not have this committee on the trustee committee list as well.
There used to be a Lake Tahoe advisory committee, but that was done back in 2018, 2019, and then I think it went away in 22.
It does say as the need arises.
It's an ad hoc committee. Yeah.
Ad hoc, you can-
Just and then right under committees, we've been electing people to the committee. The president hasn't been appointing people. To the
Right.
committee.
I had that as a question.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll want to change that. So tell me the space that you're seeing that, trustee. Got it. It's the board. You guys are electing the committee members?
Yes. So
Yeah.
at our January meeting, after a new president, vice president, and third officer is elected, then we go through our list, and I'm happy to give this to you so that you have it.
Great.
It is a list of all of our committees.
Great. Fantastic.
So I can give that to you so that you have it. And then we say, oh, I want to serve on that committee. And we just kind of,
So in regards to that, also under the board president's responsibility, number 10, she doesn't appoint people. To
Right. So we need to change that.
So
Yeah.
Write that out.
Great.
Yeah. That's just how we've always done it.
It's great.
We get
It's
to-
good. Good process.
So.
It makes it so people are invested if it's like something that they're excited to do. And then we usually have a second
Yeah.
can attend.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great process. I've always found it interesting that some boards, they have the president appoint. And I think maybe the reason for that is if you look at some of these larger districts that I'm working with, they'll have a list of 40 different committees. And so I think the board as a group doesn't want to sit through and elect 40 different positions.
The health advisory, I'll add that to.
Yeah, so that's probably why they just say, "Oh, you just do it, President. We don't want to do it." But I think this is a good process. Yeah.
You could say the president can appoint if there's only one wanting the position.
Could say that too.
Well, I have you on back
Thank you, Renee.
on
You're awesome.
duties and
Thank you.
responsibilities of the president. Number 2 It says when called upon represents the board to outside parties. Then down to number 13 has more application to it, represents the board to outside parties in announcing board stated positions and in stating decisions and interpretations within the area delegated to her or him. The president may delegate this authority, but remain accountable for its use. I don't think we need number 2 if we got number 13.
Okay. And do you, trustee Burns, are you suggesting on for 13 to clarify that that's upon approval of the board?
Yeah.
We should add that.
What does
To
our,
protect the president.
Yeah.
what does our policy say on that?
Doesn't say it, you
It doesn't
don't
say-
address that.
okay. I just didn't want to contradict.
Yeah, that's just because and good point here, president may delegate this authority, but remain accountable for its use. That right there tells me, just get the board to approve
Right.
on anything and they're off the hook.
Yeah, I agree.
But 2 is just, 13 is.
It's redundant. Yeah, I agree. So I have that just to delete 2 and make those changes to number 13. Thank you. All right. Anything else on page? We're on page 18.
This is actually from 17, but
19.
this.
Okay, and
it's-
17.
This language is used as an ex officio liaison.
Yes.
So what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, that is described in excruciating detail on page 20. It's we're in liaison service on citizen advisory committee. And that goes through on page 20 and 21 and describes what a liaison role is. To answer your question, though, the concept here is that when a trustee is placed on an advisory committee, and this also goes for any staff member that might be placed to serve on an advisory committee of this type, that both of them would act as ex officio liaisons. And what that means is that they're there for the purpose of providing information from the district side. They are not there to run that meeting, chair that meeting, or overly influence that meeting. And that's in that description on page 20 and 21. I go into quite a bit of detail to explain the reasons why they're a liaison and not a voting member of the committee, is that the intention of the committee is that we hear from the community on what they want to communicate to the board. And the minute that you put a representative from the board in charge of that committee, it has a chilling effect. They can manipulate that committee. They can decide who's going to be on the committee or not. They can choose to share or not share what the committee has. And my recommendation is that in this, so that the trustee or staff members simply are there for information purposes, to assist, if you will, but that the committee have its own president, which in this case would be a community member, and that in fact, my recommendation is when that committee presents to the board on their suggestions, their recommendations, that it be a presentation by that president. That, in other words, that it not be the board member that presents what the committee wants, that it be the citizen who's the president or chair of that committee that presents. So that's the concept that I'm trying to accomplish with it. Now, if the language isn't making that clear, then let's tweak it.
Well, I'm just not sure all of our committees are working like that. So we
They
need
may
to
not
look
be.
at- we need to look at our committees if we adopt this, because I don't think they are.
Okay.
Well, that and I do believe like one of the committees I'm on, I am a voting member by just de facto member of the committee.
Right.
You are a voting member. Are you suggesting we should not be voting members on other committees?
That's what I recommend. Yes.
Okay, because the one committee I'm on, I am part of the quorum, and if I'm not there and they are short a quorum, there is no meeting. So we might have to manipulate this a little bit or change it to a degree.
But like I said, I think we're gonna have to look through all these committees
Right, yeah.
And-
our
Yes.
list.
and because this is different than how things are running.
Yeah.
Or in,
And I know Trustee Burns, if I can, before I forget, there is a list which again would have to be revised to fit Douglas County. On the very last page, if you turn real quickly to page 119, that's the very last page of the handbook. This is an example, and there are some instances where the trustee that's appointed to a committee is a voting member of that committee. And this is where you distinguish that. So there are certain state committees, and there's an NIAA committee, and you would be a voting member. There's committees for the National Associate, or the Nevada Association of School Boards, where you would be a voting member. So what I'm talking about, and that's distinguished here. So what I'm talking about with the liaison would be a Douglas County Advisory Committee or a Douglas County, say, Finance Committee, or a Douglas County that the board sets, if you have a committee, such a committee, or an audit committee, that type of thing. And the reason is to prevent a conflict of interest, because the problem with putting a board rep on one of those committees and having them be a voting committee or chair the committee, that committee is coming back with a recommendation for the full board to either approve or not approve. And you instantly have a conflict of interest. In my opinion, that representative would need to divest themselves from any discussion or vote when the committee came to you, lest they have too much authority. And this gets back to the idea of balance, that the board has to make these decisions objectively and fairly as a full group and not be overly influenced by a single board member. And this is a real thing. I've actually had to come in to, not the case probably for you folks, but I've had to come in with it to boards where they say, we have a board member who knew that they did not have the votes to get a particular program pushed forward, and they got themselves appointed to the curriculum committee. And because they have authority, as soon as they walk in the room, all the teachers and everything, they're going to do whatever that board member says, because they're afraid of that board member's power. And all of a sudden, this program that one trustee wanted becomes the recommendation from that committee to the board. And then when I watch the boards in action, all the eyes turn to that person, that board rep, and say, yeah, is this what you thought? Trustees Inc. And yep, all of a sudden the program is now adopted. And that works until it doesn't work. And then when things go south, then it's, wait a minute, what just happened here? And so to protect against that, and again, a lot of these policies and procedures, I say this frequently, is that the time to adopt these is when everything is working. It's when things start not working that you want to be able to fall back on these. You can't create these once it stops working, because then it becomes personal. So that's one of those examples of the concept is that if it's an advisory committee or a Douglas appointed committee, that I recommend that the trustee be there, be a liaison, but not be a voting member and not be an officer of that committee. That's
I think in the future, we might need to go over all of the committees and. do
Well, I was gonna say, because I looking at this list and the list that I gave you, very similar. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Alvarado, but a committee has to be, when we have a committee, has to be agendized and public and, right? So I know that there are positions that we sit on at the county level where, you know, I attend the meeting, but I am not a voting member. So it wouldn't be a committee, correct?
Can you give a specific example? And then we have legal counsel that can.
The
also
county
talk.
commissioners meeting.
Yeah.
right?
So that.
I go, I listen. If there is a question that they have concerning the school district, then I can answer that. But that doesn't typically happen.
So in
That's
that
the
type of
conversation.
meeting, you're a representative of the board.
Okay,
And you are to bring information back to the board.
right.
After those meetings.
So does our, because I gave my list to Dr. Ellsbury, but does our list state that difference?
No.
Okay, so maybe we need to revise that moving forward. So that in January, when we, you know, decide on what committees and boards we're gonna sit on, that's noted, that it's not a committee, it is a liaison or a representative.
And just to note, a follow-up, if you turned quickly, because this is another question that I anticipated coming up. If you turn to page 19 and 20 of the handbook, there's something at the bottom of page 19 called the community committee, and it goes on to describe community committee service and community committee service coordination. This is what you're talking about, President Waxaff. If people say, what are you talking about? What is this? This is talking about the type of committee that you're just referring to. That is, I'm on the Kiwanis Club, I'm on the Lions Club, I'm on this other, and my recommendations in here say, first, be intentional about that. Exactly what you just said. Make sure that your board members know what their role is on that they have information about the district, that they're ready to answer questions about the district that might come up. I recommend in here that you're even more strategic in that if you have an ask, that the superintendent let the board member know about that. That's part of that. And I've got stories that where trustees have been on commission boards, like public utilities commission boards, and had and accidentally said to the board, boy, our utilities are sky high. And the public commission board said, oh, didn't you know that, you know, schools and other, you know, nonprofit organizations can get a grant? And that this happened in Kentucky when I was working with the district there, and it saved them almost $1 million. You know, nobody knew. So because board members weren't even thinking that way, they were thinking about, I'm there to hear what they have to say, like input from the community, like a parent of a kid in a school. They never thought that this organization could actually help us save money or do our job better if I knew what to ask them. And so, and then the last thing is that you'll notice in this language, I say that be, you know, put it on, being very intentional, because there's only so many members on a board, and you could have 50 different community committees. And so rather than at most boards, it's a very accidental thing. It's like, well, I am a member of these 3 committees. In some cases, I'll have a board where 3 of the board members are on the same community committee, you know. They're all part of the JC's club or whatever, but nobody is over here serving on this other organization's committee that is a very important entity in your community. And that broadcasts, not unintended, you broadcast the message that we don't care about you guys, and we really, really care about these guys over here, because the 3 of us are over here and nobody's over there, and the like. So this section of the policy is suggesting that you actually talk about this, organize it, take recommendations from the superintendent on which community groups and events would be really good for you guys to make it to that group, and then have some talking points and knowledge on your role.
You have to have a mindset. If I'm on budgeting and everything. And we approve, you know, the new justice system building that's going up, things like that. Doesn't have anything to do with the school system. So when you're on committees and they have, no effect back to the school system, then those are ones you can totally participate in and have not a problem. If they have anything connected to the school, then you are in a state of conflict of interest. Even if you're on a committee and it comes back and it is a conflict of interest, at that point, you're supposed to reveal that and you're supposed to abstain.
Yep.
And that is how probably it should be worded in order for us to separate those committees. Now, I got one that would tie in with that here on the bottom of page 17. It says at the very bottom, last sentence there, it says, meetings of an advisory committee shall follow open meeting laws and be open to the public. So if we have, and my statement here is explained, because if we have a parent committee, and even if no one is on it as far as the board goes, but it does have a connection to the school, that means if there's a president to that committee, they're gonna have to post open for, they would fall under the open meeting law violation, am I correct? If they do not post it and put it out to the public.
This is referring, it's a great point. This is referring to any committees that was set by the board. But I'd have to defer to your counsel and the superintendent in terms of if there's a committee that's just like the Parent Teacher Association or something that's not a board advisory committee appointed by the board, do they need to meet OPM or?
Check that specifically, whether that's a public body. I think if it's a board created committee, then it most likely would be subject to the OML. If it's a parent teacher, I would need to, it could be a close call, but I would need to review that further.
That's been my understanding, that if it's a board appointed, and that's what this is referring to, just the board appointed advisory committee. Be specific about that.
Well, and then in regards to our, excuse me, our other communities, committees, it's ultimately up to them whether you're a voting member or not by their own bylaws, correct?
Right.
So
Yeah.
then when do you justify or verify when something would in fact be a conflict of interest? Specifically, if on that committee you are representing yourself or the board, because that also is in the determining committee's decision.
Yeah. It's a great question. It's a great point that Trustee Burns is bringing up. We could certainly add something in here, like a sentence that suggests that the board member needs to be cognizant of and aware of that, and not, if it's required that you be a voting official on a committee that has a potential conflict of interest with the district, I would think you would have to say, I can't serve.
Or abstain in the.
Or abstain in the
each
vote.
Individual thing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, at least on that one issue.
Mhm.
Actually, we would have a board member, sometimes things come up in negotiation. We had this, with Mr. Carey, and his wife worked for the district, and he would say, I have to not participate because my wife works here, so he didn't get involved. That's kind of the same way we would have to handle things.
Yeah.
In those committees.
Well, to try not to beat a dead horse here, but out of curiosity and the idea of doing what's right on a particular item at, say, the Parks and Rec department, which I am a voting member on, would it be in the school district's best interest to agendize anything prior to their decision-making for the position of the board? And then represent such as the position of the board, and then it's not a conflict of interest, it's representing everyone that we have decided.
Yes, and that's why I have this section in here in language that talks about having your board position and any talking points that a board member would take to certain community committees that they're part of, for that reason. both for potential asks, but also for potential conflicts that could arise.
Right, okay, so then how would one agendize that as being a sole member of a community body, when you need two people to put forth an item to be on the agenda? So I'll give you the specifics if we can. I don't want to break any rules right now. There are things on the next board meeting of the Parks and Rec that would materially affect the school district. One of them being, there's 5 items that we're to put forth in order to see where the fiscal budget should go for the community center next year regarding items throughout the county. One of those would materially affect the school district in a potentially positive way, although that's just me speaking. How would I bring that up to be voted on prior to, so that as a representative of the board, I can put forth our best effort, not just my best effort? Or is it easier to just abstain?
I don't know that we don't know that we always need 2 members to bring an item on the agenda. That might be best practice, but it could be
So
authorization item on the agenda.
it
but
could
it's-
be, hey, Superintendent Alvarado, I really need
Yeah.
this decided by the board.
My opinion is if it's a committee, right, then that, and you know that's coming up, then that needs to be on our agenda. That's not something that 2 members of the board, we've already authorized you.
Right. So that
on
was
our
my
list
curiosity,
to
because this would
make that.
certainly, we would
Yeah.
want this, and this particular thing, I will reach out to Brooke 80, the director of the Community Center Services Department, but we would need it on the next item, or I would just have to abstain, I think.
Well, if it
or-
needs to be on the agenda, we have until Monday morning at 8
Correct.
o'clock.
Exactly.
So-
So I will reach out to Brooke 80
Yeah.
regarding it. Sorry to take us off topic, but.
No, this is exactly
Yeah.
why the handbook has details about this for that very reason, because oftentimes that it's not addressed at all, and board members are just left to kind of do whatever they think. By the way, per that note you just made, the procedures in this handbook, while it does include that if 2 board members, bringing in that matches with your policy, it doesn't, the procedure doesn't require that. It indicates in this handbook that a single trustee can make a request for an agenda item to be added to the president in advance, and that would be considered and might go on. It doesn't have to be 2.
I
Yeah.
think the suggestion is 2, so that you don't have 400.
Yeah.
items.
Yeah. But is that right, President? It doesn't have to be 2, or is that?
My understanding, I believe that in our policy, in our bylaws, it does state that if 2 or more submit in writing, then we're.
You have
then
to
we
put it
have to
on.
the
That's,
agenda, whereas.
Yeah.
If somebody brings something up, then.
that was my understanding as well.
It used to be when we had board meetings and at the end, we would be open, what would you like to see on next agenda? It took a board member to say, I would like to add this, and then they had to have a second verbal, and then it was put on the agenda. If they didn't have a second, it didn't go on. So this, now it's just a different setting. It's a written.
Okay.
setting.
I got you. And we'll want to circle back when we get to the section in the handbook today about the setting of the agenda to make sure that language is matching what you're doing.
On page 21, under general committee conditions, number 6, it says that trustees shall be reimbursed for reasonable expenses. Yeah, that's not happening. We're not doing it, and
Okay.
we don't have any money to do that, so.
I can just remove that then.
No,
you
so
want it.
that is like for travel, right?
Yeah, that's
We
for
go
travel.
To conferences, NASB conference, or trips that we take for our duties
But do you
within
want to
our.
clarify that it would be for, or it just charge your gas to go to the, wherever you're headed? It doesn't say.
I believe there is I don't know if it's a bylaw, but I remember seeing something that talked about reimbursing trustees for going to meetings that are outside of like a 9-mile radius or something like that. I
Yeah,
remember
that's
seeing
not
it.
happening.
No, it's not, but I remember seeing it somewhere.
So the trustees are compelled to follow the same reimbursement process as all employees.
Right.
You know, so we have forms within the business office that you can request.
Right.
Fill those out and then submit them.
Yes. So like I just took a trip last week, had to go down to Vegas for a subcommittee that I'm on. I purchased my flight and hotel, paid for it there. My Uber. I submit those to Renee and then I get reimbursed for that because.
And I can understand that.
Right, that's.
I'm hoping this isn't for like just any.
No, and that's why I think it says reasonable expenses, right?
Yeah.
Now, I always told we have a trustee that represents clear down Tahoe, down to TRE and south. And that's quite a drive. And I always felt that they should have a right to file for mileage on that,
Right.
although I know Catherine never did.
Yeah.
So, but I think that the trustee should have a right to do that. Now, the rest of us are all pretty close, so.
Yeah, and that's the intention for this language. And it also, in addition to reasonable, it also mentions as determined by the superintendent. And you just heard the superintendent say that's the same process as anyone else. And then you also note, so the words matter, it also talks about for required committees. That's another important word. So it's not like, well, I decided to join a committee that's 100 miles away and you got to pay for my travel. No, this is for you are required to go. You have to go and you have to go to wherever for the NASB thing. And so you can get reimbursed for that. Yeah.
Yeah, just so you know, for compensation for the trustees, it's in bylaw 40, section 7.
Great. Thank you.
I will read it. A trustee shall receive compensation for his or her services in accordance with the law, NRS 386.320,
Mhm.
and travel expenses and necessary living expenses for each trustee living more than 5 miles from the place where board meetings are held shall be allowed at the rate authorized by law for state officers, which is NRS 386.290, and expenses of a board of trustee incurred in the performance of special duties prescribed by the board shall be reimbursed upon the approval of the board. With 2 more NRSs, 386.345 and 387.319.
Okay. All right. Are we good?
No,
Got something else?
This is just, I think I know what it means, but I
Mhm.
just want some.
Sure.
clarity on it. On page 18, and it talks about general committee principles. And number 3, about in the middle of the page, cannot exercise authority over staff. As the superintendent works with a full board, he or she shall not be required to obtain approval of a board committee before taking executive action. Can you just quickly clarify that?
Yes. Yeah. Um, so this has to do with, and I agree with you. It's confusing to me as well I'm reading it. I think it's having to do with the superintendent not being directed by a committee that the board appoints. He doesn't have to go and get the committee's approval to do his job. And a committee can't demand you, but I think I should change that language to make it more clear.
Down number 5. Go ahead, I'll let you write that.
Mhm.
This-
Thank you.
will belong with probably back and I'll find the other one, but in 5, the board shall approve the committee's objectives, determine the timeline, allocate an appropriate budget. All committee meetings shall comply with open meeting law requirements. So I'm taking that needs to be clarified. And I think legal counsel shaking his head, yes, he'd take care of that.
Yep. So we'll clarify that's board appointed committees, yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
On the top of page 19, when it has district committees, it specifically says these internal district committees should not include Douglas County School District Board of Trustees. What committees would these be, and is that happening? That we don't have anybody that shouldn't be somewhere?
Yeah, and I'll defer that, because I didn't know what that meant myself.
It's on the top of 19 under district committees. It says district committees are formed by the superintendent for the purpose of operations and management of the district. As such, these internal district committees should not include Douglas County School Board District Trustees. Are there any committees that would fall under that currently have trustees that are there that shouldn't be?
I have not formed any committees
So
as
they're-
superintendent, so
Okay,
currently,
There are
we don't
currently
have
none of
any.
those.
I don't think so, but if there's any, but that would be, for example, where the parents got together and created a advisory board. That we would not want a board member on.
So District Parent Advisory Committee has been I don't know how long that's been in the district, but it's been for a few years now. And so you're right, Dave, board member would not serve on
Yeah,
that
that would
committee,
be
yeah.
an example.
Yeah.
But we may need to look at prior committees developed by the superintendent that are still in existence and just reevaluate.
Yeah, we'll look at all the committees. We'll get a legal guidance memo from Mr. Catola on committees and then look at our committee list before January. Yeah.
That would be great. So have that list. So as you establish those items, I'd love to, if you want, I'd love to have that and I can insert that into the handbook revision that I do as well. Yeah. And just for the public who's might be listening on to this, those terms come from your policy 050 or your bylaw 050. That's where the term district committee, standing committee, temporary committee, and expulsion committee, that's why they're in here, because I pulled them from your policies, your current policies.
But at the same trustee is not acting exclusive board representative stakeholder. Is that pertaining to a lot of times two board members that there's an alternative and sometimes there's even two. Is that what that's for?
It's not, but thank you for asking. Let me tell you why it's in there, and then you can decide where you want to go with it. That particular recommendation is that there are times, and this typically is not an issue, but it potentially becomes an issue when you have, well, let me just be fully transparent. When I've dealt with this with other boards, it's had to do with things that are politically, culturally, or racially charged. And so a very explicit example is that the sole Latino board member, trustee, is the one and only one who ever attends or is participating in the Latino group in town. The lone African-American board member is the only one that ever darkens the door of the NAACP meetings. And my recommendation, and what they've found that happens, is that those organizations presume that it's tokenism, and it's just that board member is going the committee doesn't appreciate it. It sends an unintended message that the rest of us don't care about your issues. Only the person that looks like you cares about your issues. And so this is a suggestion that if you have a situation like that, that it's a good practice to rotate and say, okay, this year you're going to go to that meeting or that event instead of me going to it, and it can send a really strong message that the whole board is interested in their issues, not just a single board member.
A way to put in to diversify.
Sure, sure.
One
Sure.
word, I think will make a statement.
I think so, and understanding that diversify is a broader term. It's not just a racial diversity. I mean, I would even suggest to you that that could happen outside of racial issues. Usually doesn't become a big explosive issue that hits the newspaper, but you can even have this happen if you like have a board member who say is really interested in athletics, and they are always the representative on the NIAA committee. Well, that can get to the place where it sends, again, the same kind of bad message that the rest of the board doesn't care about athletics, and that one board member is the only one who speaks for that issue and is the only one who's knowledgeable about that issue. And it's healthier for you to divide that duty up or rotate it so that more than one board member has the opportunity to, interact with those members of those community interests. So, yeah. And the word diversify would cover that as well, not just a racial diversity. Anything else on this section? Okay. And we covered all that already. So now we're to page, I believe, 22, which is the whole topic of board reporting. And I've mentioned a little bit already about this when we talked about the calendarizing the reports and what's going to come. So this is what this is all about. Balanced governance, one of the things, and when you think about the introduction that I made, that the most effective boards focus in on monitoring strategic goals, and specifically those that are more directly connected to student learning, is the purpose for this whole section. And that is that that you're very intentional about what reports are coming to the board, and also and that is that they're focused on your strategic goals and focused on student performance type goals. But also then it lays out the content of the reports at the appropriate level. Obviously, there's specificity that you're not going to write in a handbook, but there are some general guidelines that we find to be most effective. This helps, we found helps everyone. It helps not only the board, it also helps the superintendent and the staff. And what sometimes we see is that the board will say, we want to see a report on whatever, fill in the blank. And so then the staff member is told, write a report. And then they bring the report. And then unfortunately, at times, as I'm watching board meetings, the report will be brought, and then board members will start saying, well, why didn't you have this in the report? Why didn't you have that in the report? Well, why isn't we just had a transportation report last month, and it was much better, and it did this and it did that, and it had this and that information in it. Well, you should have that in yours. And it creates unfortunately, a real negative feeling for, in this case, the staff member. It's also, they feel attacked, they feel unappreciated. board members are stuck because what do? You know, you honestly want to know why isn't that information in there, and yet you had no procedure to follow up other than the open public board meeting. And so it's, you either say nothing and then nothing gets changed, or you say something and potentially embarrass a staff member. Understanding, again, it wasn't their fault because they didn't know what they should or shouldn't put. And then other times you'll just be snowed with data because someone will say, well, give the board a report on the student performance, and they'll just hand you the report that they prepared for the state, which is 50 pages long, and half the questions aren't even relevant to what you want to know. I mean, your questions have to do with what do community members and parents want to know about the achievement. That can frequently be different from what the state wants to know. And ironically, I can hand you a 50-page state report and it might not tell you some things that you really want to know that state doesn't care about. So that's the purpose of this whole section is to prevent all of the above that I just talked about, and giving real clear guidance on the structure, content, the process of developing and then presenting reports to the board.
Goal progress and monitoring and reporting. That is specific from administration to the board.
Yeah, it's any report or information that comes to you to the board from the superintendent and their staff is what it's referring to.
In the midst of this, like starting out, they would think their board report going public, whatever they would have report.
It may be a title change instead of
Yeah.
board reports, be administrative reports
Great.
To the board.
To the board.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. We have board reports.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good point. No.
This isn't our board reports. It's the administrative, the district office, you know, those subcommittees, it's their reports.
That's correct. Great.
I remember thinking, I didn't know we were giving board reports.
Great. I'll change that. I'll change the title as well, I think. But all throughout, I'll make the change throughout as well.
I just say one thing, we've got a superintendent that definitely gives us reports.
Great.
And we do not lack those. And we appreciate that. Really do.
And so one of the things that in this section as you're looking, and so this to the superintendent, you know, pay a special attention to page 23, the bottom on board report vetting procedure. There's nothing, you know, magical about those steps. If that doesn't match with what you're currently doing, we'd want to make the modification to the handbook to match what is working for you right now.
The only thing that really jumps out to me is the 8 business days.
Yep, I have that listed because that's always a big question.
Days do we have to post before 3?
So we try to post the Friday before Thursday meeting.
Right. By law, we're required to post
By Monday,
days.
72 hours, yes.
7. So,
Yeah.
so maybe adding that as a,
So the 8 days is correct. So we ask all of our cabinet members that are providing information or reports to the board, we ask that they provide that to Renee by Wednesday before the
Right, but
following Thursday meeting.
what it says is trustees receive the report at least 8 business days prior to the board meeting.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't
And we
happen.
don't.
You receive it
Right.
at posting time.
Right.
Yeah.
We can't receive it ahead of time. We have to receive it at the same time
Right.
that
Correct.
the public receives it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that just needs to be reworded.
Which that would mean step 4 would need reworded as.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So because by law, and this is an unfortunate reality of Nevada law, that because I'd actually recommend doing more days, because then you have no time to look at it, ask any clarifying questions outside of the meeting. So that's unfortunate, but
Done it is we receive it when it is posted. And then we are required to, review it. And then if we have specific questions, we're to notify the superintendent. And then he can gather those questions or pass them on so that we can ask those questions in public. And then that person presenting has the opportunity to then answer those
Yep.
questions for the public.
and that's exactly the intent of this. So you can do it
And
exactly
so
what
that
you
the
described.
presenter is prepared.
Absolutely, and exactly why the language is here. So as far as days for those questions, that's the 5-day that you see in step 4.
Right.
What would it be within,
So, I mean,
like, how long before the meeting do?
before, and by law, we're required to post 3 days. We choose to post the Friday, preferably the Friday before the meeting on Thursday.
So you're posting this more than 3 days in advance, then you can put that in your handbook, even though the state says you have to do it within 3 days.
We
You
just
can
want the-
decide.
Yeah, we want the flexibility to,
Right, so that if on Friday we post something and recognize that, oh, there's something that needs to be changed, we have until Monday morning to
Right.
change that.
So we just need to modify, we leave the 8 days, but the step 3 just needs to not say when it's posted to the public. That's the part that's inaccurate. Is that what I'm hearing?
yeah, so step 3 would read, trustees receive the report at public posting time prior to the board meeting when the report is posted to the public.
Why
Oh.
can't we receive it early?
Yeah, that's,
We're individuals and,
Yeah.
and if we had it, that would allow us more time. It's going to be posted anyway and then.
Because by law, we are not allowed to receive anything that is not available to the public.
I believe that relates to things you're making decisions on, not necessarily information, but I will defer to our legal counsel who knows OML.
I don't know off the top of my head, but that's something I could certainly look into. So it would be whether the board can receive informational reports more than 3 days before, prior to
Prior
public
to
posting.
posting.
Yeah,
Not-
that's-
Not action items.
Right.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I'll
I
review
think
that.
we receive information all the time that ends up eventually on an agenda, whether it's months in advance. I mean, that's part of our decision-making process. I have lots of information from Superintendent Alvarado.
We do get information. Yeah, I see
guess
what
it's
you're
something we
saying.
definitely need to look into, because
Yeah.
even last night I referenced 10 years out. We've seen that. That's part of our decision-making process. We need to see that.
Right.
It wasn't
Yeah.
specific to the agenda and that information, but even having that information early that's kind of our job. I would want
Right.
to have it so that we're informed when we go. Like,
Yeah.
I just don't see
So-
the problem of having it early, and maybe he could defer to
And
Elko
probably,
and Washoe County having done something similar, that they're in Nevada. I would imagine they're following the.
yeah, and the
Based
key, and the answer to that is, and that's where I want to make sure that I'm not overstepping what's possible for the superintendent Douglas here. They have this language, 8 days, but that's because they post all of their materials to both the board and the public 8 days in advance.
okay.
They don't wait till the 3-day restriction. There's nothing by law that says you can't post it to both the board and the public earlier. And that
Just go late.
they've made a deal with their superintendent to do that for the reasons we're talking, that the board wanted more time to read it, be able to get to the superintendent with any changes, suggestions, clarifications, not
So
such a
if
tight
the board can
timeline.
Advise
but-
us on that, then appropriately, perfect.
Okay.
And that's what our intent was with posting on a Friday.
Friday,
Give the
right.
board the whole weekend to look and contact me on a Monday. But I
Right.
also contact the board if I don't hear from you and ask you if you have any questions.
Right.
is that even is the 8 days even a possibility? I mean, that's,
I mean,
It is, we would just have to change when we have our meeting, our agenda meeting review.
yes.
We would just have to do that.
Mhm.
So we would just move that up and.
Well, then we
just
kind of
shift.
answered it. I wouldn't want to materially change that. I think we could just
Think there's
make it
any
reflect.
Changing it, you know,
It would be up to those on that agenda
Right.
committee, like between the two of you and Mr. Alvarado. If it's working currently, I would suggest then let's change the verbiage to match what's working very well. And
Yeah.
we can still have days. It would be on us to do the research in an appropriate amount of time.
I think it's working great right now.
Yeah, same.
Right.
So,
and I'm open. I just want to make sure I'm clear so that I can put the right revision down.
Yeah.
you can forget everything I just said.
I'm
Change it
comfortable.
back to-
I am comfortable either direction because all we're doing is moving the posting to Wednesday from a Friday. And then we would change our agenda planning meeting to the week prior.
right.
We would have to work with our cabinet team who does prepare reports and change our process documentation.
And
that we
that,
provided them to
I
to move
think
up the
that would
timeline.
be a good idea. Like
Oh.
just having those reports ahead, because I feel like sometimes we're waiting on reports. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I don't like that waiting. Those should be
Yeah,
done beforehand.
before Frankie, it was 3 days, and I mean, right down almost to the minute.
Mm.
Before we got the report, so for it to be this way now, wow, we got a lot of time.
Well, and it's still up to us to only focus on ourselves and evaluating them and not have a quorum outside.
Yeah.
Right.
So it really, this again will be up to Keith, but
Legal.
getting it early, I don't see as an
So-
issue, because of that.
Oh, yeah, if you would
fact.
just, Keith, if you would look that up and then just let, Frankie know that decision. Okay, thank you very much.
I do have questions regarding step 5. So this is referring to a board liaison.
Yeah.
We do not have a board liaison in
Yeah.
this.
Thank you for that. And you're going to see this. I didn't know if you did or if, and what they were called. There, sometimes superintendents have specifically a board liaison, chief of staff. Sometimes a smaller district, the superintendent wants to use their executive secretary as sort of the communication conduit. And then sometimes the preference is just take it straight to me, to the superintendent. And that was a question I had. And that pops up all over the place in this whole section. And so I had in my notes to ask you. So it's just straight to you, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
straight-
Everything.
yes.
So I'll make just FYI. So all the rest of this where you see board liaison will be deleted and it'll go straight to the soup. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Step 7 on page 24.
Yeah.
Would this be something that was done like in the agenda planning meeting? Or-
Yes.
Well, but we wouldn't have the report yet. So when would the board president and vice president remove a report if it's didn't comply?
Again, in this process, because there's extra days, that gives you the latitude to be able for them to look at the report. And then as part of the process of the preparation of them advising that whether the report is ready or not ready. But this can happen before. That's why there's 8 days in this process.
Standing is once we post, we can pull agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. Cause we've done that before where something wasn't ready or we didn't have enough information, so we pull the agenda item.
I've never been involved with pulling the agenda item.
That more comes with, Frankie saying, hey, we didn't receive this report, or we didn't get this information from whatever entity we were waiting on it. And so if we don't have it, we just pull the agenda item.
And there's language later on that talks about the board at the board meeting of pulling the item. That's in here. But the step 7 was another opportunity in case before it ever gets onto the agenda if a report isn't ready. And again, I had actually had this, if you were looking at mine, I circled it because I was going to ask you guys, is this something you do? Is it a process?
Thing that we have done, but if we start requiring our reports 8 days ahead of time, then we will have the opportunity to review them, decide whether or not they comply with the information that we've requested, and then can say, try again, please.
And I can say that we do not have report templates developed at this point. We
Right.
typically attach the state report like you provided an example for, which does not provide a lot of context for our trustees or our public.
Yeah, it's very cumbersome and hard to
Yeah.
interpret.
And those, the content of those reports are described and included in the handbook here. So that provides the information or the general information behind what most boards would like to see in a report and what we found to be the most effective. The actual template itself has always been left to the superintendent to actually develop. So I don't create a form per se. It's just these are the kind of the guidelines that typically board members want to see.
That's what my impression was.
that's right.
They're good guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. I think this is gonna be legal counsel. We got 7 board members, the president and the vice president, along with the superintendent and the clerk, creates the agenda. So they already know per se what's on it. If you have this set up to where it's still the president and the vice president, can they get the agenda, say, 10 days in advance, a couple days ahead of the rest of us and the public, so they can review it and show corrections?
For the officers?
2 officers.
Yes, they do.
Well,
They
then,
receive that. Yes.
then when you complete that, they get it ahead of us.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't get the reports and the attachments.
No,
We
you,
just have the agenda.
you get the agenda for
Right.
review just to make sure that is,
Right.
you're happy with it.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, it goes to legal to make sure that it complies
s-
with law. And then gets posted with attachments. And sometimes those attachments don't get posted at the same time.
No,
Sometimes those.
sometimes they
attachments are
come
late.
after.
But we as a board do not receive them any sooner than the public.
So at step 7, the purpose of that is,
Well, again, this is one of those steps that if you have a great superintendent with who's really monitoring these reports, it's an irrelevant step. But frequently, boards have dealt with situations where they are consistently getting reports that really differ from each other in terms of quality. The information varies all over the place. The superintendent's not doing a very good job of vetting these reports before they go or explaining to their staff before they go. And so this is just a stopgap. So again, to avoid in an open public meeting, embarrassing a staff member or having a board, barrage them with 50 questions because it's not in the report and then eventually rejecting the report because it's not adequate. This avoids all of that potential embarrassment by the officers being able to say, this isn't ready. We're
I
not
think-
taking it.
I think that's a good point, that, we should have the ability to pull it.
And I would say after if the public, us have the attachments, Yvonne could call me and say, I'm concerned about this report. And at that point, I could do the same and call her. And if need be, we could decide that it doesn't.
And we would
Yeah.
obviously talk with.
But it would have to be after it should come out to the public and everybody else that we got that and just made the determination that it wasn't ready.
That's right.
Could we add maybe something, the board president and vice president along with, the superintendent or counsel with the superintendent, however
Right,
you want to
yeah.
word it, but I don't feel like,
Just
Yep.
be leaving.
yeah, I
out
don't
the-
think we should leave him out
yeah.
of that conversation.
I agree.
Thank you.
I had a question mark in the middle of page 24 that I was going to ask. It indicates that the equity and accountability commitments and annual goal target measures shall be included in as reports. I didn't know if you folks had such a report or not. If you don't, I would delete it.
That would be I don't know what all reports.
So in terms of the accountability report, that's the report that we did on student achievement at the October board meeting.
Right.
Where Ms. Mitchell came up, provided you the one pager at a glance of,
Right,
how we did last school year.
right. So that's not an equity and accountability.
It's an
an
accountability.
It's accountability,
so just
okay.
remove that equity,
Okay,
yeah.
great. And similarly, if there's other long range planning reports that are consistently given every year, we certainly could list them here in this part of the handbook if we already know what they are. So I've just got the accountability report, and then I've got the Nevada School Performance Report.
I will share with you what our one pager looks like.
Great.
That highlights all those areas.
Awesome. Thank you.
This board report schedule, and then it goes down and says additional reports. I'm not trying to hold them together, but is there going to be a schedule of when the reports will be out through the whole year?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today, where I have embedded within our annual governance calendar certain reports that come to the board. And then Dr. Ellsbury said we didn't need to have a separate calendar for that if it's already embedded in the governance calendar.
And that's great practice. A lot of boards don't do that, and I recommend that it be calendarized so that everybody knows well in advance, not only the board and the community, but the staff. They know, this is when I've got to have this report ready. And then there's no last minute, gee, we didn't have enough time. Well, you've known for a year that that report's coming up in October or whatever. And I would note too, though, that there's always the possibility of unknown topics that are going to pop up that you can't put on the calendar. And obviously you make those decisions.
Question for you, Mr. Alvarado. Do we have a list of the legally required reports that we, submit to the state and the federal government and?
I have the Nevada Department of Education list. It's
Okay.
about just over 3 pages. It's an extensive list. And then recently at the State Board of Education meeting this week, they've added additional reports that we're going to be required to do. So the monitoring and reports that we send up to the state literally does require a whole department
Oh, yeah.
for us to
yeah,
get that work done.
Yeah.
And that's why on the one that we were kind of
That's a lot of.
reacting to in this appendix back here on Appendix B, and you thought, oh my goodness gracious, are you kidding me? That's why, because there's a 3-page list from the state that would go on this document. And then in addition, your own reports monitoring how you're doing with your strategic goals would be on here too. So
Yes.
My next question is on 25. It says that when a report is presented to us, that we need to vote on whether to accept the report. I don't know that we vote whether.
So usually it falls under consent. We add those reports in our consent agenda item. And then we accept the report.
But some haven't come under, I mean, we've had people come and present a
Right.
report and there has been
In a
no
different
input
agenda
whatsoever
item.
on them.
Yeah, this addresses both. You'll notice right below, trustee Knighting, where you're talking about, it says consent agenda report. See that heading? That refers to reports that would come in the consent agenda, and it speaks to that. This language above would be an action item type report that you just mentioned, that would come outside of the consent agenda, and that you may or may not be taking action on. This is something that I had underlined to ask you guys about. So thanks again. Or great mind think alike. You'll notice in the language here, just to make sure that we're clear, and then you can still direct me however you want, that acceptance of the report does not indicate approval of any requests or recommendations of the report. So the word accept, that the board will accept the report in a motion, means that it accepts the report. It doesn't mean it agrees with the report or it approves the report. Some boards have that practice where they do that and other boards do not. And so I don't think there's
Historically, we
think-
do not.
I think we could eliminate this for a couple reasons. One,
great.
when the reports are presented in an action item, we approve or deny the action. And a lot of times we move it to a future agenda item if we don't have enough information, which
Great.
by default would be rejecting the reports.
Right.
And in accepting or making an action and a motion, we are then accepting the report, right? So I think
Yes.
we could strike this, and it's kind of inherent in our practices.
Right, we just receive it as information.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Great. So I'll make that change.
And anything that does need to be accepted usually just goes under consent, historically speaking. Am I wrong in?
Well, the board has the right to pull a consent item for more
Right.
information.
Yes, we do.
But typically we have, this year put reports into consent,
Mhm.
just for your knowledge and approval.
Right.
And that's addressed on page 26. You'll note about the removing an item from the consent agenda.
With that, board response to board reports. A, B, and C, just up from center.
Yes.
Board accepts, B, on B, board accepts the report as presented and requests some additional information be provided at a future time or in a later planned report. I would like to see that within 30 days or the next board meeting.
I think we
I
just.
think we're just eliminating that whole section.
That whole section.
I think so, because then every report presented that's not in consent items for each agenda item, we then have to vote whether we're approving the report and accepting it, and then do all of what we do anyway, and then ask for more information. If we continue the way we've gone, we're kind of rejecting them when we need more information anyway.
I'm looking at if we ask for more information, we should see that in 30 days. We should have it down 30 days or the next.
So
board
is that in a different section here in requesting information and a timeline for such?
It is, and if we can still delete that first section, and then if you look at page 26 of the handbook, you see at the bottom, request additional information. That's the section that talks about that. And then on page 27, and of course, I'll modify this language because you're not accepting the report or rejecting the report, but the establishing a follow-up timeline would speak directly to Trustee Burns. That explicitly is the point of that section, that you're determining when that information will come back to you that you're requesting.
So Trustee Burns, would it be appropriate to, instead of a 30-day timeline, the information be provided before the next event of this particular agenda item being on the agenda?
Yeah, probably better.
Yeah, so maybe prior to the future agenda item instead of 30 days. Because there's plenty of things we put off for multiple meetings that getting it in 30 days would be
I just,
pointless.
I don't want to leave it open.
Yeah, fair.
Great. I've made a note to add that to that follow-up timeline section on page 27.
you have on possible board response. Under that, a request compliance with the reporting and monitoring requirements. Number one says prior to the board meeting, if the trustee finds that any of the reporting requirements are not met and give a report, that trustee should inform the board president of their concern. Then number two says if at the start of a board meeting, a trustee is concerned that a report does not meet you have one or the other?
Well, you can pull agenda items prior to the meeting, right? And so it's kind of both. One is, hey, we noticed this before, and the other is we noticed it right now. Is that correct? Like we've pulled agenda items right before meetings.
Correct. At the very start of the meeting, you're approving
Yeah.
the agenda. At that point, you say we'll approve agenda except for item number 2.
Yeah, so it's just giving you multiple opportunities to do so is the way I'm.
That's correct. Yes. And the preference is always to notify prior to the meeting, of course.
The very last few words on that page. The board would vote to remove that report from the agenda or not.
Anything else on this section?
I don't see.
Okay, so then we can go ahead and move forward to page 28. We're on the next section, which is Board Superintendent Relations section.
Do you think that we will get through this in the next 10 minutes?
Because we have lunch coming up.
We have lunch coming up.
I
Can we
don't
just go
probably,
until-
well, we can go until, we can stop in the middle. Yeah.
And it's pretty
Yeah.
valuable. So
Okay.
let's roll.
Got it.
So on this section, in my notes, we already dealt with that where it says liaison a lot in here, and that'll be changed to superintendent. The other thing that I have is on page 29. There's an allusion several times to what I call an information request form. And most boards don't have that. Some boards do. So this is where if a board member is asking for additional information, they have a form that the board member fills out and sends it to the superintendent. Most boards it's an email or it's a phone call. So I just wanted to confirm that. I've already, in anticipation of that, stricken that language on my copy. So that won't be removed. It will still say information request process is still, and that simply means that you're gonna let the superintendent know. And then the other thing that I have is on page 29 again, the significant and insignificant information. Again, this is a challenging thing. I've worked with multiple boards on this and have revised it multiple times because it's always somewhat subjective, with what's significant, what's not. You'll notice that I even have gotten to the point with this draft of putting time that if it's information that takes more than 10 minutes to get, it's not necessary to have something that explicit. If you are comfortable with the description, I was not sure if you wanted to leave that 10 minutes thing in there or take it off, or what your thoughts were on that.
I think historically it used to be that if board members had questions, they just went to the staff member. But it was abused.
Yeah.
And so we typically now, if we have questions regarding a department, we go through the superintendent.
Yeah, and that's my recommendation.
Take that direction, whether
yeah.
it's significant or insignificant, that differentiation is up to the superintendent.
Great.
So however you want to reword that.
Yep.
I think those things should go through the superintendent.
Great. Okay.
Now, this doesn't mean you can never just go talk to a staff member, just if you want any requests or how is this?
It depends on why you're talking to the staff member, right?
Well, and there's again, the subjectivity of significant is tricky because there's significant in scope and there's significant in urgency, right? And so I'm shocked. There's a couple different ways that can happen. If it's the scope that's going to take a while, it might be insignificant, but still be significant because it's going to take a duration that's a long amount, right? Which is part of the 10-minute thing.
Right.
But the significance could also be regardless of time. It could just be important. So I think, yes, you would be our de facto judge of significance, I guess, unless there's multiple requests maybe between board
Well, or
members.
like to Renee, like, can I get a copy of this packet for the?
Exactly.
Right,
That's
right.
different because Renee is our board secretary.
Yeah, and to specify, that's why the reasons why, if you look on pages 31 through 33, that's why those pages are there, because it when it came down to, as Trustee Knighting is asking, what, do I have to do this to get a copy of the stuff for today? That's why those pages were included. These are things that you can ask for anytime. You don't have to go through the superintendent to get them. And then the other note I just make is if you read through the process, the procedures, this first section about insignificant, significant are guidelines. The procedure itself, it goes to the superintendent, you'll see, and the superintendent makes the decision on whether this is considered significant or insignificant, and how to deal with that.
Well, and you will also, Superintendent Alvarado, have the understanding of how long something might take to compile.
Right.
More than we do. It shouldn't stop us from requesting items from either particular teachers, admin, faculty, whatever the case is, especially if you're in the know, correct?
Correct. That's the first thing I do is estimate, how long is it going to take to prepare this? Do we already have this?
Yep.
Is it in the raw form or is it a public facing document? Because I don't know. I try not to put things out to the public. That's not a public facing document.
Right.
To give you an example, last night, there was a request to add the general fund analysis, right? So I have to put that in public facing form before I reattach it to that.
Right,
agenda.
whether it's redactions or.
Yeah, well, it's really not redactions. it
Sure,
is-
but there are things that would be
Yeah.
redacted.
Making it easier to understand.
And you'll note that there's language in here too that's directed, where the board is agreeing and accepting with the acceptance of the handbook, that it's appropriate to also instruct the staff on how to respond. Because again, remembering that these procedures are not just for a board that's working well, but if you end up with a board member who decides, I'm not going to follow this, I'm going to go to a principal and demand that they give me this, what does the principal do? And so you'll note that there's instruction in that we don't want them saying no to a board member, number one, because that we're putting them in a bad situation. So the instructions are that they would just simply nod, thank you, and then they would immediately contact the superintendent and say, I've just been asked to do this, and then it goes into the normal process that the superintendent handles it from there. So
You got types of information, page 29, type of information requested, the second paragraph. In cases where the information would require significant time or resources, the staff member, I think that should not say that. I think it should go directly to the superintendent first, or at least to the secretary, because the board and superintendent secretary. If we're requesting information, Mr. Alvarado should know that.
I would thought the same way, except what again, this is functioning board, a good functioning board. What if the superintendent is in an adverse relationship with the board? Then requesting such information may not take place. I do like that you can still ask a principal for something, and it's on their duty as working for the superintendent to go to the superintendent and tell them what they're going to do. If we always go through the superintendent, we may not always have one that wants to follow. And then it would be on us to make certain judgments against or for the position of said superintendent. But there will be a time in a school board, and I'm sure Dr. Osborne's seen it plenty, where the superintendent and the trustees don't get along, in which case requesting such information may not take place.
And that's what it's trying to handle. And note too that, and I'm going to adjust the language a little bit on this section from this conversation. It is, and I'm going to say, reword it like this, where it is possible that a trustee may ask a staff member, not may want to, but may ask a staff member. And that's going to that condition. And the point here is that board has said, are you kidding me? When I didn't have this, they'd say, are you, so I can't go ask them what the time the concert is tonight? Is that what you're telling me? I got to go ask the superintendent that? I'm right here visiting the school, my school, and you're telling me I can't ask the simplest of questions. And that's why this is in here. And then the onus goes on to that staff member. So if a board member asks something, whatever it is, the staff member says, oh, here's the information. It's nothing big. It's insignificant. Anybody in the public would ask this, I would give it to them. And then the staff member makes the call. Or they're going to say, they've just asked me to write a report on how many assaults we've had in my school. Ooh, this could be weaponized. I'm not comfortable with this. What do I do? And then they kick it to the superintendent. Yes. But I also agree with Trustee Burnt. I'm sorry.
Right.
Say that again.
It kind of helps determine the significance in also when we don't know.
Correct. It puts the ball in the court of the staff and the superintendent to decide whether it's significant or not, rather than it being an argument amongst trustees to try to figure out whether, because sometimes trustees don't know. They'll ask frequently. I think that's the case. They'll ask for something and think, oh, this is easy to get. And the staff and the superintendent will say, no, it's not easy. It's going to take a lot of time. And then they might not do that. Yeah.
Okay, so it is 11:30, so we will pause there. And we will reconvene at noon. Wait, only half an hour for lunch? Is that right? Okay, that's why you pre-ordered. Okay, all right. So we will have lunch and come back at noon.
Hey.
Ish.
It's only a half hour.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's an hour. Yeah, I think we're already still dealing with. What's this? Oh, we're doing.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Because when I said that.
No, we're waiting for Renee.
Okay, we are back from our lunch break at 12:19, a little longer than planned, but here we are. Take it away.
All right. So I'm at, if there wasn't anything else in 28 through 30, I'm at page 31. And this, I have actually already mentioned this, and I would just ask if permission of the board to work with Renee and the superintendent to put the correct services that match with you guys.
I think that's a great idea.
So on page 30, all I have here is for the whole protocol when a request for information decline. should be some kind of time limit. I don't like to
Hmm.
leave things open.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's all I have on that.
Okay. Yeah, any thought there, trustee Burns, as far as a amount of time that you're thinking about?
Marcus, when he said that by the next board meeting, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Because, about a month.
Yeah, on this one, requesting a timeline, do you mean that the information wasn't given, so you're declaring it declined, or
It's gotta come, yeah, well.
are you talking above, I'm sorry, I might be on protocols when a request for information is declined.
Yeah,
So what do you mean when you want a timeline on that?
well.
Because if it's
the
declined,
request- If it's, information declined, trustee has the following options to respond to the.
Oh, you want the response in several days or, oh,
Yeah.
okay, copy, yeah,
They,
that sounds good.
anything, like that, a decline,
Sure.
or we should just see a time limit, otherwise we can leave things hanging out there.
So yeah, I still think by the next meeting is a good
Okay.
idea, yeah.
Yeah,
It stays consistent with all the other verbiage and dates that we have going on in the rest of the handbook.
Agreed.
And then 31 and 32, you're gonna work with superintendent
Uh-huh, yeah.
Renee. Okay, so.
So, yeah, thank you.
Brings us on Page 30.
That's right.
Okay.
And thank you, trustee Burns, for that.
I did have a question where it
Yes.
says monthly family and constituent meetings. It says have the secretary to call and secure a host school within the trustee's individual district. I didn't understand that.
It doesn't mean anything. This is a list from,
Okay. Oh, these are
from,
just generic.
this is a generic list. This is why Renee and the superintendent are going to say, this is what we have and what we don't have. Some of it you probably
Okay.
don't even have.
Perfect. Yeah.
And I might not even, in that case, I don't even understand what it was, but they knew what it was.
Huh, I'm at my kid's.
The,
meeting.
right. Yeah. The board knew what it was. So that was part of their processes there. Yep. So, the next couple of items we've actually already done. So we already talked about the statement of assurances appendice earlier, and we actually already talked about bylaw 020. And that was the one where I was saying that a lot of these board responsibilities were pulled from the state law. Remember that note that I made. So we're on to the next, which is actually page.
Real quick, on,
Uh-huh.
on school board role, I think it would be pertinent to add our board mission statement that we have recently come up with. And then that
Right.
way the board fulfills its mission. If it's the first thing, then it's clear what we're trying to fulfill. And we spent a lot of time and money in developing that mission statement, so.
And that's a statement is that the district's mission or the board's mission? Separate.
The board, we came,
Great.
we did a board training one morning and we came up with a board mission statement.
Okay.
It's on page 4, the very first. That vision is the one we came up with. That the vision. Page 4.
I'm looking, my pages are all, sorry.
Yeah. Board of Trustee vision on page 4. Is that the one?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Still on the wrong. page. We will inspire, empower, prepare,
Great. All right.
I'm lost where you're at. Page 40, 38.
Yeah.
I just, back on 31.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, to back up that far, but B on page 31, your monthly family and constituent meeting. It says have secretary call to secure a host school within the trustee's individual district.
We just went
Hey,
over that.
So, Mr. Burns, I asked that exact same question and those are just placeholders for what he's gonna work with Superintendent Alvarado and Renee.
Yeah,
And it's
those are
gonna
just
change.
generic and they're gonna disappear.
Those.
Yeah, hear me out. Okay?
Well,
We just covered.
the only reason
I
we're.
know you just went through it. I've got something else in the application to this. In our policies, our bylaws, we have to where you, if a trustee goes, that you can, leaves for some reason, and we gotta replace them. It's, to my understanding, what, not this legal counsel, but his partner made statement that you can replace them with anybody in the whole county.
Nope, that's against the law. They
Sorry,
have
well,
to
that's what legal
reside.
counsel said.
No, they have to reside within the area that they represent. That is state law.
I don't have any, I think Brian gave you that advice, but it's not correct. I can verify now, but it might take.
Well, that's why I'm getting conflict here. And we need to know that.
Well,
We've
but-
already had one, now it looks like we might have another one, I don't know. But, we need to be able to know exactly where we're at. What I'm saying is, if this here says to secure a host within the trustee's individual district, then we cannot have it open in our bylaws. It needs to be for that district as well. And I think there's a conflict there as well.
Sure. All right, thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to page 34 then through 38. These are pretty basic. This comes from the balanced governance concept, and I didn't anticipate too much in this. I did have a deletion on page 35, item 8A. And that goes back to that superintendent liaison discussion that we had, where we're not going to do that. We're just going to take everything straight to the superintendent. The rest of that 36 through 38 is balanced. Those are the balanced governance standards that are listed there. And the rest of it is drawn mostly from the statutes or from your current bylaws and policy, but
Question I have on page 34, under superintendent role, number 5. You're talking about referring all complaints to the superintendent and or his or her designee, and discussing such complaints at a regular meeting only after exhausting all other steps. By complaints, are you talking about complaints? Give more information.
Yeah.
Please.
I'll clarify that. I'm going to change the word complaints. I think that's misleading you. Would be interboard. It's board to board or board to superintendent concerns
Okay.
is what we're talking about here. Because the progressive protocol process, that's what it's about.
Right.
And you try to resolve it outside, but if the board member still after that, those exhaustive steps feels like they have a real issue and it hasn't been resolved, then they have their kind of the final thing they can do is they can request that it be discussed in a board meeting.
Okay.
And then, of course, it would go through the agendizing process. So it doesn't mean that it's going to get on the agenda, but that would be their final recourse in that case.
Okay. Because I think right now, if there are complaints against other board members, we usually go to the superintendent or the board president.
Yeah, the steps on that process are in an appendix on page 97. And we can look at that now. I have a slide later on, but that's okay. We can handle it now. And it's on 97 and 98. So 97 would be the steps that I'm recommending for if board members have a conflict with each other. Page 98 would be if a board member had a conflict or concern with the superintendent.
Question for you. What if a board member receives a complaint about the superintendent? Would that then go back to like that board to board and go back to the,
No, so that goes to legal counsel.
Yeah.
okay.
So if a board member receives a complaint about the superintendent, it comes to me,
Correct.
and then I in turn
Take it to legal.
take it to legal.
Yeah, so
Okay.
board president first, then
I want to make sure that we all have, like, this is our handbook, so then we all have
That's right.
clarification on how we're, when, if we ever received something like that, we then know what our protocols are going to
Yep.
be, and we can do it the correct way, and then
Yep.
we have new trustees, they can do it the correct way as
Yeah.
well. So thank
That's
you.
right. Absolutely.
that process was already followed even before the turnover of the board. Yeah.
Right.
But it's good just to have it clarified.
It is. And it's important to distinguish that that's in a separate section of the handbook about complaints from the community is described. This here is specific to what if two board members are having a conflict with each other, or what if a board member is having a conflict with the superintendent? What do you do as a board member? So, yeah.
Where are you at?
7 and 98.
Oh.
So the protocol on page 98, item number 3. Is this a reference to an item being placed on the board agenda in open session or closed session?
Well, I would prefer it to be in closed session, but I don't know that Nevada allows that. In a normal, every other state that I work in, I always am, it's in closed session, but that comes kind of back to your council's opinion on whether it can be in closed session or not.
So
For the superintendent evaluation?
no, this is the conflict between a board member and the superintendent. So item number 3 on page 98.
I need to review that in more detail on my own and see if the O and all that, yeah.
And this is, I can certainly put additional clarifying information, but the intent of this, it's not a matter of evaluation per se. That would be handled in the evaluation. This would be more of, I asked for this information, the superintendent declined the information, and so I want that information and I think I should get it. So then I want to put it on the agenda. And then that's why under item A there, 3A, it goes into some detail that says that the discussion should only include the information that was requested. So in other words, it's just a board member saying, I asked for this information and I didn't receive it. In a board meeting, the superintendent would then say, here are the reasons why I don't believe I should provide that information. And then the whole board gets to decide by vote whether that information is in fact needs to be released or not. So, and of course, the superintendent, it may be a matter of the information is inappropriate to release, but it could also be just a matter of the amount of resources it's going to take. So then the superintendent would want to come back and say, I can I can get that information, but if I do understand it's going to cost $50,000 and I'm going to have to hire 2 staff and it's going to take 200 hours of work, is the board as a whole really saying this is information you need to have? And if the whole board says, yes, it is, that's a priority, then of course the superintendent would do that, would provide that information. More likely, though, and the reason for these steps being in place as they are, is that typically long before you get to this point, I've actually never had anybody get to this step, because the board member knows that this is not information that's generally desired. It's just they personally want the information. So again, back to the concept of balance, it balances this to be a full board process rather than individual board members being able to sidetrack the board off onto demanding these kinds of things. Yeah.
So you provided an example of information.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a discussion about a different type of example where the conflict arises from a potential ethics violation or ethics issue, or there's a recommendation from legal is to go straight to an ethics complaint or to work through this process first before going towards the ethics complaint.
Well, if this is the policy that the board wants to go, not policy, but guideline in the handbook, then I don't see why this shouldn't come first before filing a formal ethics complaint, but that might be more of a policy decision for the board to make rather than specific requirement.
I think that's a great conversation decision to have. I wasn't thinking, just so you know, about an ethics kind of complaint here. Let me give you an example of why I have language that talks about a concern. So I say in here, type of information request or a concern. This is a real example. Superintendent, there was one of their high schools got trashed really bad, hit the news with video, and it became explosive because there were really horrible racial slurs and things spray painted on the building. The trustees found out about it on the news by watching the news. Trustee, not happy, wanted to know why the superintendent had not shared that information with the board. And the superintendent's response was, that's part of operations and management. I don't need to share that with you. So there you go. There's an example where that board member is saying, I think you should share that kind of information with us in advance, and wanted it to be put on as a discussion item on the agenda to clarify for the full board to vote and say, yes, you need to share that information. So that's an actual example. And this was, by the way, a board that is attempting to use balanced governance. And the superintendent heard the board doesn't involve themselves in operations and management. And so that was their interpretation. My interpretation would be, yes, but if there's something that's here's how I say it, anything that is going to result in blowback on the board, you should be telling them in advance, period, regardless of how you define it as operations or whatever. And so that'd be an example of a potential concern that the board could bring up. Now, generally speaking, though, remember, I think it's worth remembering that, and by the way, even in the example I just gave you, it didn't get to step 3. I mean, they resolve that behind the scenes, and these kinds of things are typically resolved behind the scenes. So once you get to step 3, there's nothing good about that. That's a board and a superintendent that are at war with each other, and it just gives that step because it's a final step, if that makes sense.
What if the board member in question is the board president. Can we add
Yep.
something to put the vice president on there in such an instance? Or
Yeah.
another, obviously, person?
Yeah. Yes, we should have that in there. I'll add that. I have that actually added on the one on page 97, but I neglected to put it on the one on 98. Yeah. Okay. Anything else on page 34 to 38?
On page 36, number 12, who is going to provide the training in the balanced government? I mean, you said possibly NASB is looking at doing that, but if they haven't done it yet, does that fall under, who provides that? Okay,
Well, right now,
That begs the question, if we're not in a contract.
if I get hit by a bus, what do I do? What do you do?
In the distant future, if there's not a
Yeah.
contract with you,
Yeah.
obviously we would have to do that
Right.
in-house somehow.
Yeah.
Put a provision for that.
It's a great question. So all kidding aside, let me give you a variety of options. So the first one I've already mentioned, and that is that if NASB adopts, balanced governance as its process, then all the training you're going to get is going to be that. The second one would be, I do have a colleague, a student of mine who's very well qualified. She's the Rick Harris of the state of Oregon. Okay. And she's very interested in taking over when I, wither up and pass on. And so she is assisting me in some of the work, even that I'm doing for you. She'll be the one that observes your meetings, for example, and is the second person that is and analyzes. And she'll be carrying on the work. But then aside from those options, you have, by contracting with me this time, that gives you the permission and my kind of permission, I guess, so to speak, copyright permission to utilize any and all of my materials here in Douglas County School District for your board. So that you can't copy it and go on the road with it, but as a board, as a district, you're welcome to use any and all of the materials, including my PowerPoints and everything else. Yeah. And I will tell you, this is a great question. In some of my districts, we have a training of trainer approach. So I can tell you that, like in Joe Caruso, for example, in the Clark County district, I have trained Joe, and he is, this is kind of part of our agreement that I have with that district, that he'll be the go-to trainer for balanced governance. Yeah. Moving forward. And I can certainly do something of that nature here in the district. Obviously, it's a little tricky because people change, right? So I could train a board member, and that'd be fine until they leave. I could train your superintendent, but then they might leave. Then I could train your executive secretary. They usually have more longevity than any of the above. But I'm open to anything like that. Yes.
Strategic educational goals of schools are translated into reality through effective alignment with the budget and making sure the school district is fiscally sound. The board utilizes fiscal resources based on the student needs and district policy and strategic learning goals. We need to have somewhere connected to this of, the process, so we never get into this situation again. And we need to have more descriptive for the board to get the information, not that you have it, you have, but get the information in a timely manner, so there's no question. The board's responsible because they have the information. When they don't, how are they responsible when they don't have the information?
Yeah, that's actually located in the handbook. It's listed here as the standards, as you noted. If you turn to page 99, starting on page 99, which is Appendix K, these are the full board governance standards. And you'll note now, always open toward modification, but you'll note that on page 104, under the budgeting and finance accountability standard, there are 4 indicators. And you'll see that there's some additional information there as far as the board members reviewing. Here it says that board members review monthly financial statements provided by the superintendent and understand their role in that oversight, that they have an understanding of revenues and expenses, that the budget decisions are based on student needs, the policy, et cetera. So those are the further descriptions of what this standard means. These, by the way, these indicators that are listed in this appendix constitutes one portion of your board evaluation. So if you think about it, you'll be rating on, in particular to this question, you would be rating how did these budget indicators go? Do we think this went well, this did not go well? So that would be reported back in your evaluation that's delivered in at the end of the year, school year, and that would be a recommended area to make improvements on if there were problems that you all felt were occurring in this area. So it's infused as part of your thing. Yeah.
Dave, just to respond to what you're stating, we do have a budget cycle in our district in which the budget is on a board agenda, for at least 4 board meetings a year. But it's always good for the board to schedule meetings with our director of business to get additional specific questions answered and more information about future impact of decisions the board has to make.
You've been very good at it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if this is set up, we set up for future.
Yeah.
Because of experiences of the past, I'm a little gun shy on, not with you.
No, I understand that.
You've been detailed.
I'm just wondering if there should be a component within the process that says the board should schedule a meeting with that particular department to get that information. But
Yep, we can add that.
Like train us how to cipher things on that report.
Well,
so the budget's a complex beast.
It is.
It's not easy to read if you don't understand how it is set up.
My concern with doing that is asking, right now it's Sue, to meet with each one of us. That's a lot.
It doesn't have to be mandatory, right? It could be,
Right.
we have the option to do so, which we already do. Maybe the mandatory part could be the 4 meetings that you're already providing. We could just put that in that
Yeah.
you are going to provide it 4 times a year, if that's not already been in here. And
Yeah.
upon requesting more information, we can, something along those lines.
Yeah, and so the board can meet in small groups, right?
Right.
And so you can meet up to 3 board members in a
Right.
small group, which would not be an issue. So really, instead of 7 meetings, it would be, 3 meetings.
Yeah.
and I'm happy to add that, and I'm not saying this to be argumentative at all, but item 1 of this that's already in here says the board members are knowledgeable of district budgeting processes. That's it. And if you were to come back and every year you're evaluating on whether that's true or not. So if you were to come back and say that's not happening, then obviously that is a requirement. Now, the specifics of how you educate the board or how frequently you educate the board is additional detail, and I'm happy to add that, but.
I'm just gonna, my experience, just before this, the board were elected and new, we had budgets and to go through that. I was the only board member that went in and sit down and talked with Sue Eskridge.
That is not true. I've sat down with Sue multiple times over the budget.
Telling you, Sue, I says, who's been in here? When I was president, I said, who has been in here? I says, to get answers. I says, on this budget, does that question? She said, you're the only one.
So far.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I didn't meet with her. I just didn't meet with her before I met with you.
Said, I asked her on a particular budget and she told me you're the only one that came in.
So we can add that information. So that's not a problem. We'll add that so that it's more explicit. Not a problem. Any other questions on 34 through 38? Okay, let's go to page 40 then.
I had a question on number 1 on page 40. Are we then committing to review all of our policies on an annual basis?
No, it says that's a typo. Thank you, Trustee Knight. It should strike the word annual, and you'll see that what I mean by that. If you want to flip to page 82, which is referenced there, this is Appendix E, page 82, and you'll see that I didn't. It's not an annual review. It's a.
You have it split by different series.
Yeah,
based on each
it would
one.
be a multiple year review, and I was intending on asking you if you currently have a cycle and what that is. It's usually 7 years, but you don't.
Policies on 'em.
Okay. Do you have?
Going to try to do something. We've just kind of gotten
Not that we don't
sidetracked
do
with
it,
our,
but we probably should. do
Yeah.
it.
we've gotten a little sidetracked with our budget issue currently versus
Sure.
doing this. I believe this was something that we had talked about in the spring about doing.
The district has already identified through color coding which policies need to be reviewed first.
Okay.
And so we will put together some type of cycle in the near future.
Great. Do you have any thoughts, Superintendent, on this? Do you want a cycle like this in the handbook, or is that workable, or do you want to give me what you create, or what are your thoughts?
So this says the board shall review selected district policies every 3 months as follows, right? And
Yeah.
so then we have 100 series in March. Then we have 2000 series in June, 3000 in September. And then it goes on, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying this happens on an annual basis,
Right.
but if we're already reviewing the whole 1000 series, why would we review that the next year?
Right. You don't necessarily, this is a model where you're reviewing selected policies from each of the series. Other districts that I work with say, we're going to do all of the 1000 series, but it becomes then a 7-year typically cycle of review. So I just would say this should mirror what you're currently doing.
And because Nevada operates off of 2 years in a biennium, I would say less than 7 years. By that time,
Okay.
you know, we've gone through 3 bienniums, potentially 3 different law changes. Would be comfortable with 5.
Okay. Like a 5-year cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's still 2 cycles, but currently there's no way to get this work done because of our budget constraints and,
Right.
you know, the amount of policies we have to redo would cost a fortune, and we're not going to allocate money towards that at this time.
Right.
Unless we absolutely have to.
Right, as a law dictates or.
And also with that, is that in an open meeting setting? And so there's a whole lot of policies in a 9,000 block or, in each block. But also as a board, we have the ability at any time to offer up to pull a particular policy and manage it. So
That's right.
having a set schedule, I actually think is kind of a burden. Certainly there should be some sort of evaluation of said policies, but in setting a standard, we also then need to be a lot more condensed in what we're going to bring up, because to take all of 0 through 1,000 or 100 as the case may be, that's a whole meeting. That's easily a whole meeting.
Yeah, that's right. So again, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that can be done with that, but you certainly at least would have your first and second reading minimum and then possibly a third. So it is time consuming. That's right. And also you can bring policies up, just like you said, and also you can have things interfere with the process. So I think at the very least, I would change the words here that you'll endeavor to do a cycle rather than you shall. I think I'd remove the word shall, so it's not an absolute requirement because things happen. If the 5 years seems reasonable, it's kind of like we're going to shoot for this, but we may or may not meet it. But there's no hard, cold, way to do this that's the best way.
Could it just say obviously this is subjective, but as needed or as laws dictate? Because as they meet in legislation and change laws, a lot of our policies, we already acknowledge those and make sure that we try, I would imagine, but try to make sure we're up to date. So maybe it just needs to be along those lines, as needed and as requested, or exactly, something along
As
those lines.
NRS is updated.
Yeah, exactly, as part of it.
Well, and if we're worried about some of them being outdated, maybe it could be just a goal, we would try to, as a board, read over them ourselves and see if there's anything that we think this one needs addressed, but not that we would take all of them and bring them all forward.
Right.
But maybe we could go through the full 1,000 just individually, and if we see anything that we're like, this doesn't seem quite right, and it was back in 1980 or something.
Well, our dress code, right? That
just-
recently has come up.
But
so.
stuff like that we could at least be going through those policies.
And then that may solicit 3 or 4 instead of
Yeah,
100.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Great.
Agreed.
Happy to make those changes and here and also in the appendix.
Thank you.
So, in combination, what I was hearing here, the number 1 there, the individual board members, I'm just throwing this out. The individual board member shall reveal its policies on an annual schedule or as needed per board agreed. And to ensure the policy intent is clear and results are achievable by the organization. What I see that as being that take it upon ourselves, we should be reviewing it. And then we could almost go back to the a motion in a second. If you have 2 board members that's saying, hey, we need to review this particular policy, then we can bring it before. And so that not one person's keep doing it all, it takes 2, so yeah, we need to take a look at that. So that would almost be into that same frame of adding the agenda item to people. And we could do that for a particular policy change that we see as needed. But instead of tying up time and other meetings, that we could even make that instead of annual schedule, it could be every 6 months, or that you do it independently and then submit that, if you have any concern.
I can put that, and I can put a schedule instead of delineating a certain number of years or anything, just on a schedule, and everything else I've taken notes. Yeah, on that. It's good. Okay, great. Anything else there?
Just on the bottom of page 40, when it says that bylaws or policies to be adopted by the board shall be furnished to the trustees 1 month or a time span encompassing at least 2 board meetings prior to the meeting. I'm not sure that that's happening. I don't know that we're getting policy.
Because we get it, we have a first reading and then we have a second reading before it's adopted.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's doing the first reading, then that's.
Yeah, that's-
Before a policy comes, we have
It's
had,
just, it's written
had
a
it.
little bit weird versus how we actually.
Microphones.
Sorry, it's just the way we do the first reading, the second reading, that's how in our minds we see it, but then it's written down just slightly different.
I can change that to do the kind of more traditional first reading, second reading. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Number 3, on the last sentence of that, all new or revised policy remain as drafts until reviewed and approved. And that should not say the whole board, it should say, a majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can be reviewed by the whole board, but approved by a majority.
Okay. Anything else?
I have a question on suspension of policies. It talks about in order to suspend a policy, all trustees must have received written notice of the meeting, which include a proposal to suspend the policy with an explanation. Sometimes we'll be bringing a board policy to a board meeting and we decide that we're going to suspend it during that meeting. Not necessarily that was the intent at the beginning. Maybe we were going to revise it, but I think we've done that where we suspend a policy. We do that in the meeting, but it's not a formal written notice.
Okay.
It's through conversation.
That usually I have.
Yeah, it's a decision made in the moment.
Okay. So you want to leave that as an option? Don't need the written. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, number 4 on page 40. I'm sorry if I'm backing up, but
No, it's fine.
says, in accordance with its governance model, the board delegates to the superintendent the function of formulating administrative rules and district procedures designed to interpret and carry out district policies and regulations, including the policies of the board. The board delegates to the superintendent.
So basically, it's kind of how it is now. Superintendent Alvarado takes on the ARs on our guidance, but it's all his doing. It's delegated to him. We don't pass ARs in board meetings. That's all it's saying, is that he has the power to make
Right.
administrative regulations.
Okay.
That's right. Okay. Anything else? All right. Let's go on then. So now we're going to, and by the way, you'll notice that page 43 and page 44, this is the item that we've already discussed in our previous conversation about the progressive protocols. If there are concerns, board member to board member or board member to superintendent. So those changes I think we've already discussed. At the bottom of, or a part of that would be the code of conduct, which we've already discussed as well. And then, so the next section that we're on would be the bottom of page 44. And that is this school visitation question. So take a look at that. I didn't know if that was even relevant to your board. It's a big deal to some, but.
I had that one marked, but
Mhm.
I don't think any of us have to ask anybody else to go into a school that's in their
Okay.
zone.
Okay. So not needed in here.
Especially since in our county, we have different zones, but the entire county votes on each person, so it
That makes a
kind of
difference. Yeah.
follows all the constituents at
Okay.
that point.
So we are elected for a district, but we are elected by the whole county. So
Right.
we are still responsible for a district, but yet we are still responsible for the county as a whole.
Great. The bottom of page 45, then take a look at the communication to district personnel. That's that section. This is different in the sense of you notifying the school principal. Let's say if you're going to visit a school, that's what this is kind of thing is it's talking about. So
I would like to say, I do think it's important that we have the autonomy to visit schools, and I think we do, but we certainly should be at least held to some sort of responsibility to let the superintendent know. So maybe a couple provisions, one being that we notify the superintendent, and a second being, this part's tricky, but that he can't stop us from doing so unless there's a particular reason that it's not practical to go to the school at the time. But we certainly should have the responsibility of telling the superintendent that we are going to visit.
Okay.
And then also the school is notified and they can expect, yes, there's obviously certain things that are beneficial to having a drop in, right? Because we all know, I'm sure Superintendent Alvarado sees it all the time when he tells a particular faculty member he's showing up. There's a different vibe for the day, whether they have prepared better or are putting on their best show. I'm sure that's also still the case, but out of respect for the students and the faculty and staff, I'd rather we
Yeah.
maybe tell instead of ask permission, but certainly let you know.
Yeah.
And just be sure, I mean, I believe I read it in here, the provision, many of us are parents. And so I surely don't I
Yes.
don't need to let him know if I'm.
Yeah,
as
That's
my-
correct.
Capacity of a board member.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that it is in here and for that reason. But yeah, that this retains some of these items on page 45. So you're not notifying each other, but you're still leaving the provisions in as you described them just now, Trustee Zinkia, about notifying the school and that you're coming and that kind of thing.
To add more context and information to the board, there is an expectation from our site administrators that parents, no matter what their status is in the district, provide 24-hour notice of the teacher.
Right.
So I would think honoring that expectation from our site leaders would be respectful.
Yeah.
I do understand the necessity of a drop-in. I've never prevented any of you from visiting a school site, never will. I think our leaders enjoy having all of you at the school site, so when you can be there.
Yeah, I'm like, they sound crazy, but we have an expectation of our youth right now for dress code. I think the board should have dress code. Actually, I think all of our staff should have a form of dress code. I don't, it's not complicated, it's just how we present ourselves if we go into a board, into a school. It's how the kids perceive us, not saying suit and tie, Marcus would, but.
Well, that's actually not true. When I visit schools, depending on, that one's tricky. I think in a board meeting setting, I certainly would agree with you. And I think that's the modicum of respect that we owe our constituents. But as a parent or as dropping into a school, it would depend, to me anyway, on what your purpose is there. As I'm going as a teacher, I may have been setting tile all day and not as a teacher, to see a teacher, but as a parent, I'm going to have on Carhartts and a dirty shirt, and the meeting is more important than my attire. when I go to a school as a board member, I certainly dress the part.
And
And
I'm
so,
talking about board members.
yeah, I think we would have to have something, a clarification there, but yeah, I agree completely. I don't know where that fits in this, but we.
There's nothing in here on that issue.
I think when everyone shows up for like a graduation, they're all dressed appropriately. I haven't seen any board member dressed inappropriately for it, school event like that.
My biggest point is, we're asking this of the kids, and if we, even if we're good with everything, I think if it was in writing, it would show that we are respectful too.
I think we could at least follow the teacher's dress code that they're expected to do every day, with the exception of Fridays, as I understand it. But I believe for men, it's a collared shirt. There's different provisions, but I would be totally on board to adopt the teacher's dress code for board members in the board position as a representing the board, not necessarily as a parent.
And my biggest point is it's showing the whole school that we're gonna go by the same thing.
That sounds fine. And so Superintendent Alvarado, if you'll send me the language.
Sorry, I
Oh,
mean,
sorry.
do we have, is there an AR or something in writing for the teachers? Or is that a site decision?
I don't have all of our policies memorized, so
I know you
will
don't.
do some
So
research.
sorry.
I'll pull it and then we'll review it. And I agree, we need to set the example. We need to be models for our students.
Right.
And we should align what we're asking our students to do. A staff should align, their dress code to that as well.
And this obviously isn't being approved today.
No.
So it's up for debate certainly, but I
No.
think it's a great place to start
Yeah.
for sure.
And if we have a policy, that's something we'll work on and bring to a future meeting. So,
I was gonna say, that would be a great thing to address when we address
yeah, at the same,
dress code in the spring.
yes.
So,
Thank you, President, and apologize. So let me say, if you have a staff dress code currently, send it to me. I'm happy to use the same language as you've described. Okay, I think we're ready to move on, it sounds like, to page 47, which is the whole area of board communication.
Make it just a personal point. On trustees' visitation, communication with district personnel. If you need to, if you need to go in there or even call them, I usually will say, if you have time, do you have time?
Right.
If I want to ask them a question or anything. If they say no, then I leave. But I think it's respectful.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be in here. It's just respectful that we don't assume they're gonna.
Yeah,
kick
that's
it to
right.
us.
It is actually in here. If you look at page 45, item number 3, I think it describes exactly what you're saying. At least that was the attempt.
And I would say our trustees are honoring that. I don't know, Mr. Zinke, if you want to give an example that we talked about when you were speaking with Mr. Reed.
Yeah, so I've had multiple administrators and teachers reach out at requesting either meetings or myself requesting one with them, either after they've presented to the board or after they've presented and I have questions they want to further the discussion. I generally set that up with the representative or whoever I'm either the site administrator or the person requesting the meeting. And then I make sure that Superintendent Alvarado knows that's what I'm doing. It's just transparency. No one ever stops me from having the meeting. They're never going to stop what I'm talking to them about. But at least then everyone knows, especially in this case, Superintendent Alvarado can ask, how did it go? What did we discuss? And I don't even have to provide that information, but at least everyone's on the same page as we're trying to govern all together. So it works out well. Especially when teachers approach me, I don't request permission. I just let
Inform,
superintendent know that
yeah.
that's what we're going to do.
I made a note to that effect to add something about that. I think it's good. Okay, so we're on page 47 and 48 now to board communication.
I have a question starting with number 1 on that. Is that saying that we wouldn't take public comment on an action item in a board meeting until the vote is cast? That one doesn't, what is that one,
No.
that one saying here?
Yeah, it's talking about you making a public comment that you're not going to go out and tell everybody in the community, I'm voting no on this issue. So you're suspending, announcing publicly where you stand on a position until the board has deliberated and heard all the information, and then that's what it's talking about. Yeah. So I'll add a few words to make sure that's super clear. It's the board commenting in public. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, personal decision.
And of course, part of that is it goes with the balanced governance concept of the whole board hearing each other, hearing all the evidence, and then objectively making a decision as a team. So it fits with balanced governance in that respect. But it also just happens to also keep you safe from open public meeting violations. Because theoretically, if each one of you went out publicly and told everybody how you were going to vote, the other board members would hear that, and they would, you could use that in a sense to pre-vote before outside the meeting. And it's no different than serially calling each other or emailing each other and telling each other how you were going to vote. Yeah. Yeah.
Number 2, that A part, you want to explain that to make that perfectly clear?
Yeah, it's this one is number 2 is about supporting the decision that is made by the board. And so there's always again back to balance. Then the board member would say, well, wait a minute, Tom, I wasn't in favor of it. I lost the vote. I voted against it. Are you saying that I can't in public tell anybody that no, I voted against it and I wasn't in favor? And that's what A is trying to clarify, that a trustee should support the decision of the full board, but if they're asked, they have a right to say, I didn't personally support that and I voted no, but I support, I respect the decision of the board. That's what all it's saying.
Anything that the board is involved in, one way or another connection, and you're gonna say something outside of the board meeting, for yourself, make sure you say, this is my opinion, I'm speaking for myself, not for the board.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and we've gotten into that problem really seriously with some boards who even and you'll see this later on social media accounts where they don't make it clear. So they have a social media account and they say, well, I'm not speaking as a board member, I'm speaking privately. And the challenge here is that you have First Amendment rights as a private individual. You can't have a gag order put on you to not speak as a private individual. But as Trustee Burns says, you need to be very clearly distinguishing. And so in those cases, they've had to be very explicit that this is not a media account representing the board or the school district. It is a private personal account. Yeah.
Can I ask on number 4, it's talking about when we're approached by the public about district issues. Is this saying that we should never comment on district issues but defer to the superintendent? Or
Yeah.
because I'm approached a lot, asked about stuff, I'm supposed to just say nothing?
Yeah, it doesn't say to say nothing. What this says is that you're deferring. It says to defer to the superintendent or the designee to find out that information, is what it's saying. And so you don't speak on behalf of the district, is the intention. It doesn't mean it's not talking about giving, like generally known information about the district that anybody could get on a website or anything like that. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about district matters that are not known to the public.
So non-public.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can clarify that on there. Mhm.
Well, for instance, like last night's special board meeting, probably a lot of us got a lot of emails. A lot of us probably got phone calls or stopped by other constituents asking like, hey, I don't understand this. This is my concern. So stopping and listening to the concern and saying, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'll take that as a consideration to bring to the board, I think is a difference versus, giving them your opinion of it.
That's exactly right. And that's what this is referring to, because we've run into trouble where board members do that. They'll have a microphone and a camera stuck in their face and they're on the evening news. And it's like, why is the district doing this? Why, you can imagine some of the difficult topics we've dealt with over the last few years in schools. And then that individual trustee attempts to answer on behalf of the district. Well, they're doing this because, and that's out of bounds, because you make your decisions and you make your remarks as a group, not individually.
And a lot of the times too, we get those, and I know you know this, but we get the emails that someone has jumped the chain of command straight to us. And sometimes Superintendent Alvarado doesn't even know. And then the referral back to him is, and then most of the time that's his response. Well, there's a chain of command, please see the counselor, the principal, then so that's part of the same lines, right? That's a good example, I guess.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways. What I will usually do is I will answer that. I will CC him. I'll let them know that I'm CCing the superintendent, and he will handle it from here. He's responsible for that area. He'll keep me in the loop.
Yes.
I stop right there.
Yeah, that's right. And there's some detailed steps about that very thing in the handbook that you'll see about the using the chain of command, deferring, but then I think it's important, and so I've included it in really effective board superintendent relationships do this, exactly what you just described, Trustee Burns, is that the superintendent takes it, but then they are good about getting back to the board member and letting them know that, okay, we address this issue. Sometimes details can't be shared. Sometimes it's not appropriate, but at the very least saying, yes, the individual contacted me and we've addressed their concern. Yeah. And of course you understand as a board that when addressing the concern, it may mean that the district said, no, I'm sorry, we can't do that, what you're asking. So it doesn't mean that they've answered yes to every concern in the community, but they've addressed it. Yes. And the board members should know. And as you can imagine, all the scenarios, because if that individual in the community circles back to you and you haven't heard anything from, then what are you going to say? Then you're either, it's not good no matter what you say. It's like, don't know, haven't heard, that's not good, right? If you can say that I understand that was addressed, because then you also don't want to get played by somebody who's been gone through the system, been told no, and now they're circling back to you again and claiming my issue wasn't addressed. Well, no, it was addressed. It was just a no. And you need to know that as a trustee.
That's why you always call, where you know that happened.
That's right.
Yeah. Very good. Okay.
That's right. And by the way, that's why that concept that I mentioned in my introduction of the best boards exercise informed oversight. Here's a very specific example of that you don't overreach into the superintendent's job, but you do need to be informed. Yeah. So. Any other items on that? Okay. Let's go ahead then and go on to page 49, and 50, which would be the whole area of use of social media.
I think it might be beneficial to add the use of social media and AI. Right?
Okay.
So I think because we're coming into that age where but we as board members need to be really careful as we are privy to some information that, oh, I need to draft this email. I'm going to type something in. If it's an open source, you need to be really careful. So that we don't.
Dr. Ellsbury,
Yes.
can we provide some type of notice within this section that the use of email and social media, these are public records?
Yes.
It should be maintained as so.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of under number 3.
Sorry,
So
where'd
are
you say
generally
it's-
regarded as public records, which may be.
Oh,
inspected
yeah,
by any
it is
board
there.
upon request, unless otherwise made confidential.
We can add it in the introductory paragraph as well, just to make sure it's not missed. Yeah.
Maybe highlighting the maintenance of those records. you know,
Yeah,
'cause
will
that
do.
identifies it, but doesn't say how long it has to be maintained.
Great.
I do want to remind everybody that we do have a new law that pertains to slander. And the public, anybody can, public or employee, even a board member. If you're attacking, personal attacking and slander, that can be a civil charge now. So hopefully everybody understands what could happen. You want to elaborate on that, Tom? Dr. Ellsbury?
It may be best that our legal counsel elaborate on that.
I can say a few words on that. So I don't have it in front of me, but basically the legislative change that there's no defamation privilege for comments, public comments made at a board meeting. So the usual standards for defamation would apply. But if they're speaking on a matter of public interest, then it's still somewhat of a high bar to show defamation, but there's no special protection for someone that makes comments at a public comment. That's true.
There is as far as the handbook, that issue is really addressed, and it's addressed in some detail, starting on page 59, 60, 61, which is connected to the open or to public comment. I guess the bottom of page 60 is the start of it. So it talks about public comment. It references the Nevada statutes and also gives some guidelines on what is appropriate or not appropriate types of public comment. So we certainly want to review that, and I would ask council to take a special eye on that to make sure that's accurate.
I think one other thing for legal counsel is at the point a complaint is issued, this is not a complaint forum. We have a complaint process. And so guidance for the board on if they can stop someone and then direct them towards the complaint process, or if they allow them to finish their 3 minutes and then direct them towards that process, that'd be beneficial.
Well, and I think on page 48, where it says, while speakers may offer objective criticism of operations and programs, the board will not hear personal complaints concerning district personnel,
Right.
nor against any person connected to the school system. I think it's important as board members that when names are mentioned, we put a stop to that and then refer them. I know our guidance typically from Mr. Russell is let them speak their 3 minutes. But I would say with respect outside of the board, if it's anyone within the school district, we should make a practice of stopping names from being mentioned, especially in regards to slander or being, as this says, being party to slander, as we let someone spew something that we don't know is true or not. Whether they're attacking us is a different thing, right? And then that goes back to what you were saying. If they're attacking us in a manner that is derogatory, I'm sure legal counsel would put a stop if they're here, or there would be repercussions on the slander portion as well as what we just mentioned. Does that
Great.
make
And
sense?
yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That you'll find that on page 48. It's the second paragraph on page 48 where it addresses that.
I know in board meetings past, before a lot of us were on this board meeting, this board, teachers' names were mentioned quite a bit, and certainly we allow people to shower our teachers with praise, but the opposite should be not tolerated.
Okay, anything else on this section?
On page 50, it talks about when responding to media inquiries. I don't know if any of us do that. Typically, I think we defer back to the superintendent. I know when I've gotten requests, I say, you know, I forward this email, I'm forwarding this email off to Superintendent Alvarado. Please follow up with his office.
Agreed. There hasn't been one instance in my time here where there's been an individual response. And then in my response to the media, I always blind copy the board so that the board is kept in a loop of my response.
Yep. And this is just a procedure that ensures that that continues to happen that way. Okay. By the way, congratulations. I'm glad it hasn't happened. Most boards can't say that. Some boards, this is constant. It's a constant problem. So
Yeah, I've gotten a couple of emails, and usually before I respond, Frankie has already responded.
yeah.
You know, that's like, we can't talk about it or things like that.
Yeah.
So
And that's just the idea behind this language, that again, it's, if it's a district matter, we're referring them to the superintendent. If it's a full board, why did the board vote that way? Even you shouldn't speak on behalf of the board because you're not the whole board. You're one person. And so your response would be, I can tell you how I voted, but I can't speak on behalf of the board.
You could refer them to the board meeting. They are all posted. on
Correct.
boards, and then they could see the
Absolutely. That's right.
I've seen others. I'm off social media now, but I've seen other things where it talks about social media and it asks about certain things going on, and I'll get screenshots in a text message from parents that I know. Do you know about this? And it's like, nope, not going to talk about that.
Right.
That's something, if you have questions, you need to talk to the superintendent's office.
Yeah, that's the best course of action. Absolutely. Okay, are we good with this? Then we're going to move on to board meetings, and this is the whole area of, how we plan agendas and that kind of a thing. It starts on page 52. So I anticipate there may be some changes here to fit with your current procedures. So
To start off with, number 2, plan for 1 work session meeting and 2 regular board meetings each month.
that's the change.
Got it?
It's one regular board meeting, correct? And the work session is optional, and I can put language in there that says,
Is that like the agenda? Is that something?
no, it's a lot of boards, they want to, well, it's like what we're doing today. It's a special meeting, and a lot of boards regularly have things that they want to do a work session on. A lot of times we want to know more about our math program. We want to know more about our special education program. How do we do that without burning hours and hours and hours of a regular board meeting? They call them work sessions. It's really a time for the board to get either their own governance work done like today, or to learn about some things that aren't considered business. And so some boards have just automatically scheduled one work session and one regular meeting each month. Others have said we'll do work sessions as needed.
And that's gonna be my recommendation, as
Okay.
needed.
So Dr. Ellsbury, at some point, the district will own a finalized document, right, and have to carry this work forward.
Yes.
And there should be some type of cycle of review of these protocols. Are we gonna get there? Is this the right time to talk about that as it relates to a work session on what you recommend once we take full ownership of this?
Yeah, we can talk about it now. Sure.
Yeah, so I would think in the future, a work session will be needed at least on a quarterly basis
Mhm.
to review, the protocols within here and make sure they're still meeting our needs. And not reviewing the handbook every single year, but similar to policy, right, every 5 years.
Right.
Or at the turnover, when we get new elected officials, there has to be time for us to work as a team,
Mhm.
make sure we're on the same page with the protocols.
Yeah, training and that kind of thing. One way to go that's advisable is to go ahead and schedule, maybe it's quarterly work sessions, just because it's easier to cancel a meeting than to plan another meeting. So that's another option.
Do we need to do quarterly, or could we do every 6 months? Twice a year?
Yeah, either one's fine. Yeah, I just threw an idea out there. I
Right.
think twice a year would be enough, especially if we're gonna plan 4 to 6 hours, like,
Well, hopefully if we're doing it twice a year, we don't need 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
We can do it in,
And we can still have special meetings as needed if
Yeah.
something's
Right.
pressing or more complicated than in one session.
right.
I would see us doing this, like you said, when we have a turnover, when,
Right.
obviously 26 is going to be an election year. So then in 27, we're going to have potentially 3 new trustees or not, depends on what happened, like who runs again, things like that. So,
Yep. And you can plan those during those months that it makes sense, right? And so just go ahead and calendarize those. If elections are in November, then put a work session in December or at the end of November. Yeah.
A work session and
Yep.
invite newly
Yep.
elected.
And just put it on the calendar. So again, then if in the election turns out there's no new board members and it's not needed, then you cancel it.
So do we want in here to have, because right now it says plan for 1 work session meeting and 2 regular board meetings. We know that's changing, but do we want to remove work session or have a separate line item where it talks about having a work session annually to review governance handbook?
I liked having it, at the turnover of the board, right?
So just
So-
at the turnover of the board, not annually.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
would meet everybody's needs.
Right.
Unless the board thinks. we
And
need to do it
then
more
we're
frequently.
reviewing it every 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you catch all that?
I did.
Awesome. You're amazing. Thank you.
Do you want to put a deadline on that, since obviously they would be taking office in January, on when we would want to have that work session by, say,
You'd
within
want to
3
have it
months?
November, end of
I
November or
would
December.
I would say in the month of November,
Oh, in the month that they're elected?
right? In the month that they're elected.
Yeah.
That way, when they start in January.
Yeah, you want them trained before they start.
I like that idea better.
ready to-
Can we
Good job.
require an elected official to meet before their start date? So in other words, because I don't think we can, and really, we can't be forced to do anything really anyway, but in regards to being elected versus taking office, I don't think we can do that, because they're.
I think we can set it and we can invite them. And if they say, no, I don't want any of it, then
It might
That's
just be
not
better
good.
to do it January, between the moment that,
That's a
because
good
there's also an
Well,
oath of
we also
office
do
and there's
have-
a signing in.
right. So
And so anything that
oath
happens
of
before
office
that
happens
is
on,
kind of protected on accident.
second.
I'd rather see it after the,
Yeah, that's a good.
I think that's probably smarter, sometime between their swearing in
beginning
and the
of
first
January.
meeting of that, yeah.
Yeah,
We moved our meeting back, so it used to be the second Tuesday, which only gave a very short.
Don't they
amount of time, but
swear
Now
in
it's the
at
Thursday,
the first meeting?
second, no,
I believe it's
For-
on the
Or
second.
so?
second of January.
Okay, so yeah, sometime between swearing in and the first meeting would be appropriate, I think. Or
I think that's reasonable.
in the first
Yeah.
2 months.
So you could just put something along the lines of, the beginning of January before the first board meeting.
Yeah.
Hold a workshop.
yep, got it.
Marcus, you said something about, I didn't get the full part about, before they're sworn in or something.
Well, so if you're expected to do work for the district before you're a board member, there's a question of, one, the legality, but two, what you're saying and being involved in any decision-making or any information from the board as you're not a board member yet. Being elected, it's just like the president of the United States is elected on November 4th, but they don't take office till January 21st, and there's not anything they're doing with any kind of policy in that 2 month span. They might be preparing their cabinet and getting their ducks in a row, but they can't. They're not making decisions. And I think the same is true of board members. We don't want that to be an item or an issue.
Once you're elected, you're subject to open meeting law violation.
Which
Not-
is even
not
more
when
of
you're
the
running.
reason to not have them do
Well,
any of the stuff yet.
Yeah, all I'm saying is you are, even though you're not sworn in yet, you're subject to that confidentiality and open meeting law violation by me, but the training, the first training should be between voting that you voted in and that you're sworn in. So when you come in, because the sworn in, a lot of times sworn in is taking office at the time.
I don't think it was training we received, it was information we received. And I did not, but I understand yes, but that is also a personal choice.
So NASB states that as soon as you are running and you have put your name in and the period is ended for running for office, you are eligible at that point for any trainings. So we were able to, if we wanted to, back in April, to start attending NASB trainings, even though we hadn't been elected. This is a little bit different. This is our board governance handbook. And we want to make sure that we don't violate that, whereas NASB is a little bit different. It's not our local
But-
community.
Mr. Catola, do you have a thought here as
Yeah.
legal?
My sense of it would be that you're not a board member until you're sworn in, so there are requirements for that would apply to you, but you can come to if there's a work session after the election, but before the swearing in, I think they could attend, just as any member of the community could attend, but they can't sit up here as a board member until they're actually.
Yeah,
elected.
that's right.
So
yeah.
you can invite them, but.
So maybe the best course of action is to provide them with a copy of the workbook, our governance book, and then hold that meeting at the beginning of January.
Yeah, I
Where
think so.
we-
We could still give them the information,
Yeah.
but because
Yeah.
they can't materially participate,
Right, I think
we
that's a
would
good
want
idea.
that participation, I think.
Absolutely.
Well, and
Yeah.
all candidates are getting this.
They're getting it anyway. They already have it, yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm.
Right, yes. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
You're saying that, is it official that you are subject to, open meeting law violation or anything before you're sworn in?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I could look that up, but I'm pretty confident that you're not a board member until you're sworn in as a board member. So it's possible OML could apply to some extent when you're elected, but you don't have the
Yeah.
powers or of authority of being a trustee until you're sworn in. So,
Right, I understand that.
yeah.
I just wanted to know, because once they are elected, they technically should be knowing what they can and cannot do. That's
Mhm.
my point. And that's the training that needs to happen.
Right.
For
And-
them.
yeah,
right-
and-
Right away.
Right. It's just, I don't know if they could be compelled to attend a meeting. And I mean, it would be great if they do attend a training. But I don't know if the board can compel that.
And even NRS is once every 3 years on the mandatory training, correct? I believe it's once.
Once
3
every
years.
2 years.
2 years, so.
You have to have 6 hours of training every 2 years.
Right, and so that's mandated by the state already. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think-
Mark Jackson, to our district attorney, I asked him about, because he does all the training for commissioners, any public office. And I said, so, how do you handle that? He says they are all well-trained. He says right after they're elected, he says, because there's things they need to know between then and when they're sworn in. He says it's extremely important. So I'm just saying, because I had asked that question.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, but again, if they can't be required, then you'd have to make accommodation for those who would not participate. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that could be done too. So, but I'm gonna stick, it sounds like the consensus is to stick with the after swearing in time frame for the required. It doesn't prevent the board from doing training prior to that, though. Certainly. And by the way, when I'm under contract, just FYI with a district, this is the work that I'm doing. There's a part of the contract that says if there are new board members, then I conduct trainings, and they're typically done in November after the election or the first part of December, and everybody's always come, to the training. But yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else on this page, 52? 52? And just FYI, we're past our break time for this afternoon.
Just because we were later coming back.
Yes,
to
yes,
be
and that's a
anticipated,
good
so-
point. And so we would be about at our break time. Let me just throw this out idea, another decision for you guys to make. I believe because a lot of the remaining, once we get past the how do we set our agenda up, and a few more minor items, the rest of this is pretty much statute and policy, and there's only about 5 pages left to go to be done. So we have 2 options. We can take a 15-minute break and come back, or we can just plow through and be done probably by 2:30, I'm guessing.
as a male, I say we don't have to, but that's solely my opinion. I'd rather push through. Yes, ma'am, but I
Can we
will
take at
defer
least a
to the
5-minute
majority.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you, Mr. Alvarado.
All right, so we're on page 53, and you might, I don't want to be presumptuous, but there's probably shouldn't be much. This is again, all statute and policy. You can't like change the types of meetings there are. So
The only one I see that we have discussed prior as a potential schedule issue is it says the board, this types of meeting, very last blue paragraph, the board must meet at least once each month and may act as a group only, blah, blah, blah. I think we have had discussions about not having a June meeting.
Right, that's right.
Having a July meeting. So to have must here is
Yep.
a bad idea.
So
Yep.
I don't.
statute is what, 10 months?
So NRS says that we're required to hold 10 meetings
10.
annually.
So we could still,
Hold on, let's see what is our,
well, it does say
Regular.
bylaw 060.
yeah, that's what I'm
perfect.
looking at.
Perfect.
Put on there, the board must meet at least 10 times a year.
Well, we should reference back to our bylaw and make
Yep.
sure it's in accordance with NRS all at the same time.
Yep. I'll do that.
There is a meeting type that's not listed here unless I didn't read this thoroughly, and that's a legal briefing. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Item 6. It's at the end. That's why I didn't see it.
It does not say in our bylaw, it does not state how often we're,
I-
at
yeah,
least not in.
I didn't see it.
So that talks about meetings. So if it's in a different location, I mean, it could be, right? I don't know.
It just says according to Nevada state law.
Right. Well, no, it's if in our bylaw, it states that we will meet once a month, then
Then
we have to
it's-
change the
that-
bylaw
Correct.
before we can not hold a meeting in July,
Right.
right? So that's something that I think we need to look into.
Yeah, and then that obviously changes number
that
one
changes the
and
governance council.
anything after that that
Mhm.
would stipulate a change.
Okay, so let's go on then to this item, which I think there will be input on, and that's starts at the bottom of page 54. And those are the agenda categories in your board meeting. So just take a look at those and make sure that those are accurate. One of the things that I thought, I believe came up last time had to do with public comment, and in here I have the public comment before the meeting, and that at the end of the meeting, I don't indicate anything about public comment prior to each action item. And so that's a decision that you as a board can make.
So that's a decision, that is a decision that the board president makes. Because
Okay.
they're the one running the meeting. They can choose, there have to be at least two during the meeting. One on action items and one on non-action items. Or
Right.
non-agenda items within the purview of the board.
Right.
I have chosen to do public comment after each action item so that
Okay.
our public can speak to each action item and not be limited to 3 minutes for, 10 items.
Sure. Do you want that included in some way in this list of the agenda, or do you want to leave that for there's another section that talks about public comment that we could put that in?
Also implied at each meeting, the minimum is are the two.
By law.
But
Yeah.
you can adjust, and we almost always adopt a flexible agenda. And at your discretion, I think on items, we could add public comment if we felt it
Right.
necessary. I don't know it needs to be permanent in here
Okay.
if we have the discretion of the president.
Yeah, as long as we say that in the public comments section.
Right.
So we'll
Exactly.
make sure that
As
Well-
long as we are following NRS. It's at our
Yeah.
discretion.
we are. So let's just be sure to, it's coming up in another page, and we'll look carefully to make sure that's discretion is in there. Anything else on that list? Yes.
January board meeting organized by electing from its members president, vice president, clerk. The law requires the position of president and clerk.
It does. Yes.
Doesn't require vice president.
And it sounds like moving forward, based on what we talked about at the beginning of this meeting, that we will need to
We'll be
appoint
changing.
the
Yeah.
clerk instead of having it a board trustee. We're going to appoint the person that's actually taking the minutes and the monetary part especially, which none of us ever have anything.
Lucky.
Well, and then I think we were gonna add electing a third officer.
Right. A secretary.
To fill the
That
position of a
during-
board trustee without infringing on the duties of the clerk.
Yeah. So I already had noted to change that language to fit with our prior conversation in this section here. Anything else on the agenda items?
Those questions that needed or requested by staff.
That would be like our HR director. She needs to go
Right.
over our union negotiations.
We can say superintendent there instead of staff. But
I guess the only thing
what
I
do you
would add
guys do?
in regards to that is in this regular board meeting agenda categories, we should add closed session, because we basically have it every time.
Okay.
And
Right.
so because it's not on that list.
Okay.
So on number 5, I think maybe putting the request or requested by superintendent or designee. Because if there's a meeting he's not at, he may appoint someone in his stead to take care of things.
So it shouldn't say staff, it's staff.
Well, no, I'm not saying staff. It would be designee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree, Trustee Burns. Yes, it shouldn't say staff. So I have the superintendent and or designee. Mhm. Yes, president for sure. Do you want officers to call closed session meetings? Board trustees or board officers, or?
I think
I don't know that as board members, I mean, we don't,
we're not privy to information that would be needed.
would
in
be
Right,
needed.
typically,
until
right.
we're
So it's
told
not
of it in
something-
the closed session. So-
right.
Yeah, typically it's not,
Superintendent or designee.
yeah, now if we were in another state, then that could be different because there are things like, for example, the superintendent's evaluation is typically done in a closed session. And that would be a session called by the board president. But in Nevada, that's not going to happen. So the only time you're going to have it is personnel, discipline, property sales, which are all going to emanate from the superintendent,
Right.
right?
Are you good with that, Mr. Alvarado?
Is that, am I close, attorney? Okay. Okay.
Tola can talk about closed session and the requirements of that.
Be great.
Every type of closed session is a little bit different. The one that's the easiest to do is an attorney-client closed session. The rest of them, for the most part, have to be noticed and agendized. But they can be requested by the superintendent. I think that language is probably the best to use. I don't know that we'd be getting a closed session request. I could be wrong, but I don't know how often that would come from someone other than the superintendent.
Yeah.
And in coming
Understand
from
it.
someone other than the superintendent, they could present it to the superintendent to make it a closed session.
Right. Yeah.
And then I bring it to the officers and we put it on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that's the safest thing too, even legally. If you allowed an individual trustee to just have the right to
Yeah.
call a closed session, then you could actually be infracting the law by the topic they talk about in the closed session. I don't think you want to take that risk. Yeah. Okay, anything else?
I noticed that, so use of parliamentary procedure, it's cited, bylaw 060.
Yes.
But in our policy or bylaw, it states that is a guideline.
Right.
So I think that section should follow that same wording.
Okay. And my recommendation is that you change that but in the interim. Yeah.
Right now, that's the way it
Mm.
reads. We'll just stick with how it reads.
Also, under that same thing, it talks about receiving training annually. Is that something that we currently do, or is that going to be part of the board governance?
Great
handbook?
question. Yeah, I don't know if you need it annually, but I
We
think
do not.
training is a good idea.
Right.
But what do you think on that?
Training's always good. but
Yeah, I was
learn-
gonna say, training is always good. I don't know that we have, well, given our current budget dilemma, we do not have it in our budget to go out and ask for parliamentary training. Unless it is offered, say, at our NASB training in December, then I would strongly encourage each of our board members to take that
Yeah.
course. But I
It-
don't know that adding the training part
I would,
It's something we can add in later.
yeah, my recommendation is I would leave it, but modify it to, so it's clear that it's not external training. So training could mean
Right.
that the new board member gets some training from the existing trustees or the existing president,
I do.
something like that.
That, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Alvarado, but Pool Pact has some training. And I believe we've done Pool Pact training on Robert's rules.
So there is a module within the e-learning program,
Okay.
and Robert's Rules is one of those. We
Okay.
can make sure that every trustee has that assigned to them, and trustees
So-
are obligated to take all of the e-learning for this year.
Correct.
We have one, it's supposed to be finished up in December.
Second week of December.
So do I. It is online.
Okay, so did I hear that you are getting it annually
Yes, so
then?
we are getting it in.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
I didn't think about the online. I was just thinking. in
But is the
person.
Robert rules one that's
It-
required annually?
It
Oh.
can be.
Okay, because right
Right,
now it
it's
isn't. I just
something-
did the.
Mr. Alvarado, that's something that we could send out, right?
E-learning is
Add that.
required annually, the components within e-learning, and we will just plan to program Robert's Rules for the
Yeah, I
board
was
on
just
an annual
saying,
basis.
currently it's not one of the, like, it wasn't included in the ones I just finished.
Oh, so then you have to go into the library.
Yeah,
and
you
then
can go
select it.
look it up.
Okay,
and
There's a search,
select to do
there's
it.
a search bar, you just type in Robert's Rules, it'll come up.
but we are going to require that for all trustees.
I think that'd be great to put into this handbook.
Yeah.
As long as we're able to get access to it, which it sounds like we are, we
Mhm.
just need to be more aware and conscious that we have to go and find it when we're doing our pullback. and-
Well, and by moving
training.
forward, we can.
We can add that to
our
the
Yeah, just have it
modules.
come up in the
module
list.
that
Yeah.
is
So-
required. Yeah.
Yay.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. This is about Robert's Rules, and so I was going to ask those questions, so we already did that.
Just wanted to say, there is an official instructor in Reno. I know her, she's instructed trained almost all of them that are up there existing. And it was very reasonable. So just a thought.
Yeah, I still think right now we can't even afford reasonable.
All right, the next would be the board meeting section. So this is where we want to make sure that we've got your process down accurately. And here it's page 55 to 58. Construction of the agenda.
So I don't know that we have the 14 business days beforehand for things to be put on the agenda. And on
That's
page 50
number 2, page 56.
Yeah, none of this is exactly how it's happening right now. Right now, also the clerk, but it would be the secretary is meeting along with the board president, vice president, and superintendent.
Okay, so that would add the secretary so that it's all the officers and the superintendent. That's item number 3.
Two, I don't know that we have a 14 business day to request something on the agenda.
What's a reasonable amount of
I
time?
think just we've been emailing President Wad's staff as we've come across something that maybe, but we've never been given a hard deadline to send it to her. Kind of been very fluid.
Do you want, well, it has to be before you meet to form the agenda. So that's how many days before do you typically do that?
8 days.
Currently 8, but if we move up, our timeline is probably
Right.
gonna have to be closer to that 14.
So 14 days is probably a good
We used to.
guideline.
We used to have it when the meetings were done. Then it was open to the board members. Would you like to see something on the agenda? They can voice that, but they have to have a second in order to make it official to be added.
Yeah.
At the advice of legal counsel is why we removed that.
The reason why, I think the biggest reason why we did it was so the public that was there could hear what the possible agendas were for the following month. So it was very transparent. It's up to you, you know.
Do we know the reason why it was, it's recommended not to do that? I guess I should ask legal counsel.
Yeah, I can't speak to exact, I don't think that was me that would have been involved in that, but it sounds like there could be some OML concerns with voting separately, independently outside of a public meeting.
Well,
That would be my guess.
It would happen at the end of the board meeting, so it was happening during the board meeting. It was like the last thing on the agenda.
The hardest thing I think in putting it in the board meeting is then there's a preemption of what you're leaning towards if there's an unwillingness to even want to add it to the agenda. Right? And so there's this discretion that's being used in not doing that, that we're not going to sit here and argue about a particular item that may or may not be on the agenda because it kind of gives away your position in wanting said agenda.
Not to be discussed.
Right, but then the adding of it was voted on when we did have it at the end. So if I say, I want this on the agenda,
No, it's not voted.
Yeah, it is, because you have to say you want it on the agenda and then you have to have a second.
We did not vote on it. We had
Oh, no, we didn't vote on it, but
You weren't there. We changed this when you got on.
I think my point's still valid. I would rather not see it in that form for multitude of reasons. I can give them to you if you'd like. If there's all of us wanting a particular item on a future agenda item, that part of the meeting may take hours just in things that we would like on the next agenda. And then also too, requiring a second or anything like that to put it on the agenda creates some animus between board members and also then gives away a position potentially.
The whole time we were there, and well before they always did that, I never heard one disagreement. It was always, I would like to see this on the agenda. And then if it was seconded, no different.
But there you
than
go.
if you
There's,
just
but then you
petition.
need a second.
Yeah, if nobody seconds it, it's dead. And that's it, no vote on it. It would be.
Well, no, it wasn't
No
voted
difference
on.
than if I sent the president, my request was somebody signing with me.
All right. So it sounds like,
we are not adding it to the end of the agenda.
yeah, it sounds like the consensus is that we're staying with what's here. The, any other items we were kind of going through, Trustee Knighting was going through these, any other steps that need to be revised?
Well, so are we gonna keep it 14 days, get it to you 14 days before the board meeting?
Yes, because then it allows for us to have our meeting. So we receive that 14 days, then we meet. We're meeting 8 days prior to the meeting to finalize that agenda. And so we're gonna have to move that time frame up so that we post earlier.
And then number 4, it says if approved, the item is placed on the draft agenda. So
Right.
typically,
So we have to get it in order to put it.
but typically it's not on the draft agenda yet. When we come to the draft agenda meeting, it said, I've
Could
had it
be, yeah.
required, I've had.
Right, and then we add it at the
So
agenda.
we're trying to do this all before, so it's already on the draft agenda. Most items are.
Most
Yeah.
items are. And occasionally, even after we've had our agenda planning meeting, something will come up that needs to be added to the agenda. And that happens, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think the only issue would fall within our business service office as they prepare budget vouchers and journal entries to be added to the agenda as attachments, like we can
Right.
post, but we're probably going to add those attachments at the
And
same
that's-
time
yeah.
on Friday.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
then I'm
fine.
just not sure if you're notifying anybody that when you don't include them on the agenda.
Well, so far I haven't had any requests that have not been.
We could add a provision for that upon being denied an agenda item, you will get written notice from the
Well,
president.
it's
Right.
And then,
It's number 7, yeah.
then
that it's happening, or if it has happened, or.
I don't know that it has needed to happen, so it hasn't happened.
Oh.
So.
Okay, anything else on those steps?
Number 3 and number 5 and number 6. Is there a reason why the clerk is removed from them?
I've added on secretary because of our prior conversation about the clerk being appointed, so they would be a staff member. So the officers would be the president, the vice president, and the secretary. And I penciled the secretary in.
Trustee Burns, it sounds
Now
like
you're down to 2.
it sounds, no, the secretary will be the third in lieu of the clerk because it sounds like we are going to make Mrs. Bedart the clerk based on her current duties. And so we are going to, I don't want to, please legal stop me if I'm saying anything incorrect, but the Nevada statute for what the duties of the clerk are have not been done by our clerk. They've been done by Ms. Bedart. And so appointing someone to do such is going to be something we need to discuss. And then doing so, we would add a secretary position, which is then the de facto clerk in what you're requesting for agendizing items. So there will still be a trustee in that role.
There will be 3 trustees.
3 trustees, the name will just be secretary instead of clerk.
All right, so they're part of the 3 that develops the. agenda.
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah.
You're not going to lose any.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I just say briefly, just to clarify that any discussion about appointing someone a clerk, that wasn't agendized, but I think that was just a hypothetical about something that.
That's right.
That there's no action that's taken,
No.
or that was
Yeah, we'll
contemplated
have
by
to
that.
discuss
Correct.
that for sure.
That's a future agenda.
Okay, any other items?
I do see on appealing a decline request for agenda item, I do like the idea that someone's idea is not just dead on arrival if the president and the vice president disagree with it or don't want it on there. I'm wondering if there's a buffer there, and this would be very difficult, but there are such things as bad ideas, and in not having one, it shouldn't just automatically make its way to a board meeting. And so maybe a smaller group of discussion could take place or something along those lines to not just have every idea that's turned down, whether that's for time constraints or its actual usage. That would be, I think that would be needed so that we're not, hey, there's 10 future agenda items that were turned down, whether they were relevant or not. So I don't know how to accomplish that, but
Well, I think again, that's, that may go back to Trustee Burns' idea about, those trustees that wanted that agenda item, at least 2, that they would meet with the officers and superintendent too. Can we do that? Without breaking our rules?
so I don't think both could.
No,
right? We would
both
have to
couldn't
lose
because you
someone.
can't have 4 in the room, right?
Maybe asking for a meeting with the board president and the superintendent.
Correct.
That's what I'm
Hey, I'd
thinking.
like to discuss why my
Yeah.
future agenda item was
Yeah.
not put on the agenda. You could request a meeting with the 2 of them, and then it's not outside of a quorum, but you're getting the fulfillment of an explanation as to why your agenda item was not looked at.
That's
So-
what I was
so I think that
thinking.
could be part 1, and then we could just move these down 2, 3, 4, like.
Correct. That's where I have it. Yeah, as this first step. Yeah. Okay, other items on that section?
I have a question under creating and posting. Number 3, it says trustees have 24 hours to respond. Is that then that's part of the drafting then? That's
Yeah.
the officers?
So yeah, that would be officers.
I'll note that.
It's currently, number two, a draft copy of the agenda, that's not being sent out to the trustees as of right now.
No, it's, yeah, so we meet as an agenda review. And that's when we're doing our, oh, let's move this, or let's add this, or let's, however we want the agenda to look. And then Renee normally does all those revisions. And it gets sent to legal counsel.
So it too should not have emailed to trustees then.
So it
Right.
should just say board council for review.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
To board council for.
And are we doing the 10 days for creating the draft agenda or the 14 days? That's step number 1.
I skipped step 1, sorry.
When do you typically do
8
your
days.
8?
Is it
Currently
8?
it is
8.
8.
Okay.
Just leave it at 8.
Okay.
It seems to
It's
be
like-
working.
You might say no later than 8 days
Okay.
before the.
Well, that gives
Board
you a little
meeting.
bit of leeway in case you guys decide to move it up. Then it's not violating board governance handbook. It's not
Right.
violating anything, and we're still in compliance.
So
Does that work, Mr. Alvarado?
Yes.
this is obviously a guideline and our bylaws supersede this. Are we to assume that there's some sort of penalty for not following the guidelines? In other words, we're putting all this out here to do, and we're doing it in a public forum, and then we're actually opening ourselves up to criticism if such things don't happen. Is that all we're opening ourselves up to? Or in failing to comply with this, do we get to slap Melinda on the wrist for not doing the right thing? Like it was.
Well, okay. No, it's a great question. First of all, no, unless the council thinks differently, no real penalty per se. However, it would go to the progressive response protocol. So if you had a trustee that consistently was submitting things too late, it's up to the responsibility of the president to go to that member and follow the process. So again, the steps 1, 2, 3, go to that person, say, look, our policies, our handbook says you're supposed to have it in earlier. You're not, please do that. And you follow through your procedures. Yeah. So it's really an informal process. Yeah.
And then also I'll point out, after the agenda review meeting, there is no recap of the meeting that's being sent out to all trustees.
Okay.
I don't know if that's not happening.
No, it is not.
Okay. Not a problem. So we'll just remove that part. And any other of those steps that need to be modified.
Last one is deleting an item from the agenda. Any trustee who wishes to delete any items from the agenda may make a motion to do so during the adoption of the agenda section of the board meeting. And you stop. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it should say you need a second. And then if it is seconded, a majority vote is the way it
Yeah.
moves.
That
Isn't that implied in the
we
motion?
it's implied, but we can add that.
Yeah, we can-
That's
That's what a motion
Yeah.
is, right? It's not just. you can
right. Yeah.
Willy-nilly pull it. I like all of this gone, let's go home. And
It was implied, but why I can add it. It's fine.
We have 7 items. We're gonna pull 2 through 6.
Yeah.
Getting it done.
Anything else in the creation of the agenda?
And are we still keeping 8 days on number 5?
And that's a good question.
Well, we have 10, I don't know, we have 14 days for people to get, to submit, then 10 days. Or,
Isn't it the Friday before right now?
So
it's
right now,
only
Friday
6
before.
days,
I-
7 days. I think 8's a lot. It
I think that
condenses how
we
fast you can.
could state what the law says, right? So
Agreed.
no later than
3 days.
72 hours prior to
Totally
the
agree.
meeting. You know, that way we have the leeway to post earlier,
But we're not.
but if it doesn't happen, we are required by law to post.
Well, for instance, today is Friday and our board meeting is Thursday, so we don't know if our agenda for Thursday is gonna get out today, might get out on Monday,
Right.
for instance.
I think this time we're posting it Monday morning. Is that correct?
Depends what time we finish today.
Yeah.
Time Renee
Yeah.
and I have to finalize it.
So stop asking questions.
So to our public, we're really sorry it may not come out till Monday morning.
My recommendation is that you leave the additional days, because if you put in that we only have to meet a 3-day minimum, then the board would have no inclination to do otherwise. So I would still recommend that best practices are that you have things done earlier for all the reasons that we've discussed. But you can add that
So we could,
that's your goal, but the legal minimum is.
so we
and
could
then-
put it 8 days
yeah.
prior to the meeting, no less than 3 days.
Yeah.
Before the actual.
Yeah,
meeting.
so we can put in that there's a minimum legal requirement, but the goal is to do it earlier.
So I don't know that we want to say 8 days, right? So currently we try to post by Friday afternoon. So I would just, whatever that works out to be, 5 days, 5 days prior to the meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, it gets the math gets a little tricky on this one. I agree.
So,
Got it.
so recommended, but no later than.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
5, the personnel report says at the end of that. Is there a time limit on that, or are we sticking with 3 days? It must be 72 hours. Page 57.
And I don't even know if that's an issue for you. Some districts, this is a big issue. They have shorter runway on the personnel, but I don't know if it's an issue.
Every day we make personnel decisions. So the law does provide us flexibility to either add a supplemental personnel report
Mhm.
or to post the personnel report the day of the meeting.
Yeah,
So that it's
yeah.
most up to date. Sometimes we're hiring people the same day a meeting is occurring and we want them to start as soon as possible when their background check is finished.
Right.
And with the board authorization allows us to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
That's why I'm sure that was put in there. I didn't know it was a legal precedent, but good.
Well, because if they're not approved, then they'd have to wait a whole nother month.
Yes,
We don't want that.
the board does give me authorization for operations, and so I could approve them in anticipation of a board approval. But I can't guarantee the board will approve it, so
Right.
I like to just maintain that practice.
No, I think that's very, very wise. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, then let's go ahead and move on. And again, the 58, the closed session is directly out of your bylaw and the statute, so I don't know that there would be,
Really fast, I'm on consent agenda,
yes.
right? Currently, I don't know that this is the way we're doing it or have previously done it. In that, we come to consent items. Motion is made to approve it. Or I should say, we ask if anybody wants to pull anything. It doesn't have to be seconded. We just pull that item, pass the consent, then go back and discuss those pulled items, whether it's a voucher number or the personnel report or a second reading of a board policy, whatever it may be. Am I correct in that?
I'll have Mr. Catola share.
Okay.
I think so. I think it should be voted on.
To pull it?
I believe I have to double check to be sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know to pass it, yes, but to pull it from consent, my understanding was that we could just say, I'd like to pull voucher number 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
At the point you pull something from the consent agenda, it becomes its own action item
Right.
in the board agenda.
Right.
And that
So,
must be decided on by itself,
Right.
separate from the consent agenda.
right, that, yeah,
Yeah.
that's, but it
So-
doesn't need a second to pull.
I don't think you do, because then it's becoming an action item that people have to agree or disagree with anyway, right? It'd be a de facto vote on the front end by not needing, if you needed a second and didn't get one, then you don't even get to discuss it. So then that would defeat the purpose of wanting to pull it. Whereas if you
That's what
want,
I'm meaning.
but so I don't think you need a second. We could
Yeah,
obviously
right.
figure out the
Well,
answer,
I'm-
but
I
I'd
can
be
try to
inclined to say
clarify
you
this
don't
further.
need it.
Okay,
I don't-
yeah, previously we have not needed a second in order to pull an item from consent. We pull the item, we vote on everything else, then we go back and discuss that agenda,
We should just make sure we're
consent.
doing what's in best practices and what is in RS and everything. Just
Right,
let's have some
absolutely.
clarification on it.
Yeah, the intent, and of course, there's the legal answer will rule the day. But the intent here is the boards, again, it's always about balance. We want board members to have voice, but I can tell you in my experience that when boards get sideways, you get an individual board member who decides they want to discuss every single item in the consent agenda. If you have absolutely no parameters, then and that's what they do. And the board meetings are going 10, 11, 12 hours because they pull every item and want to debate it, discuss it.
Well, the nice
And
thing
there's
is
no
in the
restriction.
State of Nevada, we can only go up until 11:59.
Okay, well, there you go. But that's the reason this is in there. It ensures that when you're going to pull an item from consent, which has already been posted, you've had ample opportunity to go get clarifying information from the superintendent on the item, that the only time something should be pulled is if there's a general concern by the board in that item that requires them to want to discuss. And so that's why the step is in there that the board actually, as a group, decide whether it needs to be pulled rather than allowing one trustee to be able to pull it just on their own. So that's the reasoning for it. I'm not arguing one way or the other. That's your guys'
So
decision.
is it something that you could put as a question mark and wait to hear from legal?
Of course.
And follow legal guidance?
Absolutely, we'll do that.
I think we'll go with that.
Okay.
If we're all good with that?
If you pull from an agenda, then it stays on the agenda, but it moves. And you can bring it back in at any point on the agenda. But if you pull it and you say, we don't have enough information and we want more, and then the board, that's the Robert's Rules process, and that is to temporarily and then bring it back next month. That's a whole different ballgame. So you have to make sure that you understand that when you pull it, you're coming back to it. But if you say, we don't have it, no matter where, tonight, no matter what time, we're not gonna be able to do that. Then you have, when you pull it from the agenda, it should then be voted on and
Right.
everything to not have it and to put it off. And then that's a Robert's Rule process.
That is correct. yeah.
Well, and that's also something that as we adopt the agenda, right? As we adopt the agenda, we can say we are adopting a flexible agenda with item number 7 being pulled.
And that's the point, is that this is an effort to provide the opportunity for a board member to request that, and then it in advance so that it becomes on the agenda and there's more eyes on it. The officers in the soup and whoever asked for it are all saying, we believe this item should be pulled. It doesn't then, but then you have to allow for an item to be pulled during the meeting. But this puts some parameters on that. So it can't just be one board member who just automatically gets to pull any and every consent agenda item that they request.
But there's a difference in pulling from consent and pulling from the agenda.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's correct.
I think that's the hang up. But this would just
Right.
be pulling from consent items, not pulling from the agenda.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. And I would say at that, we'll follow the advice of council, and if council says we only have to have one that wants to pull from consent, then we will stick with what the law states.
Right, of course.
Yeah, you're right, Marcus, from consent, which you're moving it in the agenda.
Mhm.
But if it's the other way.
That's
then
right.
That's a different. angle,
That's,
different
that's right.
angle.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, excellent. Anything else on that? Okay, so then we can move it forward. Now, you'll note I skipped a few pages, and that's again because this is closed session description, straight out of statute. Open public meeting law is straight out of the statute as well. So the next item that I think, but yeah, if you have anything.
No, just because I'm noticing, open meeting law, we don't have a policy about open meeting law, but we're required to follow it. So do we
Yeah.
need an open meeting law policy?
I'll defer to the superintendent attorney on that.
Anything in law, I recommend we don't have a policy on,
Yeah.
or else we're gonna be changing policy when the law changes. You know, we will follow the law always.
Right, always, we're required to, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Mr.
just-
Capola, if you have anything else to add, you can.
Yeah, no, I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, the law applies regardless of whether you have a
Regardless.
policy or not. So
Right.
to have
Okay.
one is just creating more things to worry about in
Okay.
terms of updates and all that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
And for special meeting agendas, we only have to have 24 hours instead of for open meeting law.
Yes, the special meeting,
But I thought the
is
regular,
different.
and the regular meeting is 48, or is it 72?
72.
70.
the
So
regular
number
meeting.
one should read 72.
Great.
Proper notification. Is that correct? Page 59, under proper notification of meetings, regular meeting agendas, it's a 72.
Right, yeah, it needs to be changed to,
Yeah, I'll change that if it's 72.
yeah.
And then special meetings are 24.
I don't know, do special meetings?
I didn't know that there was any difference between a special meeting and a regular meeting for.
I think that there is, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we'll be following statute, whatever that
Yeah,
is.
That statute
Mhm.
states.
So for these special meetings, we did post way in advance
We did.
of 72 hours.
Right, because we knew, yeah,
And Mr. Catola will confirm the 24-hour.
okay,
Okay.
Notice.
all right, thank you.
The open meeting law. When it happens in a meeting. And it goes beyond the meeting. You don't deal with it right on the spot. Before the next month meeting, you have to have that, to deal with that. And anything that happened, if there was a decision made, a vote or anything. That's automatically null and void as if it never happened. That's what the law says.
Okay,
I believe so, yeah.
So it's very important that we understand that. I get caught in that. And I, dealt with it and it was taken care of. But that was a different experience. And you really gotta be really paid attention to make sure we don't make mistakes.
very good. So would you state that just again? I want to make sure I have that down so we include that language.
If in an agenda item or event happens. And it's an open meeting law violation. Then if there was a decision made. It's automatically null and void as if it never happened.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so anything else on that?
I don't know if we're to page 60.
We're on
Minutes of
Mhm.
executive session. Is that closed session or is that something else?
closed session, so
So
I'll
that's the
change
minutes
it
of
to
the closed
close. Uh-huh,
session.
yes. Okay, anything else? So if not, then we're moving to the start of the bottom of page 60, which is public comment. And again, the intent here is just to make sure that this matches what your current practice is. starting at the bottom of page 60.
Just, the regular meeting minutes. More towards the
Oh,
top.
yeah.
It says clerk or secretary at this point shall keep written minutes of all open board meetings, which shall be signed by the president. The minutes shall include the date, time, place, meeting, so on and so on. We have been, and I think it should be in here that we also record them. Recording, and the reason why is because we need to protect the secretary as well, and no finger pointing. If they don't think the minutes are right, then go back on the recordings.
So audio recording. Yeah.
So by law, we are required to broadcast our meetings, whether that be on YouTube or on Zoom.
Through video,
Through
video
there
requirement.
has to be some sort of video access for our,
Yeah, Renee's-
Constituents.
She's recording right now.
well, she's recording audio, but we are
Yeah.
required by law to have video. So.
Great. I'll add that to it. Uh-huh.
It says, shall be signed by the president. Is that currently how we do it?
Nope. I don't sign the minutes.
Well, it's,
We supposed to?
Well,
Okay.
and don't we?
You've got a
approve
nice
minutes
long list
at-
going there.
well, it says it's president, it should also be the secretary,
Mm-hmm.
both of them sign.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the secretary would sign, but we'll let the council check and see what the law is saying on who's to do that, and then we can decide, yeah. Okay, so then under public comment, you'll notice that we mentioned earlier that there's a lot of detail as far as the issue of what is appropriate and not appropriate and that kind of thing. So just be sure to look at all that. Would ask council, this would be another section that's really critical that we have his advice on what is legal and not considering his description earlier of some of the changes in the slander definition, et cetera. I think it's going to be important to make sure that this is legally correct. Thank you.
Agreed.
Okay, great.
For the minutes of the executive session as well, recording.
That's the closed session?
Yep.
Yes.
That should be recorded as well. It says written minutes, but
Okay.
recording.
We don't currently do roll call when we get to closed session.
Yes, we would.
We usually just ask, is everyone here?
That's a roll call, actually.
So yes, I guess.
I guess you do. Okay. And I can just change that to say that the attendance is recorded in the minutes. I think that's the point that they're after. Yeah.
Under alternate ways to communicate, it says to contact the board member who represents them. I think maybe just contact any board member because it's really not that way where everyone votes.
Yeah, because of what you guys previously shared with me. Yeah.
And with that, going along with that, the superintendent would probably report back to the board as a whole or just to the trustee who brought the.
I typically have been sharing it with the whole board through a blind copy so that
Great.
no one can reply all or
Great.
create any violations.
I'll make that change as well.
On number 5, and this is more a question for possibly legal counsel and Mr. Alvarado, but are we allowed to have community engagement opportunities with the board outside of a board meeting?
So I mentioned to one or more trustees about scheduling office hours.
Right, yeah, you had mentioned
You
that.
know, that would be one opportunity.
Okay.
But
It'll
as,
be one-on-one type.
yeah, but as trustee Knighting mentioned, you know, she gets approached in the grocery store.
Oh,
That's
yeah, no,
individual
I think we
interaction.
all get approached in
Um,
different
you
ways.
know, and all of you are involved in a different type of
Right,
organization outside of the board.
okay,
But that doesn't mean you represent the board when you go to those meetings, right? You're going to those meetings as an individual.
right.
So you know, you're welcome to schedule meetings if you'd like to. I know, I believe, Dave, you had scheduled a town hall in the past with one or more trustees. That's perfectly allowable.
I'm gonna, if to that conversation, I'll just make an adjustment to make that clear that it's individual trustees that would do that.
Yeah.
But that was the intent, what you're describing. It was town halls and the like. Yeah.
Thank you.
And town halls just have to be 3 or less still, correct? I know there's no action taken, but I think that's what it already stated in here.
I would think that you would want more than 3, even at a
Right.
town hall with no action.
I think,
Depends on the topic, I think, the town
Okay.
hall.
Yeah.
right, but you also it may be saying, you know, however many not to make a quorum, because we've had situations in the past where 3 made a quorum, right? So, or 2 made a quorum, or, you know, so you don't want to have a specific number. Does that make sense?
Except we have 7.
Yes, I know, but sometimes there are extenuating circumstances in which members of the board cannot vote on an item and so then your quorum becomes
Less.
The
less.
majority of less people. Yes.
Yes.
understood.
So,
Yeah, the board has been invited and attended, you know, district-wide training,
right,
you know, but you have all been purposeful on where you seat yourselves.
Right, so we're
in
not
your-
all
in your discussion
seated together and
I think we try to do that on any event that we go to, unless it's like obviously graduation where we're all up front, you know,
Right.
with the graduates. But I think at, you know, DPAC or, you know, the leadership or any other outside things that we happen to have multiple of us be there, I think the majority of us are purposely mindful of not sitting together. So there's not the appearance of a quorum.
Yes.
And I'll just jump in. I'm assuming from our previous conversation, President Wagstaff, that we want to add into, and this would occur on page 62, where it's describing the different ways the public comment comes. I have the before, I have the after meeting. I do not have a section on commenting prior to each action item. And so I have penciled in my notes that needs to be added, and it's at the president's discretion. Is that
yes.
the wording?
Yeah, there's a whole law around it.
Yeah, and she usually allows public comment on an action item. If she chooses, she allows it after we've had a discussion,
Yeah, sometimes
Okay.
but
depending
before
upon
we have a
discussion.
vote.
Okay, so let me,
Required by law that they have that the public have the opportunity to comment on any actionable item, but at the discretion of the president, it can be on discussion items as well.
right.
If that all made sense.
It did, yeah, and I was familiar that the statute gives you the option,
Yes.
and you don't have to provide public comment prior to each action item. You can do it before and
Yeah.
after, and that meets state law. But boards have different preferences, and it's
Different presidents have to.
absolutely. And I would, as far as giving you advice on that, I would say you make the decision based upon what's best for your community and for the time that you're in. So there are times when, and this even goes to the balanced governance standards and concepts. I won't belabor it, but it was under your training on do we act like delegates or like trustees? And where's the balance? And it was like, if we have a great desire of our community to speak more into what we're doing, then we provide that additional opportunity. There might be seasons where that's not the case. There's nobody in the audience. There's nobody signed up for public comment. And then it doesn't, you don't need then to necessarily do that. So, yeah.
And then number 2, the consent agenda is considered a single action item. That's just the consent items then. Because where we take comment on any action item, a person can comment on every single action item if they have something to say, but that's specifically consent.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, it
Consent is as a whole.
Yeah, it is a whole.
Otherwise, they would say there's 25 consent
Yeah.
agenda items. I now have 75 minutes to speak, 3 minutes on each one.
I do know that on our, and I don't know what the law is on this, so, but on, public comment, they can make public comment in person, or they can make public comment on, by email. And that email has to be in by what time?
I think 12:30, 12 or 12.
12:30 of the day before the meeting, of the,
Of the meeting.
of the,
Of the meeting.
the morning of the meeting.
Yeah.
Right. But that they don't get both. Is that correct?
I think so. If the email is treated as a public comment, then you couldn't send emails and then show up and also
And
get
also,
a bunch
okay.
of public comment time as well.
Okay.
Unless they decide to pull their email, because I think that's happened in the
Right, yeah.
past. Where they'll be like, oh, I emailed, but I was able to make it, so please pull my email from public comment, because I'd
Right.
like to make a in-person public comment.
I can add that, and then I'd ask the attorney if you know. I've worked with some of the districts here in Nevada, and they remark if there's been an email, but they don't read the email. So what is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Except also when the email is the provided public comment, I do think it's added to the minutes as such, correct? At the after?
Correct.
Yeah, so
Okay,
there's the
got it.
distinguishing point too.
Okay.
Because
But
an
they-
email can just be an email, it doesn't have to be someone's public comment.
Yeah, they have to say specifically, I
have to
want this
adapt
added
that,
to the.
yeah.
Okay.
When they put public comment in that message, Renee usually reaches back out and confirms whether they want this to
Right.
be. a public
Yes.
comment minutes.
Okay. Great. Okay. Anything else under this section?
Are we on to,
I think we're still on
Meeting
page
to-
62.
does that include meeting decorum? Are we on to that or?
Yes. Go all the way through to page 64.
So do we have any regulation on signs if people bring signs? Well, I know, but where did that come from?
I don't believe that that's a law. I mean, that's,
I don't think that we.
Reference is 60. So
Yeah.
is it listed in 60?
We can't have a sign bigger than that.
well, it
These
says
are
it in
just
our
recommendations and they could be just his provisions. but we're just
Yeah, they
asking
are.
that-
It's not mentioned in 060. And there's no law that defines that this is a recommendation that many boards use that I work with so that it's not, somebody doesn't bring in a billboard size sign.
They can get through the door.
Right.
Just don't know.
It's,
that I'm
I don't
a
know that
fan of
yeah.
regulating what us.
I would say
what
let's
us
remove that
sign
one.
somebody can
that's
have.
perfectly fine. That's just your preference.
That's because things are going smoothly. I think
Right.
you might change your mind in the off
If,
chance
if somebody
people
brought a
get
big
down.
banner and stood in the front row and
Yeah.
stood up and held it in
Yeah.
front of the
That's
people
fine.
behind them so they couldn't see, that's the purpose. That was the reason for it.
I mean, I understand your point. I don't think it's a bad idea to have some sort of limitation.
Right, as long as
just
it's
as
not
a
visually
barometer.
obstructive to those around.
I mean, 18 by 24 is large, double this.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
No,
just
but
saying,
it's
but
pretty small if someone wants to bring this. I'm just saying, I don't want to sit and get my measuring tape out to go.
Oh, of course.
I mean.
your
you wanna
poster's
bring a
too
sign
big.
and everybody can see.
Can we have,
Yeah.
so I guess this is another question for Mr. Catola, because is there a provision in which the president of the board can say, hey, that sign is too big, you need to leave? Even if it's not in our policy, there's got to be some sort of
Yeah.
rule.
The law is definitely gonna permit you to make, restrictions if something is substantially disruptive to the conduct of the meeting, and there's not gonna be a bright line as far as what that is. But if it is disrupting the meeting, then you would be allowed to do something about it.
Mhm.
I don't know whether the board wants to have a specific size limit in the handbook or not is kind of up to
So
you.
how
but-
about at the discretion of the president?
yeah.
But
And-
I just caution, the president just can't say, I don't like what that sign says.
Well,
That
that's
makes
the
me
other,
Right, that's an
that's
infringement
why
on
the
the-
size kind of does make sense, because then there's at least
Yeah,
something.
because I don't think we can do that.
Because if there was a sign that says Yvonne is awesome, it would be okay to be the entire size of the room. No, I'm teasing,
That would
but-
be the size of the TV.
But there is the disconnect there, right?
Really
I
quick
don't want to, I don't ever want to infringe upon somebody's First Amendment right.
There's a line on that. You're right. No violation of First Amendment, but there's order. And any time that you get out of order and then you're warned, you're very disruptive to the meeting. And the purpose of the meeting is to accomplish the business of the school and the board. And when that happens, then you need to deal with it. Because if you don't deal with it, they'll do it again. And I took one of my very good friends and had Mr. Alvarado send him a notice that you will not be allowed to attend our meeting. You can't do it. It has to be balanced.
Some of
and-
those provisions
and
are
as he
are in
said,
here.
There's disruption, you can't allow that.
I would say, I mean, without making a size, this is all just a guideline anyway. We don't have a board policy on
Right.
anything. So putting a size here isn't really set in stone, but there is the conundrum, right? Is
Yeah,
discretion versus a regulation on a specific size and tape measures and
well, obviously, we don't want signs that are going to promote violence in any way, right? But I don't have to agree with the sign, right?
Right. What I have right now, just from listening to what I think is a consensus, is I have language like that no signs that are visually obstructive or substantially disruptive are allowed at the discretion of the president.
that's probably good.
I like
And
that.
that way too, if someone has a larger sign, but it's down, it's
Right.
probably okay.
It's not disrupting,
Yeah.
right? Right.
And then as a board, we do have to, show some courage sometimes too, that if it's
You have
not
to grow
really destructive,
yeah.
but it hurts our
thick
feelings,
skin.
there's a thick skin, that's part of, now, obviously, there is going to be a part where that line is decidedly crossed, but
Right.
that would be maybe a request from the president, from a trustee to help them out, or whatever the case may be.
Right.
Yeah. Anything else on that?
Just failure to follow these rules by an individual or group or ground, they'll be asked to leave the meeting. Legal counsel, when can you legally ask somebody to leave the meeting?
Yeah, so I think, again, there's not gonna be a bright line, but I think it's generally gonna be the idea of a substantial disruption to the meeting. So, air horns, giant signs that are blocking the view, anyone that's promoting violence or
Mhm.
doxing or harassment, it's that type of thing.
But it needs to be pretty egregious.
Yeah, I
before
mean,
you would
right, I mean,
tell
you'd be
somebody.
asking the marshals that are usually here to escort somebody out, and you would have to be, it's gonna be a substantial disruption, it's gonna be basically the
Yeah.
standard that would be.
What about a substantial disruption by a board member? Not this board, but in future board, you just don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have
think there's
dealt with that.
provisions against that don't need to be in here, but it's worth asking or noting.
And maybe it does need to be in our.
And maybe
handbook.
that's something to, again, ask legal. I'm sure there's, I'm sure there's been an occurrence somewhere in the
There
country
has
that
been.
has happened. So
I can look into that a little bit,
Neighboring
there,
district.
yeah, there's gonna come a line at some point where that line is gonna be crossed, I mean, if you're getting into physical violence, then I think that line's
Obviously,
crossed.
that's, yeah.
South of that, I can try to find where.
I was like, that happened at a commissioner meeting years ago.
Yeah.
Right, those things
Yeah.
have happened, so.
Yeah. That can be a challenging, that's an attorney question, I think, for sure.
So maybe when that, with that information, that's something that maybe we could, include in our.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to belabor it, but I've had instances with boards here in Nevada where the board member, because they made a commitment to follow the policies, they weren't disruptive as a board member, but when it came to public comment time, they stood up, left their board station, sat down where I am and said, I am now a community member. And then they proceeded to make very nasty remarks about each one of their fellow colleagues and said, I'm allowed to do that because I'm not a board member right now. I'm a community member. So there is a very weird legal, which I'm not sure we want to get into that today. But
No.
anything else?
And the NRS, is this exactly how the NRS reads, the 241?
Yeah, I pulled that directly from the NRS, unless there's been a revision since I did that.
Check for provisions on all these.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then on number 3, I don't know that we really require the public to sign up for what they're gonna talk on just when we get to the, I mean, they sign their name, but they don't have to sign up beforehand what topic they're gonna address.
We used to have a sign up for every single agenda item for people to sign, and now it's kind of just one sheet. It's kind of tapered down than it used to be. But I remember there was multiple signups sheets
Right,
on the
different agenda
table,
items.
and it was on the different agenda items. So at
But
the
we don't-
beginning,
Do we want to go back to that, or do we
Mm-mm.
want to just take this out then?
no, I think.
well, I still think you want to keep them on topic if they're discussing an agenda item that
It
they
needs to
are
be
trying
on
to
that
at
agenda
the
item.
time.
But this says that before they
They
make
could-
public comment, they
Yeah, I
can
don't
sign up.
think
for
we
No,
the
I think just
individual.
having the one sign up sheet and then obviously they just go down through it. And I mean, obviously we're taking notes, Renee's taking notes, it's recorded, so we know. It's just reminding them that they need to state their name. So that way we have that at the
But they
beginning.
don't have to say what topic they're.
Well,
We
this,
Be talking on the topic.
Yeah.
yeah, this is referring to when someone signs up to speak on behalf of an actionable item, that it requires them to speak on that item and not go off and start speaking on the next agenda item that's coming up, that they should sign up another time. They should, I mean, if they're going to speak on every single action item, they should sign up and indicate which of the action items they're speaking
So we
on.
could just keep our sign up sheet, but they have to keep signing.
Yeah, but right now we don't have even a sign up sheet to sign up on individual.
Right, yeah.
It's just a sheet we have sitting on the table when they
And
come
when
up
they
to make
come up,
public
they put their
comment,
name on
they
it.
write their name.
It's completely up to you guys. It's just a
I'm just
process.
saying that's how-
I
Yeah.
want fingerprints.
What was that?
Or you could add an agenda number. So then
Yeah, that's typically what I've seen in the other districts that I work with here in Nevada, is they say, this is my name and this is the agenda item that I want to speak on. And if there's multiple agenda items, they indicate that. So then you know.
So like I said, at the beginning of the meeting, we used to have that, and then we would sign up, and then that list was brought up to the president, and the president was reading off the names, and the
Correct.
next person up. to speak on that agenda item.
That's typically how it's done, because otherwise you say, okay, we're on this next action item. Anybody in the audience want to speak? Because you don't know what they wanted to speak on or not speak on. Is that what you're doing now? Okay, okay.
What happens is, like this morning, an adoption of a flexible agenda, we opened it up for public comment. We closed public comment,
Yeah.
right?
And it's just a time factor, because if you ask, does anybody want to speak? Then everybody mulls the idea around in the audience, and then, okay, yeah, I've decided I want to speak. And then you're writing down their name. Okay, what was your name again?
That's why we
So then that's the purpose for this. So you don't have to spend time basically informally polling the audience on who wants to speak on each action item. They write down what items they are wanting to speak on. That's the reason.
we do have people that come in late because they're at work,
Ah,
right? And
gotcha.
so I
kind of like how we're doing that.
like
Okay,
that.
great.
Yeah, I think
If it works for you guys. Yeah. And not trying to convince you otherwise, but that's the reason
Right.
other boards have done it that way. Uh-huh. Okay. So then really we just delete item 3 yeah. Mhm.
I guess other than they do need to stay on the topic that.
right. They do.
speaking
Yeah,
on.
speakers must remain on topic. I would
But
say
we
leave
just leave it
that.
on that.
Okay. So they remain on the topic that there's
That you
is under consideration.
agenda item number 5. They have to speak about agenda
Gotcha.
item number 5.
Gotcha.
10. Unless we combine agenda items. But even then, we still have to hold separate public comment and separate vote. So,
Okay. I think I have it now. Thank you.
sorry.
No problem. Yes.
I got, just back up and then down lower on the NRS 241. I also would like to see put in there, no individual or group filibustering will be tolerated.
That's straight out of NRS.
You can't change the statute.
Change the statute. I don't know that we can do that. We're
But
not legislators.
Can't
I don't want.
Yeah, can't add additional restrictions other than what the law provides in terms of how it defines that.
So you make it down here on the guidelines to public comment?
Potentially,
yeah, that's where typically that's done, Trustee Burns, is where you add a line that says something to the effect that that if you're speaking on behalf of a group, or that if it's a group that's speaking, that they select a representative and that representative speak on behalf of the group, rather than each member of the group coming up and saying the same thing over and over again.
President
Right.
has that authority anyway to
Yeah.
say, okay, there's been 10 that have said the same thing. Let's
Right.
move on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's just a question of whether you want to put anything up front and to notify folks in advance so they know, because otherwise if they bring 30 people and then you say, by the way, pick one speaker, then they might be mad.
Right.
Right.
Has a right to speak.
Of course.
You have
Yeah.
3 minutes, and the idea of filibustering, I know which event you're talking about. I was at that meeting as a civilian, let's say, as a constituent. But it is in the eye of the beholder. That day certainly was filibustering, but 3 minutes of speaking time is what we're allotting each person. And if they're on topic, I think we just let
We-
them speak.
Yeah.
And, I mean-
Run the timeout.
well, I mean,
because of
it-
midnight.
I know I was there, and that is, if they haven't spoke on that action item and they want to speak, that is their prerogative.
Yeah.
Constitution.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't believe so.
All right, then let's go on to the next section, and we're getting really close. This is board growth and development, basically about training. And we actually did already talk about this a little bit, remember? And how do we train new people if we're not contracted with you, et cetera? But take a look just in case there's anything else. You'll notice that I am including in here the state required items. There's categories that the state requires board members be trained on, and I've included those straight out of the statute. But then I have added that they be trained on balanced governance because that is your governance model. And it goes, I think it goes without saying that if you want any new board member to understand how you're going to be governing.
Would we possibly want to on the second, the new trustee orientation, accordingly, the board shall give to each new trustee, I would say that we need to do OML training. And public record request training.
Yeah, that's listed over on page 66 under the state required training list of 9 items. Yeah.
At this page and
Yeah.
not at this page.
Yeah. Item 1 and 2.
Right. Yes, sorry. Oh, look, you're so fast. That's awesome. I'm just wondering if we should include those in our new trustee orientation. That's what I guess I'm. Yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
And Superintendent Alvarado, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you have legal counsel provide us with that? And when we were all new trustees, it kind of, I know it's not written, but I believe we did that.
We did do OML with Mr. Russell. We didn't dive too deep into public records request. However, I have linked legal presentations in your Google Drive as board members under the resources tab. There's multiple presentations for you to look at.
Now, the training is required in the first year of any new elected board by statute, which is on page 66. But am I hearing that you want like a timeline? So they have to get the training you're talking about in their first year by statute. So
Thinking that maybe we need to shorten that, right? So that they are more productive and better educated and will be a better board member if we have that requirement within the first, I don't know, 30
Gotcha.
days or
Yeah.
60 days or I don't know what that time frame looks like, but I just feel like they will be better board members and be able to understand more of what's going on during board.
Sure.
meeting.
Absolutely. So
Those things are being provided.
yeah, that makes sense. So OML, and what else would you want to do early? The public
Requests.
record. Yeah.
Yeah. So that they understand what that means and
So number 1 and number 2 under professional development.
yes.
Okay. Great. I've got that down. Anything else? Well, as far as new trustees, we have, you see what's listed on page 65. So the required training, there are 9 items that are listed on page 66 that are required, and they have to receive that training in their first and third year of their term as a member by state law. So that's not my
Right.
guidance. That's required by state law. What I'm adding in the language on page 65 is that they also need to be trained in the balanced governance process.
In the state law, I don't know if this needs to go in the handbook, but we're required to, the disclosure statement that we're supposed to do every year before January.
Oh, so that is it's a financial disclosure statement
And that's required of every trustee every year. That might,
within the first 30 days of
Yeah.
the year. Like,
So-
well, actually it's like by the 15th.
but I mean, you'll get
believe.
fined if you don't do that. So that
Yeah.
probably should be somewhere in here to let people know to do that.
Let me let me make a note.
Yes, as I was appointed, I had no idea that I had to have that. And I
Yeah.
way past, they were really nice and waived that very exorbitant. It was like 3,500. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll double check. There's something in the back of my head that I'm remembering that was possibly one of the required statutory duties of the clerk that you've appointed, that they collect that.
It's all done online.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's all done online.
I'll take a look. And just FYI, I'm looking at Renee to give her fair warning. There's some really interesting Nevada state law surrounding the clerk's responsibility you might want to take a look at. One of them has to do with that the clerk is asked, it's in here, but I'm not going to quote it exactly, but it's something that the clerk is required in I think the term used is conspicuous and public way, notify the public in a written document that's posted if a board member has not completed their training, their required trainings. Then it basically embarrass them on purpose in public, and the clerk is ordered to do that. So just letting you know. Remember that?
If you don't complete your 6 hours, because it's mandatory 6 hours.
Right.
If you-
That's right.
I think it's every other. Maybe it's, I don't know.
Whatever it is, the guideline is, but
Which
it's,
thing
yeah.
It's required training, because I remember being at board meetings on the other side, and somebody had stated somebody didn't do their training.
So one of the things that I do know, because I serve on the NASB committee, as trustees, as we complete training, if we submit that training to Rick Harris, he in turn adds it to a document that is shared publicly
Mm,
that keeps our public up to date on the training that we as individual trustees
okay,
are
great. That's nice.
making.
There's two areas you keep accountable, POPAC and NASB.
Yeah. Just FYI, the statute directs the clerk to do it.
Oh, okay. So we could let our.
Whoever we decide is it.
That is.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It-
we would
it's-
ask Rick then, to forward an
Yeah.
updated copy of. But I usually do, we'll get our certificates, and I
Yeah.
usually try to forward them, so that way, yes, even if my name's spelled wrong.
Yep, great. So if there isn't anything else on that section, we are actually done. The rest of this booklet are appendices, which we've already looked at them. So the only thing that I had is just the timeline moving forward. I'll take this, and of course, there'll be a little bit of a gap time because I'll be waiting to get information from the attorney, from Keith, from superintendent, et cetera, that we've talked about. As soon as I get that information, I'll do the revision, and I should be able to do that pretty quickly. And then I'll get that back to you folks, and then it just goes through your normal adoption process that we've talked about: first reading, second reading, et cetera. I'll leave that to you and you to follow your normal procedures. And then, yes, trustee Bear.
I'd like this code of ethics be a part of the training. People don't realize that, you make a mistake
think about
and have a open meeting law violation. They slap you on the hand. You make a code of ethics violation and it's gonna cost you dollars.
Yeah, it's number 5 on the list on page 66.
Great, I'll add that to that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So in addition, otherwise, what we've talked about, superintendent and I over lunch just spoke, if this sounds okay to the board, that once those revisions are done, of course, you'll receive the draft, the new updated draft. And prior to the first reading of the board, if you so choose, you can hold an additional a work session like this if there are any substantial changes that you feel need to be made prior to your first reading, you just want it as clean as possible. That's going to be completely be a decision by you. You might look at it and say, it looks great. Nothing really to add. So we're good to go, but that's your decision. But what I wanted to let you know is that if you choose to have an additional, discussion or inputs on the draft after you get it from me, I'm happy to join you virtually by Zoom if you have such a meeting at no additional cost. It's just part of the process. So, even though that wasn't listed in the contract, it's fine. Happy to do that. The other thing, just wanted to note that we have a board evaluation, which your board evaluation begins in May and runs through June. So just a heads up that that'll be happening in 2026. That's the next and only additional service that you've contracted with me to do.
Okay.
So I won't see y'all for a while now.
I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Unless you call on me, I'm always happy to make adjustments as needed. Just to let you know, there are three sections of this evaluation. Two of them are online surveys, two different and separate online surveys. You'll get information about this prior to, so you'll know, as well as in my emails to you when the evaluation begins. I'll give excruciatingly detailed information about the evaluation in the email. I will send it to you individually, these online surveys. I'll remind you, and also Renee will help me to let you know that you're getting 2 emails from me, because there's 2 separate surveys. So please don't throw one away thinking, oh, he gave me a double email. I know I didn't. And if you read the email, it'll be very clear to say this is survey number 1 and this is survey number 2. And it's asking very different things. Felt like it was important to notify, just because I won't probably be back with you live in person to do this quickly, that your superintendent will also be one of the evaluators of the board. So the superintendent will also be filling out those 2 surveys as well. From one of those 2 surveys will be the individual board member practices. The public evaluation that will be presented in a public board meeting in June will have that evidence, but it's basically your individual practices will come out as a scatter plot. In this case would be with 56 data points unidentified on the scatter plot. So I share that to let you know that even though it's an individual assessment of each of you, if everybody rates everybody else, it's 56 data points. So it's not a kind of embarrassing or identifiable set of data, and we can do that in a public meeting very easily. However, to be more granular, your contract also provides for me to meet with each of you, which I will do individually, but virtually. I will share with you your own personal individual evaluation, assessing yourself and your colleagues, and superintendent also assessing you. And so that'll be a private coaching meeting just between you and I, and what we share will be between you and I only. It's just for self-growth, okay, and self-reflection. I want to feel it's necessary. This is another thing for your council. There's been a little bit of a difference of opinion on this matter, so I'm going to leave it to you to decide, and that is those individual evaluations and those individual ratings from the board. Are they discoverable? Am I required to hand over the individualized data? I've got some districts in Nevada attorneys saying no, and then I've got others that say, yeah, we think you do. And so there's really a split opinion about this, so I would leave it to you guys to decide for yourselves.
I'll look into that. The question is whether it's a public record, I'm guessing. It sounds like it's kind of a close call, but I'll look into it.
Yeah. So the data, just so you know, comes in to an online survey. And typically what I do, and the reason I'm asking now is because typically I will set on the Survey Monkey that it not be identifiable, right?
Okay.
But if I have to turn it over and identify it, then I don't want to. I don't want to do that switch, right? I want to leave it identifiable in case it's requested. And then the secondary question is, do you want that up front, or do you want to wait and see if somebody requests it and then ask me to turn it over? And I'm open to whatever you direct me to do. Okay, just so you know.
I'm sorry, I was just, why would our own self-evaluation be part of a public records request? This is my question.
Kind of similar to how emails that you send related to school business or public records, text messages about school business or public records, potentially, I don't know for sure, but potentially the evaluation could be as well. What else?
Yes, it's just worth a double check. Just if this was any, yeah.
Double
Mhm.
checking, I was just like, in my brain, I was trying to
Yeah.
think, like, why would this be part of a public records request when it's literally just a
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's why.
It's not, Superintendent Alvarado's evaluation. Like, we have
Correct.
to do that in public. So I know that
That's
those
right.
records are definitely public records.
Correct.
But like if we're evaluating ourselves, it sounds more of like a coachable tool. So
Yeah.
I don't know, like for us to do better.
Well,
Yeah.
it would also include his evaluation of us and our fellow board members' evaluation of us.
But that point that you're making, Trustee Miller, is why I've got about half and half. I've got about half the attorneys saying no, it's not discoverable, and then the other half saying yeah, it is. So it's a call. It's a close call. You'll have to take your advice from your counsel and whatever they find out.
Could it be as discoverable as, and again, part of legal, can it be discovered but anonymously? So could we have the 7 reviews but not names attached?
Something I can look into.
Mhm.
My guess is that if it's a public record, it's probably not subject to that kind of redaction, but it may not be a public record.
Okay, so same, okay.
And so we'll take that guidance, and also one other thing, if you can, I don't want to belabor, but important point is that typically I will literally write up a written individual evaluation that I normally never send to the board member. I just write it up so that during the coaching session I can show you how the data came out. That's another question, that if it's all verbal coaching and not a written document, then what's discoverable? Would they then be able to get a hold of the Zoom call audio? Or if I don't actually commit it to writing would be the other question.
Generally, public records are written.
Written. So that's another alternative. If we find that the written has to be discoverable and we don't want it to be, then for the reasons that, good reason that Trustee Miller's mentioning and others have mentioned, we could do the entire coaching verbally. Yeah, that would be possible.
Then we'll just wait on legal.
We'll wait on legal. The last thing, and then I promise I'll be quiet, is, and I lied because I'm an hour off. I thought we'd be done an hour ago, but we're early, I guess, from what we scheduled. Board, the final part of the board evaluation, the third part, is an observation of your board meetings. And just so you guys are aware, we've contracted for myself and an independent, trained professor, researcher, who is Kristen Miles. Dr. Miles, who I mentioned earlier, will observe 3 of your board meetings in their entirety, doing a very in-depth analysis. And it's literally we're hitting the pause button and recording things by seconds. And there's a whole set of very different evaluative measures on how you run your board meetings and how long they are and the topics you're covering, et cetera. And so that'll also be an additional part of this. And just so that you know, that I defer to your board president, officers, and superintendent to direct me on which those board meetings will be. So the process starts in May, and so we usually wait until around May. And then we ask, which of the board meetings during the 25-26 school year do you want us to watch? Obviously, we won't be watching and analyzing the June meeting or the May meeting. It'll have to be prior to that, but I'll leave that to them. And I'll leave it to you guys to decide how much, if you want to involve the rest of the board on that decision on which the 3 board meetings mean. It's like, should be. It's like anything else. We want 3 representative meetings, not odd meetings, or the analysis isn't going to be as helpful to you. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, at this time, we are going to open up for public comment. Dr. Ellsbury, I was going to say, do you mind just scooch on to the side? That'd be great. Thank you. He was camped out. I know, just a couple.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. So I had 20 pages of notes and narrowed down to 16 questions, but I'm not going to do those right here. I'm going to email. I think that's better. But I did want to say that this was probably one of the most productive, pleasant, and very informative meetings I've seen. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
You didn't leave your snacks.
I know.
Cheryl Blumstrom for your record. I agree with Adrian. This has been a long day, but it's been really, really productive. This is the kind of work that as a taxpayer, as a mom, as a grandma, I'm really happy to see in this district. This is terrific stuff. So thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been a very long day for you, super long day for you. But I think it's going to be really effective. And I think it's leaving a legacy that's going to outlive you as a board. It's going to outlive Frankie as a superintendent, but it's going to benefit the district. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, we will close public comment as there's nobody else in the audience. And our meeting is adjourned. Oh, wait,
Not
no,
quite.
our meeting is not adjourned.
Quite.
Did I miss something?
So it is a discussion for possible action. So you can make a motion to authorize the superintendent to continue to work with Dr. Ellsbury on, editing and revising this document. And then also we have item number 5, future agenda items specifically related to the board governance handbook.
So the meeting's not adjourned.
No,
I'm sorry.
almost there.
Yes. Okay, so do we have to vote on authorizing you, or do we just give you direction that authorizes you to continue working with Dr. Ellsbury?
Yeah. I'll defer to legal counsel to advise the board.
I mean, it's for possible action, so a motion, a second, and a vote is
right.
probably appropriate.
All right.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
Well.
You gotta make the motion first.
I make a motion to authorize the superintendent to continue to work with Dr. Ellsbury on the board handbook to.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. We will open it for public discussion, public comment, no public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. For future agenda items, I think we really kind of went over stuff as we were going through the day. And I know you were taking notes frantically. So I think that based on what we did here, those are our future agenda items. Obviously not all in one meeting, because that might be a little daunting and overwhelming.
Agreed. We'll start with the bylaw reviews first. So I will work with legal counsel just to ensure that we are compliant with NRS, open meeting laws, and everything that we've talked about today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is everyone in agreement with that? Good. All right. Now can I adjourn the meeting? Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.